Wow. Oh my goodness. So, just so you know, some technical difficulties, but we're back. Okay. And we will figure this out. We are now live on YouTube, and I hope you're watching here. But there was a ton of people trying to get on to Facebook. The page was deleted, it evaporated. So we're just going to roll with the punches. We are going to figure this out. But first, maybe this is why it happened in the first place, because I didn't do this yet. It's the prayer. So let's start with a prayer. Join me in a prayer. By golly gosh, join me in a prayer. Heavenly Mother, Heavenly Father, Heavenly Parent, Heavenly good everything, please, we welcome you. We're about to have ourselves a summit here, a 24-hour summit. This is a 24-hour podcast where we've invited friends and family, different people from all over the world in order to gather and unite as one family, as one global family. And we forget sometimes how connected we can be through technology, because we use technology so often to distract ourselves rather than to connect ourselves to the goodness in other people and to you, and to remind ourselves that we live in an era when we can just somehow speak into some piece of plastic and it goes up into outer space and comes back into somebody else's pieces of plastic all around the world. And so just thank you, Heavenly Parent. Thank you so much. We want to do this entire 24 hours together with you so that we can celebrate life and laughter and learn together about high noon culture, about everything to do with healthy, heavenly sexuality and all that it brings to our lives and to this planet. So please join us, everybody, and welcome the Lord as Heavenly Parent. We invite you here. Thank you so much. And we offer you this prayer together, and I report this prayer on behalf of everybody here in the love family name. Hi, Jewel. Who mama. So hello, everybody. We will be figuring this technical stuff out. Like I said, so we have some calls to action. One of them is please share this on Facebook. Don't know if that matters right now, but if you can, please share with other people through WhatsApp, through Facebook, through Instagram, wherever you can. Let people know that they can tune in live here on Facebook. This still works. Facebook is a mess. Let's all just admit Facebook is a giant mess. So you can join us here. Okay, why not? Why not? So I want to kick this thing off. So first of all, just so you know, we did this 24-hour summit daily because it's our 9th anniversary, and that's no small feat. We've survived 9 years of dealing with some of the most intense topics that you can imagine, to do with addiction, to do with issues in the family, all stemming back to the topic of sexuality. And this is a road that's brought us to many different places, but now we're global. We really are a global organization. And to solidify that, in the past year, we've started chapters, because when we traveled in the past, we would kind of leave a trail of sometimes hope and sometimes that feeling of like, okay, but now what can, and then we would just go to the next country. And so instead of just traveling all over ourselves, we decided to plant some really strong, amazing seeds in specific regions around the world. So we have the chapter leaders here with us tonight. I hope they're ready, because this is we got Aiko Ishii-san. Oh, all the way from Japan. Welcome, Aiko.
Thank you, Andrew.
We have Jude from the Philippines. Welcome, Jude.
Magandang gabi, everybody.
Yes, sir. We have Andronik, who is from Lithuania, but he's in Poland. Welcome, Andronik.
Hello, everyone.
And representing Central and South America, Latin America, we have Melissa Santana, calling in from America somehow. This is how global we are. So welcome, Melissa.
Hi, everyone.
So you guys were not here for our first ever summit, our first ever 24-hour summit. And just so you know, there's a lot of technical difficulties back then too. And guess what? We survived. So we will get through this. And as always, thank you, everybody. There's, the Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz for this event is Atsue, who is frantically figuring out all these technical issues in the background. So please pray for her and her mind and her hands that they can figure out whatever it is that's trying to attack us. So, guys and gals, for this hour, I really want to focus on, the topic is how high noon is changing the world, right? And I was thinking, like, who would be the best people? Is it some sort of leader? Is it some sort of theologian or something? But why not talk to the people who are around the world, changing the world instead? So that's why I wanted to talk to you guys. And I'm just going to throw questions out there, and I want you to be adults and catch. So you're going to take turns catching these. So the first one is, why did you even take on this challenge of being a chapter leader? Because it's not an easy task. It wasn't because of the perks, because of the Ferraris, because of the private jets and all that. So why is it that you took up this challenge to be a chapter leader? Just throwing it out there.
Right. Well, I can start. Right. And for me, this the whole story of joining High Noon is actually for me. It went full circle because at some point I met High Noon, like many people, and I was so inspired by what you guys were doing, and that was early days for High Noon, and yeah, I was really inspired by that, and I set a goal for my life that I want to do something like that. I want to help liberate people, and I never thought that would mean 6 years later to actually be sitting on High Noon and having this opportunity. But when I saw it appear, and it was I think a perfect storm for me personally in my life. At that point, I quit my job. I had an empty blank slate, and then this opportunity appeared. It felt natural, and I just took it by the horns, I guess.
Yes, you did. You're calling in from Poland, so it says something. So, yeah, I think a lot of people, when they hear this content, we don't ever take responsibility for it. It's the content, it's the era. It's just, it really prods at some people's hearts. A lot of people want to do something, but very few people are like, I want to do all the things. I want to be a chapter leader. So I appreciate you for doing all the things over there in Europe. What about old Aiko-san? How about you? Why did you jump into this?
Yeah, I'm Aiko from Japan. I felt somebody had to do this, take this role in Japan. Nobody knew High Noon, but I felt it was just so necessary. But it didn't have to be me, honestly. But I felt like, somebody was prepared. God's preparing somebody. But then last year, I attended True Mother's rally, and I had several chances to meet her. In her words, I felt that she was really completely talking about High Noon. Like, now is the time of the era that we have to live the life without shadow. And all the second gen are pure water, and pure water should not be contaminated, but we must cleanse the world's water pure. And so, like, all these things that she's mentioning, in my mind, it was like, okay, this is all about High Noon. I realized that how important it is what we're doing in High Noon. And also, I felt High Noon was an answer to my prayer, personally. So, as I mentioned, it didn't have to be me, but I felt somebody had to take this role in Japan. And as I was praying, I felt called. So here I am. That's why I decided to take this challenge as a chapter.
Thank you for picking up. I think God calls a lot of people, and they look at their phone and they just kind of chuck their phone and like, I don't have time. I don't have time for this. So thank you for picking up that call. How about over there in Latin land? Old Melissa.
Yeah. Yeah, so my name is Melissa Santana, and I'm in the US, but just for actually one more week, and then I'm going back to Brazil. But I guess what made me take on this challenge, right, of being a chapter leader was I was living in Brazil for over a year, and I felt very disconnected, I guess. I had made a couple friends, but I just didn't feel my whole life I was like a youth pastor, so I was always very much connected to the movement, but also connected to the people, right? And especially young people. And so I felt very much not myself, I guess, in
Mm.
that sense. And so, I was kind of, I guess, looking for something to do. I wasn't really sure. And then, eventually, like, my husband and I are planning to come back to the US to live here. But I felt like I don't know, I almost felt like, how can God use me here, like in Brazil, right? Like, what can I do? How can I help? How can I support? And so when this opportunity came up, I really felt kind of almost like God giving me an opportunity, like, okay, you said you wanted to help, which is funny because years ago, I don't know, 8 years ago now, maybe, Andrew actually asked me to support one of the first women's groups in, for Ascend. And so it was just interesting that that was actually the same exact thought that I had when I said yes to that, because it was kind of like I was telling God I wanted to do something, and then it was like, here's an opportunity, and so then it's up to me, right, if I take on the challenge. And so I really felt kind of called by God, but also I felt kind of like I have to, in order to really change the world, we have to take responsibility. And I feel like in a lot of times that's where, leaders and where people fail. And so I felt like, okay, this is a clear chance for me to take responsibility and to support High Noon Latin America, but more than that, support, the people, right? Because yeah, Aiko knows it's very challenging in both Japan and Latin America to really even talk about these topics. And I think everywhere, honestly, but I think especially here, it's very challenging. And so I feel like just like talking about it was actually very, I think, liberating for a lot of people that I've got to know since taking on this chapter leader role.
Sweet. Well, we'll get to that, young lady. Jude, my man.
Yo, this is Jude. And yeah, High Noon does a lot of amazing things, especially helping people out of that dark, very deep and hard to get out hole that people tend to get put into if they want to be isolated.
Mm.
High Noon does really amazing things to help those people come out. And actually, I'm one of those people who needed High Noon's help. And High Noon has affected my life so much in a positive way that my heart just poured out, how can I give back? Because I encountered High Noon very closely on their tour here in 2022. I was part of like the traveling group for the tour,
Mm.
and I was not in a good place at all. And I felt that God was telling me something, that I need to fix my issues about, pornography, masturbation before I get blessed, because this was the time before I got blessed. And I felt that if I got blessed while having these issues, it'll make a very bad experience for me and my future wife. So Hainun helped me a lot in getting out of that bad place. Now, after Hainun has helped me get out of that bad place, I looked around in the Philippines and I saw a lot of people who are also in a similar place as I am. And Hainun has done so much for me that I really want to help other people to get out of that dark place too. So that's the main reason why I took on the responsibility of being a chapter leader, even though it's very very difficult. I I remember because I just when Hainan came here and I'm working, and I said, okay, I'm not gonna touch so much on the church because it's kind of busy. It's kind of messy things. But then when Hainan came, oh man, I have to help Hainan. I have to share to people what Hainun does, how amazing Hainun is.
Mm.
So that overwhelming force of gratitude that I want to share with other people Also, I want to help other people that was in the same situation as I am, really pushed me into taking on this very heavy responsibility.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I hope it's somewhat fun. Jeez.
It's fun. I mean, we get to meet up on the weekends and on our private jets.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, everybody was kind of influenced and wanted to do it. It's very interesting that, I guess, because of the Bible or because of movies, a lot of times we feel like a calling has to be like the hand of God reaching down and shaking us and say, you must do this. And then I definitely remember Aiko kind of looking around being like, nobody else is going to do it. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm like, I'll do it. And you did it. You took up responsibility because you saw the opportunity and nobody else was doing it. So everybody, props to you guys. Thank you for standing up. So have you seen any changes since you've been doing this, right? Like this has been a couple of quarters, right? So about half a year. What are you noticing? What, like, now that your eyes are open, you've been doing this, have you seen any changes in your region, like in the people or the way that people perceive high noon? Anything at all?
I can start maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so I guess unlike some of the other chapters, like actually there was already a lot going on in Latin America before I came on. Karina Mendez, like she did an amazing job here, and so she really had a lot of people really connected. But because we had actually a lot of issues sometimes with leadership and sometimes yeah, just because the church in Latin America is very different, right? Especially from like I guess Western or like American style church. And so there was a lot of challenges in that. Especially I think when I first came on, there was a lot of misunderstandings and a lot of how do I say it? Kind of I guess misconceptions, right? I think that's the right word. And so, kind of what I really felt from when we started is I felt that there really had to be unity between us and leadership, and I felt that there wasn't really unity, not for anything that we did or didn't do, but it was just kind of these misunderstandings. And so, I think that's been the biggest change is that I do feel that we are more united. I feel much more comfortable and I guess more at peace to talk to the leadership. And so I feel like in some ways that's really helped us to become more well known and I think even more trustworthy because it's hard to trust when something's new, right? And I think High Noon is very new, still is very new. A lot of people still don't know what it is. And so I think having some of that trust from both sides, from us trusting leadership and leadership trusting us, I think that's been a really big change that I've seen since becoming a chapter leader.
Well, let's unpack that real quick without too many gory details, but like the process of, because this is analogous to losing trust or trust issues in a family, in a community, and this just so happens to be within organizations, right? So what was kind of the process to develop that trust where trust was lost? Because you kind of stepped into a void when there's definitely some shifty eyes about us and like, who are you? Why are you? Who are you and why are you? And why don't you just go away? So what was the process of like meetings? Was it just like you give a glorious speech online and people like, oh yeah, we like that? How did that work?
No. It was mostly just meetings, right? Talking to the leadership. And I think
Mm.
really coming up with clear, I don't know, I guess boundaries, right? And setting up like standards so that, there isn't miscommunication. And so, for example, like, for Latin America, it's really important that everything comes from top down, right? Like, the leaders are the ones that are sharing and, which is great. It's like trustworthy. And if a leader is sharing something, then obviously it's good, right? And
Been
so,
vetted.
right, exactly. And so it's actually helpful for us. But because we didn't really understand that, I think, or, it took some conversations to really get to the point where it's like, I see, I understand, and I trust you. And so I think coming up with these clear conversations, and I think like win-win situations, right? And so really being
Mm.
able to hear what are their concerns and addressing those concerns, not just being like, oh no, it's fine, like you don't know anything, not like that, but really being humble ourselves too, like, oh, you're right, that was a mistake that we made, that we shouldn't have done that, or we should have gone through this channel rather than something else. And so I think it's just conversation, but conversation that is both sides, not just agreeing to everything, but really understanding each other.
That's the one. You know, as an organization, we're a nonprofit, so obviously money helps, but that's not the thing that we're after. We're not a business, we're nonprofit, right? So our currency, we discovered, is really trust. People trusting us, people trusting that we have good motivations from leadership, from the organization, um, but also trust that we're not crazy people or we're giving good advice or this kind of stuff. So I think what I saw you do, and shout out to you, is you did a great job, is you were calm under pressure, because a lot of times when there's mistrust, there's kind of assumptions and accusations. And I saw you, Melissa, take accusations or misunderstandings and then process it and give back love and generosity, and that was a big start. There's both sides. We both wanted to work this out. So just prop to I give credit where credit is due. It was a process. Uncle Dave was a huge part of that. We had a bunch of conversations that it's hard to have difficult conversations, but why I'm sticking on this for so long is because that's been our success. If we can call anything successful, it's the fact that we've always stuck to the high noon culture, which is running towards difficulty and talking about it as much as we can until the problem is resolved. And so you did that. Good work. We've got a badge for you in the mail, okay? It's
Thanks.
it's a paperclip. Sorry, low on budge. Spent all our money on airplanes. Anybody else want to get into that, like how your region has changed, or any changes you've noticed?
One one positive thing that the change that Hainan does to a region or a place is really positive. And like going at the grassroots level, some really concrete examples are people, especially the young people, are really wanting to connect with the church now. I remember one brother who I haven't seen in a long, long, long time,
Hmm.
suddenly showed up in Sunday service and approached me. He said like um we had a long talk. He said he was in a high noon program, and having high noon in the Philippines really makes him want to connect more, because there is this local person in the Philippines that he can get connected to go to high noon programs. And
Hmm.
going through the programs, he really said that there is like this big change in him, especially in his relationship, but on how he looks at his faith and the church. Usually he said before he was kind of shy because he used to hold this type of negative emotion, all these shadows inside his heart, and he can't share it with the church. He can't share it with
Hmm.
anybody, even his own wife. But now when he went to a high noon program, um, talking to a local person who actually speaks the Filipino language, who is connected to High Noon, he got some practice speaking the truth. And speaking the truth actually helped liberate him. Then now he's like very well connected to the church. He's always coming, he wants to volunteer, etc., etc. And that's just one experience out of a lot of things that people would come up to me and say, "Oh, Jude, you're the Hyman guy. I actually
Yeah,
have
yeah.
something to talk to you about." That's just one thing.
It's a
And
good point,
so,
man.
so a lot of people would uh would have this internal change of really being liberated from their shadows, especially the young people. I just
Hmm.
remember we did a program in I think it's a free parent school, and a lot of people who are doing training in a leadership program has a lot of baggage in their heart, and after releasing it with High Noon, together with the help of High Noon, they really felt like I'm not just here for 1 year and then I'm gonna go relax for the rest of my life, but this is a stepping stone that for true parents to use me for the future.
Sure.
So that's a whole group of teenagers, and that's the future of our church. So that is really I think one of the biggest things that is happening here in the Philippines that High Noon has contributed to, and it really is, for me, looking at it together with the Chonchimon Providence of Revival of the Spirit and the church members, it really is a very amazing time for High Noon to come here or to be more active here in the Philippines.
Mhm. I'm agree with you, man. So this is a really important point that has happened throughout our history, is that, people who are distant end up coming back. And because the distance between them and their community, them and their faith, was these shadows. And when we work on the shadows and we allow them the opportunity to kind of lift those shadows, whatever it is, that darkness inside of them that causes them to feel shame, feel self-loathing and all this stuff. When that stuff is lifted, they naturally kind of want to reconnect with these things that used to mean so much to them. But so we're definitely seeing youth pastors come back because they feel like hypocrites sometimes, right? They lead this double life, and so when we take away the life that they don't want, then they're just left with the life that they like, right? Problem solved. So yeah, it's a great byproduct of this work. Jude, and you are laughing up a storm. I hope you're having a good time.
Yeah, I just feel happy. If
Great.
there's some Filipinos in our chat, shout out.
Shout out Filipinos. Andronic, anything about Europe? Any changes?
Yeah, well, in Europe, I think the changes are happening one workshop at a time. But
My man.
I've seen personal change actually. For me, this journey has so far been incredible. I thought I knew High Noon. I thought I knew what High Noon does, but learning about healing and really what's the process of eliminating shadows and where do those shadows come from, even like the past quarter has been crazy for me. And then relaying that to other people and teaching that at workshops, seeing the eyes glow up and people recognizing that this is what I've been feeling but never could understand why or how. It's amazing, and yeah, I'm loving it. uh, yeah, that's why we're on this roll of workshops this quarter. 3 workshops almost every week. Now in Poland, next week in Czech Republic, and that'll close out this quarter. And we don't want to stop. And yeah, and simultaneously on the online space as well. This quarter with Radiant, especially, I'm seeing a lot happening and a lot of these seeds being planted. I'm so glad that so many of people I know trusted my invite or my wife's invite and decided to join the program. It's been a great experience so far. So for now in this region, I think the change it's been a lot about planting these seeds. Just everywhere we go, we're engaging people. People are kind of realizing, oh, High Noon is not just the porn guys, which is the stereotype we have, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're actually in the business of building the ideal first and foremost, and yeah, that's been great.
I like it, sir. Anybody from Japan over there have something to say?
Yeah, I'll go next. Yeah, as I mentioned, like in Japan, almost nobody, only few people know High Noon. And even if they knew, they couldn't join any High Noon program unless they spoke English. So I think like the most progress that was made was the translation of the Ascend program, that Japanese people could attend. And also we're like raising facilitators, potential facilitators, who are like the disciple of Mr. Yama. He's been active in Japan for the last few
Yeah.
years, like just doing high noon work for like underground. Just yeah. So these people are now being trained, and we're preparing for more arts ascent participants.
Yeah.
So just little by little, I think high noon is growing, and we're expecting more people to come within next quarter. And we're not able to like go from church to church or like go like nationally yet, and we're still on the level of talking to the leaders.
Yeah.
But I really feel that we're really creating a spiritual foundation by Hundoke with our core staff team, and realizing like the beauty of absolute sex and like the standard that your father really wanted to show us. So like this foundation being created at this moment is like a huge, massive difference being made in Japan.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys all started in very different. I mean, the foundation was very different upon which you started. So for you, it's definitely more rudimentary, just getting things. But I think things are about to explode in Japan, because you have this elite unit, like the Navy SEALs of Ascend, that are under one Hiro-san, and trained under the the super samurai Uyama-san, and there's just going to be like this elite squad of people that are going to then subsequently have their own groups, and things are going to spread, because good facilitators are hard to train, and it took us years, but you're kind of fast track. So high hopes for Japan. Everybody pray for Japan now. 1, 2, 3, pray. Ha! Okay, done. Now, in terms of the future, you guys have been doing this for long enough to have these percolating thoughts of like, ooh, what if, or why does it exist? I want to make it better, right? And so we started these chapters kind of largely with like, we want satellites of us. Just, that's how every organization, that you kind of copy and paste. But this is also like an organic process. So you guys are also turning this into your own thing, right? So you're taking what was, and then so God is speaking through you. So how is God speaking to you? What is Heavenly Parent saying to you in terms of the near or distant future for high noon in your region? Give me the juice. Give me the scoop. Or is God completely dry?
I can start.
No Wi-Fi.
Yeah. So I guess I kind of mentioned this, that I think one of our biggest challenges in Latin America is that a lot of people don't know high noon. They don't know the name, or they might have heard of it. And then, like I said, there were a lot of misunderstandings in the past. So they don't really understand what high noon is. And so I think the biggest change that I'd really like to see and that we're working on is really helping people to, one, know that high noon exists and understand what's actually the heart of high noon, what is high noon, get away from any misunderstandings, but really look at what's the point, what's the purpose, why are we here, right? Which is ultimately is to help people, help literally all people, not just people struggling with pornography, but literally every single person, whether you're blessed, whether you're not blessed, whether you're a parent, right? That's the goal, that's the heart. And so we hopefully will go on tour this year, right? This summer, hopefully. We're still, working with leadership and figure out all the details. And so there's still a lot more, to figure out. But I think that's going to be a huge help for us, because if people at least know, then they can kind of see, okay, actually, this is for me, or this is for someone I care about, or, they know, they understand like what the heart is, right? And so then it becomes something that becomes normal, right? It becomes a part of their culture even. And so I think ultimately that's what we want, right? We want to expand the high noon culture and heavenly culture. And so high noon, like Aiko was saying in the beginning, right? Your mother's talking so much about how we can't have shadows. And so I think it all goes hand in hand, right? But I think, yeah, people need to know, first of all. And so I'd really like to, do some tours and, some workshops, like what Andronic was saying. These amazing testimonies can really come from these workshops. So yeah, I think that's what I'd really like to see in the future.
Got it. I will not sell those jets. We will keep them.
Yes.
Anybody else?
I'll go next, just very short. I hope we can work together with other like hardworking communities around. I think God really put this network for this, so that many brothers and sisters can freely access to this information in Japan.
Yeah.
That's what I
Yeah,
think.
Japan. You got this, Japan. What about in the PH? Down there, over there, up there in the PH?
One of the things that I really envision that I would really like to not really change, but like it's like what Melissa said. I want to bring or expand the culture of high noon in the Philippines, because some of the people here, especially there's this one top leader that I really love, and I can really say that he exemplifies one of the culture of high noon. I can really see when he gives a lecture, he really like says outright, absolute sex, purity, etc., etc. And I was really amazed when talking to him, because when um, his masteral thesis is called Sex Talk, how parents and children, or how parents would talk to their children about sex.
Hmm.
So people in the Philippines would usually, when they hear the word sex, it's like, we don't talk about it. You mean starting family, right?
Yeah. Classic.
But what the biggest change that I would really want to see in the future is like cultivate the culture of high noon that is really open and honest, and like you can talk to other people about how beautiful sex is. You can ask toward other couple how your problems about sex. You can
Hmm.
really open up this beautiful culture of honesty and trusting each other. So that is like one of my goals also in the future, that I really want to change the culture here in the Philippines to be more open to talking about that, because if we don't talk about it, well, the children, especially the second generation who are supposed to be pure water, will learn about sex, about those type of stuff from the internet, from their friends, and it's really not that good. So what I really want to see again, the change is like expanding the culture of high noon, that beautiful honesty and trust and intimacy between community and family.
Let's do it.
Hmm.
Euro Disney? What's up?
So, I think I've mentioned this kind of briefly on some podcast episode a little bit about this vision, but we're in Europe. I think we're in a bit of a fragile place where our youth is disappearing a bit too fast, actually, and it's kind of scary. Sometimes me and my wife, we entertain this thought of like, so will our kids grow up? In what community? Will they be surrounded by less children, or just a community, a church community? And it's scary, but I want this to change. I want youth to come back. I want people to come back and feel that
Hmm.
this place is for them. I have a suspicion that the reason why a lot of people are leaving is because of these hanging shadows, that they don't feel like if anyone knew who they actually are, or how they, what's up in their lives, that they'll be accepted or that they can stay around. When we're a movement of such high ideals, and then there's this contrast in real life, like what we're struggling with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be a lot of pressure, and um, I want to help Europe and members here, people here, feel that it's okay. Like we can heal together. and build on that foundation. And then actually something that I've been thinking a lot about, and I've had this inspiration for a while already, is Ascend, Core. These programs are wonderful, Radiant. They're great. They're amazing actually in the online space as they are. But what if that could happen in communities, like locally? That's big. That's big vision stuff. That's long term. But I really see that, like, how powerful that could be for people. And actually, I'm talking with people who are trying something like this on their own initiative, and I'm constantly like talking to them. So how's it going? You know, what are you experiencing? What are the benefits? You know, what challenges are you facing? And so far, yeah, I have a good feeling about that. But that's long term vision. Yeah.
That's a great vision. Yeah, community wide. Think about it. You know, if when you hang out with our people, meaning our movement, that's when all of your issues get resolved. Not through this necessarily pretty process of hugs and cake all the time. Maybe sometimes there's room for cake in this, but definitely some on the other side of some difficult conversations. But what if we never back down from a difficult conversation and we're committed to each other to such an extent that we wouldn't let each other go, regardless of our differences, because of our commitment to each other, that we're willing to, you know, this is like a love song. Like I'll have as many awkward conversations as I need to in order to feel love for you again. That's commitment. That's the high noon way. So if people could find communities like that, that's where just the world starts, you know, heading towards, because that's where resolution lives, right? So good luck. Europe is a giant chunk of land with many people and a lot of castles. So maybe restore some of those and we can have workshops and more castles. What about Aiko-san?
Yeah.
I wanted to start wrapping things up. We don't have that much time, but I wanted to ask you about kind of your hope to kind of influence, if high noon could be a good influence on its surroundings, meaning the movement, meaning family members, whatever. What is the influence that you'd like to make in Japan? What was the mark that you want to make in Japan?
Right. Japan is a very, you see.
You are choosing your words very selectively.
But I really want to see like just families. That's really like, let's say, bond really strongly. That you can really be honest in your family. So like the community that can really support that. Yeah, that's what comes up in my mind at the moment.
Got it. Yeah. A family, a healthy family. I mean, we all are looking for that. Everybody's longing for that. So anybody else? Give me some juice. Like everybody wants to make a mark. Most people who get it wrong, they think about their ego as like, I want a statue in my likeness. But now in America, it's kind of dangerous to have a statue because it might get torn down depending on who you are, right? So instead of a statue, what kind of mark would you like to make in your region, in your sub-region, in your, we don't have a name, an official name, just in your chapter, in your area, as they say. All I hear is the passing of time. I hear a clock in somebody's background.
Yeah, I can start. Yeah, I'm always like the one that when someone says who wants to pray, and then I hate that awkward, like no one says anything. So I can start. But I guess like for me, something that I really want is I really want high noon to become eternal, right? Like just like something that it's something kind of this education, like I don't know, culture. I'm gonna say high noon culture because I think that's the best word to use, right? But to see this high noon culture really has a part of everyone's daily lives, and it's kind of something that is so normal, right? I think that's really the future for me. I feel like it's not like, oh, what's high noon, like take away all of that, but really, I really want to do a course with my husband because I feel like we could improve our communication, or I feel like maybe we could grow from it, and like just doing it, right? So kind of really becoming like the culture, honestly, like the culture of our movement, but also the culture of even the world too, right? Because I really see this expanding. So many people, every time I talk, like when I talk to like a stranger or someone asks me like, what do you do, and they're not in our movement, they don't know anything, they're like, that's crazy, your church has that, like you guys like that, like people in your church started that, that's insane, and then sometimes they look it up, and then and we're definitely not the place where we're ready to expand, and everything. But I feel like once we do, like it's gonna be crazy, like actually insane. We're gonna have way more people, way more chapter leaders, right? But I feel like it really is gonna change the culture, and I think it's gonna become one with our movement, but also one with this heavenly culture ideal that we're striving for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just to let you know, Uncle Dave planted the seed casually one day that like, we should have 40 chapters. And I was like, can I take a seat real quick? Can I? It's a lot to manage. Okay. But I think you're on the same wavelength. That's what expansion looks like. I think, to be honest, we're a part of an entity that's not in expansion right now. Like Andronic was saying, there's a lot of retraction, there's a lot of accumulation. Something's accumulating, but there's expansion on the horizon for sure. And we'd love to be a part of the expansion of that culture. So yeah. Anybody else wanna say what kind of mark you want to leave in your area?
Yeah, I think I really loved what Melissa just said with high noon. Like, and I think how I would phrase it is that high noon becomes not anymore that like doctor who's just coming in to only help and help and help, but that we're really doing what I think we're primed to do, is to help build, not just fix up. So yeah, I'm all for that. I'm all for that, and helping and contributing as much as I can to bring high noon to that level, and at least here in Europe, where we no longer need just like first aid, like emergency room kind of keeping people on a lifeline, but building something incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then do it already. What are you doing? Get back to it, man. Yeah, I think we're gonna maybe one more person. Maybe one more person, Jude. Just maybe
Yeah.
one more Jude.
Yeah, they said everything that I wanted to say.
Oh, come on. Doesn't
But yeah,
count.
maybe something different is True Mother always talked about this generation, or the second generation, being pure water.
Yeah.
But what mark I want to leave here in the Philippines in with High Noon is High Noon would be the, like, how water, because when you
I
it's
feel a
not safe for
metaphor
drinking.
coming. There's a metaphor. Metaphor
it's
alert.
not, it's not safe for drinking. You have to filter it out. So I
Uh-huh.
want Hainun to be one of those people who help those people to, the water, that undrinkable water, to become drinkable, to not only like protect the pure water from outside, but actually make the unclean water into pure water. That's what I want Hainan to be. Not only like put the clean water in the water bottle, etc., but actually make and propagate the pure water more and more and more. Does that make
Well,
sense?
yes, for the sake of your metaphor, in a stream, what cleans the water actually are the rocks, right? And you guys actually have rocks every quarter. Those are our goals every quarter, right? But more aptly, that metaphor is every difficult conversation, every time you have a secret to talk about it, that's filtering your life, right? That's a rock down the stream. It's not just like a stream just gets filtered. There's a process that God created, right? And so same with our lives. If you want a pure life, it doesn't just happen. You can't just pray it away. You do have work to do, and that's healing. that's healing all this dark, talking about the dark, getting it out with a trusted person, with your parents, with somebody who loves you, getting it out and then starting to heal it. And this is the process, it's a give and take that it is required in order to be free from these shadows and to be a pure-hearted person. Because remember, purity is a way of life. It's not just like a nice little thing. It's like pure mind, pure heart, pure spirit, pure body. So with that little sermon, thank you guys. Just everybody, get used to these faces. They are a part of the High Noon lore now. They're part of the appendix, and so they are going to be a part of this 24-hour summit. They all have their own sections today. They're going to be hosting in Taginglish, right? It's going to be half Tagalog, half English, Jude, yeah? Or could people
Yeah.
who only speak English understand?
We're gonna speak in Tagalog and English.
Okay.
Yes.
And we got some Japanese time. We have some Spanish and some Brazilian, aka Portuguese. It's been a wild start to this whole event. And then we have English for Europe. But I think more kind of aged, like fine wine English, because it's from countries much older than America. So they know what they're talking about. So stick around, look at, go to highnoon.org. All the action steps are there that you need. Every link, everything, go to highnoon.org. And thank you guys so much for coming on.
Thank you.
This is where y'all,
Thank
yeah.
you
See
for
everyone
having
later
us.
in later
Yeah,
sessions.
thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
gonna ride
you.
our private jet.
All right, everybody. So I am doing a second hour. So this is say goodbye to them and say hello to this next hour. Basically, yeah, if you have any desire to want to change your life, highnoon.org is the place to go. And we have some resources just developed for this event. First thing is we have a new digital Core of the Universe online course that hasn't launched yet. And you can get first dibs signing up. Just go to highnoon.org and it's right there. You just scroll down a little bit. It's right there. You sign up and you'll be first on the list because there's going to be, we do have limited spots, not just for marketing and scarcity, but because we have limited people. We live in time and space here, people. So if you would like to get on the waiting list for that, then sign up there. Also, if you would like to join any program that we have a 40-day challenge that we're coming up with. We just wrapped up all the shooting, all the new videos is brand new. highnoon.org. Everything you need is there. Also, if this is on Facebook, if you're seeing this on Facebook, just know that was Atsue and Benji working. I was looking down every once in a while to see that they're like Q from James Bond, just hacking away. You know what? I don't even know what people do when they type so fast. I just think that they're, I don't know, making some sort of gobbledygook, and then computers understand gobbledygook. But I think we're on Facebook. So start sharing it on Facebook. And if you're just watching on YouTube, share it to somebody. We got to spread this out. I think we were shut down by Facebook, and we're going to get back on because we did nothing wrong. We were framed. It was the man with one arm. So I'm going to segue myself from the first section to the second section. Okay. And we are going to get into inheritance, right? Most people worry about, am I going to get inheritance from my parents? And they think about money, right? And this is, of course, helpful, but definitely not the most important thing. The most important thing you get from elders is wisdom, because that saves you time. It saves you so many mistakes because you can learn from their mistakes. You can inherit the good stuff and skip the bad stuff. It's an expedited journey towards joy and happiness. And yet we do not do this in the realm of sexuality and relationships nearly as much as we should, especially in this modern age where we're very disjointed culturally from one to the next, but especially generations. We do not talk to our parents about sex for the most part, and we miss out on so much. So this is really cool because we don't have parents and children. We have kind of like an adopted relationship where there's an aunt and an uncle and I guess an adopted son and daughter who are blessed, and they've already formed this relationship. So I wanted to kind of use this as a template for a great conversation that I think we should all be having. Okay. So we have first the Lowens, Dr. Sandra and John Lowen, who are very credentialed and amazing academically and all that. We know that you've been on the podcast, but you're here representing kind of parental figures, family. And that's really exciting because you, I know, stand up for people. When they call you and they reach out, you reach out back. You're not too busy to be loving. And that's tremendous. And first of all, thank you on behalf of anybody who's ever reached out to you for responding. Because I know your name comes up a lot in our world. It's like, oh, I was talking to the Lowens. I'm like, of course you were. Because everyone, all roads lead to the Lowens somehow. So thank you for doing that so consistently. And we have Araceli and David, who, hello. When I was planning this, I got so angry at Araceli because she doesn't understand time zones. And then I just don't understand where she lives. I thought she was in Las Vegas, but they're both in Argentina. So welcome, David and Araceli.
Thank you.
And so just for reference, if anybody is missing context, you can listen to Araceli and David's podcast together with me, where the name of the Lowens come up quite a bit. And they were an invaluable resource during their kind of pre-matching and matching stage of their relationship to help them get through the muddied waters of learning a new person, welcoming them into their lives. So I wanted to welcome these two couples, and I'm going to shut up very soon. And basically, I want to help facilitate a conversation that they are kind of familiar with as an example of something that I truly believe that we should all be having. And a lot of people's excuses, well, I'm not that close with my parents. You can find people to be your parents. It's this beautiful thing known as adopted parents or representative parents, or it's beautiful. So I have some questions here, and I'm going to kind of pose and then step out of the way. But the first one here is how important is it to connect with other couples when you get blessed? So like elder couples or people of the same age. Is it important? Can you just figure things out by yourself? Or I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to let you all have the stage.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the first question.
Yeah.
That was the first question.
I'll make one brief.
You guys want to?
I'll make one brief statement just as
Sure.
to set the tone. If you could figure it out on your own, we'd already be in the kingdom of heaven.
True.
It's very true. So then, is it? I mean, I would say that not a lot of people know that it's important because it's not a priority. It's not even a thought. You know, a new couple, they're just like, okay, we're excited. Let's just have fun by ourselves. I don't know if you've ever heard John Lennon made his own album, and one of the songs is like, I don't need anything, and he lists off everything. He's like, I don't need God. I don't need anything. I just need Yoko and me. And look how that turned out. So that's just, I think, a common belief of I don't need anybody until things are too late, right? So if it's true, is it first of all true? And if it's true, then why is this not happening more naturally?
Well, I think it's absolutely true. Just jump in for a sec. I think it's absolutely true that we need other people. The tragedy that I see often is that people, for various reasons, decide when things are going great. Of course, they're absolutely happy and wrapped up in each other. When things are not going great, they become ashamed. Oh gosh, my couple is having trouble. I can't show my mother, my father, my uncle, my best friend, all my buddies that told me that this was a terrible person for me. I can't show them. And so that becomes an issue.
Yeah, totally. I think I saw this happening a lot of times and with other couples that I met, and I was asking myself, why don't these people reach out to somebody. And I guess as you said, partly could be shame, but also I guess they don't have someone that they're close to enough that they feel comfortable with sharing. And I'm close with my parents, but for some reason there's like an added layer of I don't know, heavy something to for me asking my parents sometimes, depending on the topics. And it's just I guess part of our dynamic that we've been having, where I ask questions, and if I'm having some issue or something, and you were part of my matching process, you were like there when I needed help, and we were needing help in our matching process. So I feel like it was very natural for us to kind of like, from the matching as a matching counselor, to go into this kind of like mentor relationship, where if we have a question or we're going through something, I know I can go to my parents, but I also know I can go to you guys, and you also know David, right? So it feels even better, I guess, to ask you, because you know the both of us very well. So yeah,
I can 100% relate that to those. Is super crucial during the matching process, as especially, and to have that relationship with the elder couple, aside with your parents, but also having an elder couple and a mentor to be able to talk to, especially with that. Sometimes the family dynamic is harder to talk about these topics, and it's easier to talk with an elder couple that is, like, for example, the Lot's.
yeah.
I think also we don't really understand the blessing. We know it's important, but when I talk to some of the elder couples and ask them to explain to their kids why the blessing is important, they can repeat and emphasize how important it is, but they can't explain it. And I think part of that is because we don't really understand God. In order for people to reach out, things have to be safe, meaning that you have to have a level playing field. So Father described his relationship with God as like his elder brother. Now, your elder brother, you can say anything to, but to your parents, it's a little more difficult, right? So in terms of understanding God, what made a difference for me is when I was getting down and dirty with God and trying to figure out what's up. God said, look, yeah, I'm God, but I'm no different than you. I need love just like you need love. So don't be putting it on me. We're doing this together. So I think what's been powerful in our relationship with David and Araceli is that we have as much a need to pass on whatever victory we got in our love journey to them, and to see someone get it as they have to receive it, because until you give it away, you don't own it. So we're equal. We're not just the elders.
Do you think there's a reluctance from some elders to want to be a mentor? They don't feel qualified, or there's just some maybe shame that they're dealing with? Because they're definitely, like, I personally have reached out on some occasions for mentorship from elders, and I was rejected much more than I was accepted.
Yeah, I think what happens with a lot of parents, especially, is that they have their own issues, particularly around sexual issues, that they have not dealt with. And so when the child comes and has a question about that particular issue, which is to help them flesh out the issue they have, it becomes worse for them, and they deliberately avoid the question. As well, the whole concept of parental example. Parents really shouldn't have to say much. They should be the children should see from what they view from their parents. And I talk about it all the time. Our son coming to us at 16 and saying, Mom, Dad, I want the blessing because I want what you have. But I think that for a lot of parents, the idea is we're supposed to be enemy nations and enemy couples and enemy this and that. So they fight their way through and tell their children, don't be like us, be you. And that's an issue.
I would add that we have preconceived notions of who the elders are. So just like with my Jewish ancestors at the time of Jesus, they were looking for a dude coming on a white horse and kicking the Roman Empire's butt, but that wasn't who the Messiah was. So elders are, it's not just someone who's chronologically older, it's someone who's become the owner. So from my perspective, Araceli is definitively an elder. And I humble myself in her presence. And David is a reluctant elder because that's at odds with the Asian culture, but he's stepping in it because of his relationship with Araceli. He's becoming an elder too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You just, I think, you were knighted, David. Welcome to the club.
Acknowledged. Just acknowledge.
I'm an elder.
So I forget. I mean, I'm about to reveal my cards here, but are you guys gonna ask the questions or I have the questions? I forgot what I told you.
Oh, it doesn't
I
matter.
thought we
It
were
doesn't
gonna
Yeah,
ask
yeah.
the question.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up then. I'm just gonna walk away. I was just doing it.
Come on,
No,
Andrew.
don't when
Don't
you
leave us.
when you feel
I'll
the
be here.
itch, scratch it. When you're
Yeah,
inspired,
go.
Yeah,
It's been a wild
definitely. Feel
day.
free.
No, go ahead.
Oh, it was your turn.
Okay. How can newer couples bring God into their sexual relationship?
Gee, it got quiet.
waiting for you, baby.
Well,
You're the
there is-
virgin. Go ahead.
There is that saying, three is a crowd. However, we're supposed to come to our relationship with God already there. We know what happens when people are just centering on the physical relationship. And one of the beautiful things about our movement is that when we are about to begin our sexual part of our relationship, what we call starting family, because we don't want to put it another way, we really decorate, we prepare, we make an altar, we wear clean and new clothes if possible. We sit down, we dedicate. God, we're about to start something phenomenal here. And this is the branch or the root from which all future lineage will come, and the place where love will blossom in its own unique way. You're here because God will sneak in where God is not invited if we don't do that. And we are a true couple. We are a couple that's trying to reach God. We could go into many examples, but I will leave them alone.
So you're talking about if we make the barbecue tasty, God's going to come whether we invite him or
God
not.
will come whether we invite him or not.
Because we're imitating, we are inviting him, whether we're
Right.
just too ignorant to realize it.
Right. So the idea is not that we have to have some situation in which every time we're getting ready to be intimate with each other, it's like, hold on, get the Divine Principle book, get the Chung Chung book, spread them out here. Maybe we'll go to, we'll spend 3 days fasting and then God will be in our lives. And no, God is a part of us. And we forget that the whole universe is about celebration and joy. So when we celebrate, when we have joy, God automatically flies in there. But if we're trying to set up there's nothing that I can say that means, that at 2:45, this is going to happen, the heavens will open and God will come stomp into your bedroom. Okay, everybody have sex now. That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I guess I was going to add to this question because this is something that we started to talk about recently a lot again. Is that I guess this question comes more from the desire to feel God, to have an experience with God while you are in the middle of the relationship and the act, and I guess we have this expectation that God is this, we're gonna feel some sort of like, I don't know, outer worldly type of feeling that is not the physical, action that we're at the moment doing. So a lot of the times we ask this question because we don't realize that, we are actually feeling God. We just not know how to appreciate that God is there with us at the moment, as you were saying.
Mhm.
So yeah, this is something that, we talked about this before, but it's kind of like, getting better and evolving into our understanding, like more, I guess, having more of the feeling than just the intellectual knowledge, because a lot of the time that's the issue, right? We have this intellectual knowledge that, oh, God should be here, but I don't feel it. And I think just having that awareness that God is here, even though we won't invite him, even though we, read the divine principle or not, he's going to be there, and just it's going to allow us to get better at feeling God, I guess.
Mhm.
That's something that I started to come up with
Yeah.
just recently. Yeah.
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 Again, it's expectation. It's what you think God is, who you think God is. But if you are thinking, my husband and I cannot bring God ourselves, there has to be some external event in which we will feel something specific, and you've no idea what that specific thing is. It's kind of a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think also there is the masculine and feminine side of God, right? And in broad terms, the you could talk about emotion and intellect. So emotion precedes intellect, or art and art critics. You have to create first, and then you have something to critique, right? So in terms of broad terms, of female humanity and masculine humanity, it started with women. We're the ones to figure out how to best invest the love that started with woman, right? So I just want to talk about the elder David Araceli couple.
Yeah, David wants to jump in.
Okay, well, look at my wife. See, she cares about other people, and she doesn't want me to hog the show, but I'm going to make my point.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it
Go ahead.
illustrates the difference. It's like I don't care. I want to make my point, right? I'm the intellectual side, and Sandra says, but think about the other people, right? I mean, there's the perfect illustration right there. So, in terms of now I'm self-conscious about the masculine side in terms of that. I'm gonna
I'm sorry.
Well, no, that's all right. Well, this is the whole difference right there. It's like I don't want to be interrupted because I want to make my brilliant point, but I don't really have the authority. I mean, I didn't create the stuff. So sexuality is actually what God has entrusted to women. Men are not sexual. We're just excited, but we don't have no idea what sex is. Women become wiser through being sexually pleased and understood. Men, if you look at images of male and females, I'm not recommending that people just jump onto the net and go to but just from your own experiences, whatever, women look like they're receiving a revelation and they're stepping into a new world. Men look like they're dying, right? There's a reason. Because there's a limit to how much we can understand. There's not a limit to how much women can understand. And also, men, just in terms of the hardware, for the most part, we're one and done. We've climaxed. Oh, good. Can you fix me a sandwich, watch TV, and I go to sleep? Women say, well, where'd you go? I'm just getting started. So the emotional capacity of women so far exceeds men. First order of business is for men to come to terms that we're not running this show and we're not the stars, but we're indispensable just the same. And that kind of is the story of not directly in a sexual context, but with Araceli and David. Once David got over his fear that Araceli was an ocean and realized, I'm not going to drown in it, I'm actually going to swim in it, then they took off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say something that was very similar to just that sense of seeking some kind of external validation when it's actually just the internal dynamic, the spiritual dynamic between the couple. That essentially what you shared. So yeah. Wow. Yeah. No, that's very true.
So it's also interesting, this thing that came up with the Queen and me, the creative tension between men and women. Sandra's interrupting me From an immature point of view, I'm thinking, who is this woman? Think she is blah 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 blah. But why is she interrupting me? Because she's thinking bigger picture. Hey, we got a whole bunch of people here. How cool will be if everybody's involved? I wasted 10 years trying to muffle my feelings. I want to kill this woman, right? Where's my feeling? Because I didn't know who woman was, right? So for us to pass on the war, my unconsciousness in terms of the violent feelings I had, because I do need to make my contribution, but I need to know my proper place. The fall was mostly about leaving one's position. So our job is to guide as men on the masculine. We got to guide love, protect love. Love doesn't start with us. So to be able to pass that, to see David and Araceli flying after 2 months when it took us 20 years, that's a good feeling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's my turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the next question, I think everyone said, everything. So the next question is, how can a new couple make room for another person in their life instead of squeezing their new person into their own existing life?
Are you talking about children?
I'm talking about in the new couple, right? When we're starting to create your relationship with this new person, started to get, adapt to this new person. How can we make room for them instead of wanting to squish them into our idea of what they should be doing in our couple, I guess.
I get it.
So it's like going from first. How do you go from the first to the second blessing?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Well, I could say something.
Go ahead, baby.
Okay. Before John, yeah, it's kind of like, BC and AD, but I have BJ and,
Watch it now.
CJ celebrating. Before John, I was perfectly happy with my life. I had lots of money. Well, not lots, but I had money and I had my routine that I carried out. And I had my group of friends that I hung out with, and whatever was going on in my life was quite fine. I was very happy. And then another person appeared. First of all, my friends would say to me, I lost a lot of friends because they would say, that must be that guy on the phone. We can tell because your voice changes. So they would all get up and walk out. This was my buddies. You want to go to the movies on Thursday? No, you're going to be hanging out with that guy. We ain't going. So in some ways, John you can imagine John made his own way. However, one of the things that I had to do was to think not only about myself, but kind of like that old idea, what would Jesus do? What would John do under certain circumstances? And where is the place that I make some room for him? If you're moving into an apartment together, what of my furniture can we keep? There's the old joke that used to be where there's the old stinky chair that the woman can't stand and the man wants to keep it because it's where his dog slept, whatever. But you start having to make emotional as well as physical changes. You can't hang out with the guys at night. You can't gossip on the phone with the girls. There are places where we need to make physical changes in our lives, and this will help us in making emotional changes, and vice versa.
I would add that we have to. There's a place in the Bible where it says that a child separates from its parents and cleaves to their wives, right? So most of our lives prior to stepping into the blessing, we're trying to please our parents, right? Who were stand-ins for God, but guess what? They ain't God. So being a good boy or a good girl who got validation from your parents, it's important, but it's a new dance, right? And so assuming that you know the other person, I don't think you can know the other person until you go through a rite of passage and separate from your parents, because the blessing is way more powerful than we think. It's like actually God gave to Adam and Eve, he said, be fruitful, multiply, and take dominion. So those three blessings are actually all connected. So the blessing is your ticket to run the world in partnership with other couples who've discovered love and are the owners of it. That doesn't sound like a description of my parents.
Mm.
So I was unconsciously trying to impress my parents, and guess what, baby? You weren't so impressed, were you?
No.
Oh, okay. David, you know something about trying to win the blessing and approval of parents, right? How did that help you with winning the trust of your queen, trying to be a good Japanese son?
It definitely felt like something that I needed to work through, and it was definitely no, I mean, it was definitely hard and something that needed to be worked out before I was able to be, completely present and one with my wife.
Yeah. I think also we're in a, not surprisingly, an Asia-centric movement. I think it's changing with the work that people like Andrew and others are doing, that we're thinking planet, not just, respect for where the founders came from. But in the Asian world, whether you understand the elders or not is not important. You have to show deference. But when you're blessed, you're walking on uncharted snow. You are this, God wants you to be the center of the cosmos. So if you're walking in footsteps, you're not in the blessing, because it's all new with you at the center, and God's sitting back and saying, so how do you want to run the world? Am I supposed to be running the world? Yeah. Through love. Yeah, that's right. So I think we're more scared of success than we are of failure. We're more scared of power than we are of being nobody. I know how to be nobody. I know how to be a worthless piece of blah, blah, blah. I don't know how to be the queen's sacred man.
You're getting there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I completely agree.
Yeah.
So, well, can I ask, can we stick on that point about uncharted, right? You said uncharted territory, but
Correct.
doing it together with other people, right? That's one clear advantage to the blessing, is that you go to this ceremony typically with a bunch of other people, and there you're kind of brothers and sisters in arms. And so how do you navigate those two that seem like opposite energies, right? That we're alone in this, but we're together in this. So how
Well, that's brilliant. Just for people who don't know, Andrew is one of the more brilliant people in the movement who.
Tell your friends, everybody. Tell your friends.
Yeah, no, I can get brilliant, but it takes me 40 minutes to warm up. Andrew, as a stand-up comedian, he clears his throat and spits out, and this green phlegm changes the world that he just hawked out. So you just laid it out. This seeming irreconcilable difference that we're together and we're not. So you got to be part of a community who are also going on uncharted water. We can't have a heavenly propaganda community where, isn't it great? No, isn't it scary and beautiful and crazy and what? Yeah, that community can change the world.
Well, if I recall correctly, when True Father did the first matching here in the United States, 1969, he told the couples that they should form trinities. That is, you would have three couples and they would support each other however possible. I don't think that happened during that time. People were friends, but not really in that supportive role. I'm starting to see that now. And there is a place in which I would definitely call for that three couple support. Because if I'm having some difficulty with this person, I can always go to that person within my Trinity and we can work things out. I think that's highly important, that we don't just cut, and there's nobody. So it's after the Manse, a lot of people think, okay, now what do I do? And this becomes a problem. So finding others that are like us, I think, is highly important. We didn't have that benefit. And so for the younger people, that's paramount, and I recommend it so highly.
I would add, I'm going to lean on the our professional background, just having done thousands and thousands of hours of therapy from everyone from
Okay.
couples to murderer. I worked in prisons and other places. It's the same story. I mean, everybody's dealing with the same set of cards, just in a different context. No parents announced that we'd like to announce the birth of our son Richard, the future rapist and murderer. I mean, it's like we all start out with the best intentions, want the same things, and things happen in our lives, right? So I think there are some basic universal emotional challenges that come up collectively if in relationship to us running the universe centered on love. I think for women, it's dealing with the disappointment of how dopey men are. You cannot escape it. There's no way around it. Now you can be great. Sandra's been gracious about it, so she's not going to complain. But I've gotten, it's like she's just a very patient woman. That doesn't mean that I wasn't dopey. And for men, it's like the terror of having to deal with an ocean. Women are just scary, and we can think about it, be grateful to our mother. It doesn't change the fact that women are scary. So we need to have conversation as men. We need to have conversations about how scary it is to have to deal with a woman, and create a safe place where we can talk about it without any judgment. And women have to be able to get it out without hating men, or without being dominated by resentment. And I don't think there's any way around that, because Satan put that, Father said, the seeds of hatred that were sown at the time of the fall will be harvested in the last days. So we got to separate from Satan on the planetary level as blessed central couples. See, you inspire me, Andrew. I'm learning how to be articulate and say it in one sentence. Thank you.
You know all the words. You know all the words there are.
Yeah, but I'm scared, so I mumble and bumble. But this queen, she says, John, would you stop imitating Bob Dylan and just be yourself? Don't stop Jimi Hendrix.
You made me believe that she has treats in her pocket and she feeds them to you and you're a good boy every once in a while.
Well, all the time. She's just all the time. The breast is always, the metaphorical breast is always there. I got to get over my fear that once I drink from it, it's not just, ooh, this is nice. It's going to change me. Am I ready to change? Has being loved by Araceli changed you, David?
Oh, absolutely.
Is it a challenge? The speech, she wants you to become the greatest man in the world, just like that. For me, I got these mixed feelings. Oh, baby, love me, but not too fast. Let me. You go through, is that just me, or you go through that, or talk about it?
I can relate with that. Yeah, and that definitely scares all my insecurities like crazy, because I completely resonate. I want to be the best version of me, best person I can be, and it's like it's wonderful, but and also on the other side, scary for sure.
Yeah, brutal.
The one thing I want to bring up, and I know we're doing a lot of questions, but one thing I think needs to be brought up, and that is that a couple should not expect, especially the spouse, to be perfect immediately. We're all looking for that guy on the white horse. He ain't coming. Who's going to show up is the guy with the ripped jeans and the old cranky car that breaks down every 2 or 3 blocks. And our job as women, and conversely as men, is to help that person become our ideal, not by taking them and saying, okay, baby, now you got to dye your hair blonde and you got to lose 50 pounds. But by looking inside the beauty of what's there. I said to my husband at one point this morning, what do you think of this dress I'm wearing, this 13-year-old dress? What do you think? And he says, I'm not really looking at the dress. I'm looking in your eyes. And I'm like, oh my God. Because
it's
whole new relationship. We just got married again, just got blessed. And that's what we need to do, is find the beauty in the person instead of going out with our checklists and looking for the flaws. My relationship's not like Sally's and Bill's relationship, so therefore we're wrong. But trying to figure out, I always advise mission statements at the beginning of every marriage, making a mission statement. Here's what we're going to accomplish. And recognizing that there are going to be challenges, and how we solve them is important.
Baby, I think there's cosmic implications. This is not just about the dress, but we want to create the kingdom of heaven. The long and short of it is, you have to have community. Unless a woman is happy and not worrying about whether dress is old, you're not going to have community. So when women are excited, everyone is drawn to the woman. So you need a woman who lets it clear. Yeah, you can you can smell the fragrance of my sweet perfume. Only my man can crawl in the flower and get the nectar, but everybody's welcome to the perfume. So there's a public place to that, and because men are so insecure, we don't know how to deal with our insecurity, our possessiveness, and our pride. My wife, she comes back from the grocery store. She says, Johnny, this gentleman just came up to me and asked for my number. I said, well, baby, you're doing something right. It's like, so it's like, I don't have to worry about Sandra because she's so frustrated with me, but let me try somebody else. I don't have to worry about that. But it makes
one of you is enough.
But it makes me feel so good that there's so much light coming through her, and I had something to do with that other men say, like, hello. They're praising my attentiveness to taking care of this flower in this garden. And that's a subject that could be easily misunderstood. Because we need to attract the world, and so it's easy to misunderstand that. I want to go back to something. Go ahead, David. Go ahead. I'm going to take a cue from Sandra and defer to you.
No, please share what you're going to share. But then the follow-up question would be, what Sandra was alluding to earlier, how important it is to create a common vision early on in the relationship, in the beginning of the relationship, and then follow up after that is talk a little bit about the third blessing, on how it plays into marriage. What if we're not perfect before we get into the blessing?
I'm getting to it.
It's connected.
I was telling you, what did you say? We couldn't hear it.
No, I was just saying we're getting ahead of ourselves, but you can go back to what you were gonna say, and then we can connect it to the questions.
Well, this might be helpful in dealing with that. I'm going to go back to what Andrew was talking about, the seemingly opposites. It's like, yeah, we're isn't it great being together, and we're alone. It's like, got to keep that in mind. Mike Tyson, when he was at his prime, he would be knocking people out in the first round on a regular basis, and people would come up to him and they would say, what's it like to be knocking all these people out and be fearless? He says, are you kidding? I'm scared every time I go into the ring, terrified, but I put my fear on the tip of my sword and I use it for me, right? So when I'm present and when I'm not trying to impress David and other men, like, hey, yeah, I got it going on with my queen over here. Yeah, no, I'm never afraid. When I'm just real about that, then things open up and I see the bigger picture. And it's kind of what you're talking about, Andrew, these seemingly irreconcilable opposites. We're laying in bed and snuggling. I got my leg thrown over the queen. And I'm saying, like, I guess I can handle being with her. And then this all-powerful woman turns into a little girl, and all of a sudden I realize I'm daddy, whether I think I am or not. And she just wants to talk, and it doesn't matter what I say because I'm daddy. And I just sit there and I say, all right. And she thinks I'm brilliant. Why? Because I'm not only a scared guy dealing with women, I'm also daddy. And they're happening concurrently. So I think we need to master origin division union, that There's always two sides of the coin. And once we master that, then we're qualified to step into the third blessing, but not until we do that. I'm both terrified of you, baby, and I'm so glad to be your dad.
Well, okay. Good job. Hold on to it.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I was thinking about some of the things that you brought up, David. You were talking about the common vision, and as I said, uh, every marriage, every blessing has a vision and a challenge, whether we see it or not. So we used to talk about how we were restoring things that had to be fixed. But now we look at just the fact that everybody's got a problem to deal with. And on the high noon level, when we have difficulty dealing with our challenges, what we tend to do is fall back on the thing that used to give us comfort. So if that was masturbation, pornography, smoking, drinking, drugs, whatever it was. Yeah, I straightened out my life 5 years ago. I joined the unification movement. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm a great person now. I've made all these declarations to God. But gee, I'm really scared in my relationship with my man or my woman. So, gee, I remember when I used to feel pretty good, playing video games all day. And so I will always go back to my comfort. And when we find ourselves going back to our comfort, we need to realize that is a challenge in our lives. And it's one that we not only can overcome, but need to overcome to become a real person.
And that comfort doesn't have to be a negative thing. So in my case, I was doing amazing things in my home church area, and I was really having impact in people's lives. I got blessed. Sandra goes to bed. She gets woken up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom or whatever, and she looks around, and Johnny's not home because it's 3 a.m. and I'm having an amazing conversation in my home church area with some old timers, right? So, we got to look at where we are, what works in the first blessing. You can't cash that in the second blessing. It's like, it's a new dance. Couple is not the same thing as individual. First blessing is figure out who you are. That's really more the men's realm. Women don't have to figure out who they are because basically God is already with women unless you've been traumatized as a female, right? In other words, the masculine God who took the initiative to create the world, plus and plus, in other words, the masculine God and male humanity, plus and plus repel. So we have to figure out who we are. That's our challenge. That's what the first blessing is all about. The second blessing is relationship. As illustrated in this thing, was I interested in the relationship of the group? No, I had to make my brilliant point. David, you know me, you can wait, right? So it's being illustrated right here in front of our eyes that there's a different set of rules that apply here. And so, it's just that it's not that it's wrong, but we want to get credit for all the good stuff we've done. You already got credit for that. Know that you're stepping onto snow that's never been walked on. It's new. Nobody knows what they're doing in the blessing because it's never happened. And true parents paid such a price to open that door. You think they had time to join High Noon and have these discussions? You think they had like Sandra and I, we found David and Araceli. You think they found a younger couple who really got them? Doesn't look that way to me. They didn't have that freedom.
Yeah.
Now the grandmother in me wants to talk about the third blessing.
Go ahead.
Yes, because there is a time when people can be so wrapped up in each other that the third part of us doesn't get fulfilled. If you're talking about perfection, because a lot of people say, well, I've got to be perfect before I have children, in which case, going by our usual concept of perfection, there would be no children on earth. We would die out like the Shakers. So therefore, we need to look at perfection, that place where I wouldn't do anything that I knew would hurt God. I wouldn't do anything that I knew would hurt my body or that would hurt another person or that would hurt the created world. That's the real perfection. Because when we've reached that point, we've broken down a lot of barriers. And I therefore tell people, there are externals that you need to have in place. But if you're dealing with, if you're dealing with taking care of your dog, there are things, I shouldn't have said that like that because the dog people will hate me. But, the cat people will not. No, that's another story. We don't have pets because we traveled too much and we knew we couldn't have pets. We had a child, that was enough. But if you're looking at how you're going to have your life, John talked about his old timers. How can John have his third blessing, his community, and have a wife? These are the things you need to work out in your contract. If you're doing something special, I have people that say, well, I love my wife, but I got to do carb. And my wife's in Albania and I need to be in New Jersey. And so therefore they're functioning on two different continents, trying to carry out a new blessing. All of this is so important that we figure out what it means to us to make the sacrifices that we make, and yet to live the kind of life that we need to live in order to support our couple. We can't just leave our children on the street. We need to make sure that when we are ready to have children, we are ready to give them a real home so that that generation doesn't get shortchanged and resentful.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say about that.
Well, I want to respond to that from the masculine point of view. I think in essence, what you're talking about is intention, right? In essence. But I think for me in my journey, for a long time, I didn't know how insecure I was. I got so much positive feedback. I'm a guy, I've gotten a little feedback over the years. Wow, that's really deep, John. Wow, I never thought about that, John. You're an amazing guy, right? But it was easier to be a deep, amazing guy than it was to be present with this woman and figure out what she wants, right? So I'm not saying that I shouldn't be helping other people, but what is my motivation? So when we look at it, are we doing it out of fear, or are we doing it out of the desire to become owners? And I think for men, as I mentioned before, that fear is the challenge. For women, disappointment is the challenge, right? So are women avoiding their disappointment by, so let me focus on doing God's will. Yeah, if you're doing God's will and you're getting cancer because you're really disappointed and it's going to come up later, yeah, we'll say nice things at your songhua, but it would be better if you had dealt with your disappointment and never died, right? So I just feel that, I think you're an important person, Andrew, because I'm just not the guy who is an MC who's going to get up and talk to the world. I'm going to write my books, and those who want to read them, wonderful. But I think you're in a very important position in the realm of the third blessing, getting people to be comfortable talking about things that no one wants to talk about. But until we talk about them, it ain't going to work. So, Andrew, I want to ask you, how do you feel having the sunshine from elders placed on you? And we're talking about how important you are with that. And from my point of view, amazing ability that you have that comes from God. No other way to explain it from my point of view. Makes you feel good, makes you uncomfortable. What?
I didn't understand the question.
David, did you understand the question? David, did you understand the question?
It was a beautiful question, but I would like for you to repeat it.
Yeah, please. I need an interpreter, David.
I was amazed by the question, but
yeah,
I wouldn't be able to repeat that.
I'm saying that we need to get to the third blessing, but we can't.
Okay.
Until we deal with the unfinished business in the second blessing. And the problem is that unfinished business is insidious. It's satanic, meaning Satan dresses in the robes of righteousness while doing dirt. So as a man, I do righteous things in service of avoiding my fear. Women sacrifice in service of avoiding their disappointment. And we get cancer, so we lose a lot of great women, okay? And we get a lot of pretense that the young people say, I don't want to deal with this guy because he can't share, because I'm so addicted to all the positive feedback I get from being a great, helpful guy, right? And I think the gift that I see with you is you're firmly stepping into the third blessing, talking about the things we need to deal with in order to get there.
Sure.
I don't see other people. I don't. There's not a long line of people saying, "Oh, okay, well, if Andrew gets COVID, I'll do his job." I don't see anyone else being able to do what you're doing. So
We're working on it. We have a machine that's building more.
but my
people
question
into
is, how does it feel? You know, Sandra and I are elders, and we're pointing out something profound that you have that's indispensable. Is it more uncomfortable? It's exciting, or like I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Uncle John. But you're not.
No, it's good. I got you. So about the whole thing about the third blessing, that's the theme of this kind of check-in. We're doing this 9-year anniversary, and it's really the revelation that we've been given over the past year is that we are the ones to bring about a certain culture. And that culture is based on the 5 virtues, which are honesty, accountability, grace, integrity, courage. But we as an organization do not have the power or the authority to even speak those words unless we are living them in our own second blessing. So in our relationships as husband and wife, but also as a team. So we have no impact when we go to a community unless we are living it. And so they're inextricably linked. You know, that's just the kind of world that we're given, is that everything's so fast paced and you have to kind of work out the 3 blessings simultaneously in some cases. And the success and the hardships kind of go bilaterally if you line them up. But yeah, really, honestly, we me as a person and we as a team at High Noon, we are the beneficiaries of just being thrown into a topic where the only way out is to create some sort of fire, some sort of light. And that seems to ignite through difficult conversations. So we run towards difficult conversations, have them until they stop being difficult. And now we're powerful because we're not afraid. We have no superpower other than we're used to having the conversations that nobody else wants to, but they're actually fun once you have them, because that's where all the gold is.
I have a question. Thank you so much, Andrew, for clarifying that. I have a question for David and Araceli. You're relating as young people to your parents and as young blessed people to your communities. What barriers have you found and how have you overcome them?
Barriers in regards to what? Sorry.
Well, barriers in trying to relate to them, to your community, and to your parents as a blessed couple, which gives you some authority, but maybe also puts you in the position you're still the children.
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess for me, actually, what I was thinking about this is, I guess there's still some fear to talk about what we're talking about with people from our age, and even for all the elder couples in our movement, and let's say especially in the local church that we're in at the moment. There's a lot of fear of judgment, comparison, fear that we're not portraying the perfect picture of a couple, and most people are very closed to that type of conversation. So I guess we are slowly relating to our community, I guess first at a superficial level, just trying to be there, just trying to connect, and at whatever level we are allowed to, in terms of just hanging out, for example, as friends and stuff, but not in the level that we can talk with you, for example, or with Andrew or other couples in the High Noon programs, for example. And with my parents, and my parents were slowly coming together as being part of a bigger extended community, a bigger extended family, like the tribe. And we are slowly, I guess, getting to this position where even though we're still children, we're also another couple, another family unit. And so it's a growth and adaptation type of process, but it's getting there. I feel like more so with my family than the community.
Yeah, I can share that there's definitely some friction. I agree with everything you said. Also, I can see that there's friction between couples and families that can talk about certain deeper topics revolving sex and all that, some hard topics to talk about, and couples that are still reluctant to that. So I definitely see a friction and in our movement, and it's I see that friction. I don't know exactly how, there's but I can definitely relate to that.
Yeah, and I feel like you mentioned before, we need to be able to recognize and acknowledge that this is a new thing that we're doing, and we're trying to go into uncharted territory. And if we do that, then anything that we're doing is just part of the growth, the journey, right? But because we don't get to do that as a community, then anything that we do is always a problem, it's an issue, and it's we shouldn't talk about it, or we just only should talk about it with the one person that would try to help us, and nobody else know about it because it's like hush hush or something like that, and we start like getting scared of being honest, but it's just part of the process. And if you change the mind frame about it, the perspective on it, it's just part of the process. So yeah, we're still, I guess, trying to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I have to cut up this beautiful moment because we are out of time.
We're not
But
leaving.
well, we're gonna kick you out. We have power. Okay, we have buttons that we can press.
It looks like we don't have 4 minutes left.
No, I have to.
No.
It's a buffer.
Jeez. No, yeah, I gotta
30 seconds to sort of 40 seconds
sure.
to summarize something.
If you know what 40 seconds smells like, then please go. Let's see this happen.
You want to go, baby?
Okay. It's the most beautiful thing in the world to go through the blessing. What we need to do is to knock out all of the barriers that we can find, including those within ourselves that are preventing us from seizing this incredible blessing and this amazing opportunity of being alive at this time on earth. And I'm just thankful and grateful to all of you for listening today and being a part of our conversation.
All right, babe. Oh, look, now I got to really
don't
do
take
it.
my time. You got 5 seconds.
So I would say it's important to look at the blessing in the context of infinity and eternity. So in terms of that means we don't accuse each other because we're going to have to live with each other forever, but we do hold each other accountable with love. So speaking of love, I thought I was trying to hold our brother Andrew Love accountable. And I liked your response, Andrew. And what I would say is it's inevitable. We're going to miscalculate. We're going to have crises. But the Ice Age created these beautiful mountains. The crisis in the unification movement of avoidance created high noon, right? 400 years of slavery created jazz.
You got it.
Yeah. So let's not be afraid of tough times. They're giving birth to something beyond our imagination that's beautiful.
Thank you.
Achoo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on,
Thank you
everybody.
for having us. Thank you for
so
having
much.
us.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Just a lot of smiles and thank yous.
Yes.
I think we are going to
Kick us
welcome
out.
back up. Yeah, I'm
And
trying.
scene.
Sway, get these people out of here. Thank you. Beautiful. See what power I have? I can make people disappear. We're going to welcome up my man, Benji, up to the stage.
Hey.
What up?
Hey,
Nice to
Andrew.
be here. We both have pictures in the background. Look at us. We've made it. We made it. So yeah, I'm going to pass you the baton. But first of all, everybody, please understand that that's why I was working in the back. She's on the ones and twos, just making things happen. But also Benji's like writing emails. Those emails that you just got, he made those exist in the span of seconds with his sharp mind and his amazingness. So he was doing both while in preparation for that. So props for Benji. So everybody give it up for him. Thank you, Benji, for doing that. I was trying to read messages and trying to focus at the same time, and I saw you. I see you. So now you're going to have your conversation about parents and children. So I'm going to just back out. Welcome.
All right, Andrew.
Everybody to the stage. Benji Uyama.
Thanks, Andrew. Give him a big hand. Andrew has 3 children of his own, and I would love for him to be part of this conversation, but he needs to take a break. So I'm going to be hosting for the next few hours, my friends, and we're going to have some guests coming on just in a second. But before we do that, we have to take a step back to ask y'all to take action. All right. If you go to the website, highnoon.org, the homepage, on the very front page, there is 2 actions you guys can take. Number 1, you can join a free program right there, which is totally free, guys. We have nothing to sell you. We do this because we want to give you a high noon life, a life without shadows, a pure water life, right? As Mother talks about it. And you can also claim your free copy of the Core of the Universe course, which only will be accessible to you guys that are participating live. We're going to be taking it down from the public view completely after this stream ends. All right. So get it now while you can and join a program. This is why we're doing this, my friends. If you're wise enough to notice, we do these events because we want to give you something valuable, but also we want to bring you into our world, not so that we can sell you something, but so that we can be part of a community. If you really ask yourself deep down, we know that we all want desperately in our hearts to be part of a community and to experience love. And we call them the 5 virtues of high noon. So that's really what we're doing. So if that's for you, go to highnoon.org to join our program. All right. So to preface our next conversation, this is really a topic that came from our hearts for parents. All right. But also for individuals, if you're not a parent yourself, I'm sure that you're listening to this and you're thinking about your own experience being raised in this world, being raised maybe in this movement, and being raised in a culture that is highly sexualized, and you would say hypersexualized, to the point where it's one of the most confusing times in history to raise children. All right. And so we have 2 individuals that are going to help us navigate this conversation to give y'all, hopefully, some confidence and excitement and less fear around the topic of guiding our children through sexual integrity, to have healthy sexuality, heavenly sexuality in a good way, especially at a confusing time in our world. All right. So let's welcome to the stage our first guest, which is going to be Akira Watanabe. Akira-san, welcome, brother.
Hey, Benji. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, bud. I can hear you. I can see you. And we're going to be excited to hear from you. Akira-san is, you guys might have known him from Las Vegas, Carp, right? Very active for many years, and also GPA staff. And now he's got his own business going on over there, right?
Right.
That's quite a shift in mission for you, but I'm really excited and happy to have you here. So I wanted to have you because you have children yourself, a bunch of teens that you've raised, but also importantly, your experience of working with so many young people in our faith. I think you're privy to understand the unique struggles of raising young people in our culture, right? So having your perspective will be very valuable. How are you doing, by the way?
It's good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
All parents care the children. That's core of our hearts. So yeah, I'm glad I can offer something today.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fear around it too. So we hope to dispel a little bit of that, right? So welcome to the stage, our second guest, Amelia Lindemann. How you doing?
Hello.
Good to see you. Last time I saw you was in Cheongpyeong last year.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So you are the director of School of Love. This is new. You were on the podcast, the High Noon podcast recently, but for people that don't know, this School of Love is a department under High Noon International, and Amelia is our new director very recently, right? Yeah. But also, she doesn't look it, but she's blessed in marriage and has, how many kids do you have now?
4 kids and
4
1
children.
kid in the spirit world, so 5
Whoa.
kids.
Wow.
How do you do that? You look so young.
Thank you.
How old is your oldest, by the way, Amelia?
She is 11.
11.
And our youngest is 3.
Yeah. And so, Akira, what are your kids' ages?
We have 21, 19, and 16, and 10. 4 kids. Same.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Gotcha. I'm going to be hosting, asking you guys some questions, but just for some context, I have 3 children myself. They are 9, 7, and a 1-year-old. So we're all at like different stages, it seems, in our parenting journey. But I really wanted to throw this conversation to both of you to kind of open up this really difficult. I know for a fact that if we have parents listening to this, it's such a, I don't know how to explain it. It's such a difficult thing to listen to because honestly, none of us can really say that we are fully cracked the code on how to help our children navigate life and sexuality, especially, right? But I think there's a lot that we've learned. There's a lot that you guys have learned in your work and also as parents, and it's worth sharing and will be very valuable to people. So let's start with that. Maybe talk about your own journeys as parents in terms of how you have viewed raising children and guiding them in their own sexual journey. Maybe Akira-san or Amelia, whoever wants to go first.
I was a little bit reflecting on this, and though I was as you said, mentioned that I was a leader, take care of the many, teenagers, 18, 19, 20s. And when it comes to the own children, it's perspective a little shift. So perspective, or because some of when I can guide the parents and the children and they talk about it, when it comes to the own children, definitely some sort of I realize that fear, that temptation, that I don't want to face this. I don't want to find out. Though I love it and I want to take care of the children, but at the same time, don't want to reveal uncover the things. That's definitely I myself went through. I just want to let the parent. So I'm the same, leader to get a GPA and a car. Come to the own children. I can talk about this freely to any other children, but I come to the own children. I definitely challenge my own fear to deal with it. Because anything the challenge that children go through is my responsibility. Am I doing right as a parent? Am I good parents? Am I successful parents? Because it's so important thing. That's why it's become so fear to fail as a parent. Yeah, that's what I can put.
Yeah, I hope to get into that a bit, but maybe let's go to Amelia before that.
Yeah, I feel like I just kind of started this journey of talking about sexuality with my kids recently. But I just, through starting to work with School of Love, I realized the importance. And I guess, I've also had a lot of worries myself as well. But I just realized that the main thing is just to have this conversation so my kids know it's okay to talk about this at home. And also to kind of just take away this secrecy or shame, because otherwise they hear it from other places and they just wonder, like, oh, is that something okay to talk about with my parents? Like, is it a bad word? Or, all this, these worries might come up. But if I start as a parent, I already make the initiative to talk with my kids and show them I'm open to talk about this. You can come to me with any kind of question. Then it's like a free platform then for them to just come again and again, like, oh, I saw this, or a friend mentioned this, and maybe I don't know the answer, but at least we can talk about it. And that it already relieves so much stress or worry from the child's side. And also, it also helps me as a parent to just know what's going on in their lives and what do they observe. Because sometimes we think, oh, cover this, cover that, but our kids see everything and they see us covering it, and then they get even more curious about it.
So when you started having those conversations, was there any reservations or kind of fears that came up that you had to overcome?
Also just worries about doing it right. Like, where do I start? But I just went by feeling, and also who do I start with? I have 4 kids, and the 2 oldest are 9 and 11, and then I have 2 younger boys, 3 and 6, and so it's like, okay, who do I tell what? but yeah, I just started with my 2 older girls to talk more about sexuality. And then I told everyone a bit about pornography. My 3-year-old was just playing. He wasn't interested, but yeah, we did have a conversation about that too.
Gotcha. Hi, Makiko-san. The Mrs. Watanabe is here. Welcome.
Hi.
Now you're one.
now you're one. It's good to have you.
Always one.
Yeah, I was going to ask Akira-san about this question too. You know, you're mentioning some personal fears or challenges when talking with someone that's so close to home, right? Our children. Whereas it's sometimes easier to help people that are a little distant from us.
Yes,
absolutely.
absolutely.
So and I know this is an ongoing thing, right? But I can sense that you've made some victories in this area. You've had some wins. So what did you have? I mean, come on, right?
Okay. All right.
Give yourself credit, right?
Here, absolutely, I'll be honest, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So last night I talked to my son, one of my sons.
Yeah.
Just opportunity came up. I thought it's a God sign. You know, he just went to the youth ministry at the Friends Church and a Christian church, and the guy was, hey, those who has issues of porn or masturbations, come to front, we'll pray for you. And he shared that. I took as a sign that actually he is looking for the opportunity to talk, but he can't come to me. So he's kind of sending a signal so that I thought, hey, let's talk. And I just started to drive randomly. And it was 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So we started to drive. Yeah, it's 9 p.m. So it's late. But I thought I can't lose this opportunity. It's kind of awkward time. He's tired, but if I missed it when it comes, maybe he want to talk about it. I have to catch the signal. So yeah, I just had a talk actually last night.
There you go. Wow. So you faced the fear.
I did it. Yeah. And, yeah, you know, it's everyone, especially second generation, they are very sensitive to this all kind of emotion, especially this shame, because the conscience is so clear and it is something he was really didn't want to talk about it. You know, I could feel that I don't want to talk about it. And but you know, it's very important to me not just talk about it, create an environment that doesn't feel any kind of pressure or fear. Really, I have to be ready. Hey, let's talk. And I understand. You going through that? Totally get it. It's no. You know, so that not just bring up the topics, but I be able to give that feeling that I'm here just to help and I'm willing to listen to anything. You know, remove all the shame. So that's what I did, and then he shared everything. Yeah.
Good for you. Makiko-san, how do you feel about this?
Actually, you know what, Papa, I didn't tell you. So after that conversation, he came home. Actually, he played really bad last night. His volleyball game, it was the worst game he played ever in his life. And he had this conversation. He's so tired. He walked in, Mom, I'm so upset with Papa, you know. But then actually afterwards, so we have 3 boys. The one that Akira-san talked to was the youngest one. And he was talking about his oldest brother. And he's had some challenges. And he knows that his older brother felt judged by us for what he did. And he still is. And he said, Mom, I'll be very honest with you. I think you are judging him. And you are kind of pushing him out still. And you got to give him space. And I'm going to be so angry with you and Papa if you don't do anything differently. And he's only 16. But like talking about, you know, this being part of a true parent's family or closer to God, I feel our children really knows what is a genuine relationship, heart-to-heart relationship. And, you know, I know we're talking about sexuality and everything, but I think it really starts with this it's a heart-to-heart connection, love and love connection. And I think it takes time. You're definitely learning. And as you know, your children are younger, but our children are older. But I think that's just something we are definitely navigating.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. It's amazing. I'm secretly hoping your son will like jump on the other side of the screen. Like, hey, I'm here. Ready to share my high noon experience. No. It's great. I mean, it's very it's honest, and it's what we're here for, right? The thing is that, I mean, our statistics show that most men and most women in our movement are struggling with porn and masturbation. And we'll actually talk about that in the next session. Shout out to that, about our actual porn usage in our movement. And so it is kind of strange that we don't talk about it. If you think about it, it's kind of odd that Chief Father talked about it so constantly and endlessly, and we still don't feel comfortable talking about it. Right. So that's why we're here. And we appreciate you showing up and being honest, and both of you, right, Amelia, sharing recent experiences about this. But Amelia, did you have anything to add on to this?
Yeah. I really feel like God wants to reclaim sexuality, because like you said, Benji, True Father has been talking about it for ages. There is somehow this shame that has been inherited for ages, maybe since Adam and Eve. And it even blocks us from talking about it within our own family. I don't know, maybe it's a similar shame, I don't know. But I mean, sexuality, we see it's still going on all over in the world, and it's being used for other things that hasn't been related to God. But God really wants us back. And that's why I think, that's why it's so important that we just make this move as parents, because that's where it starts. That's where, like, what's a better way than through us as parents to talk to our kids that sexuality, it's a beautiful thing. It's going to be amazing. But yeah, within a healthy couple, a loving relationship. And yeah, if we don't say that, then they just pick up all these little messages all around. And then, like, I just know growing up myself, it's like sexuality. Ooh, what is that? Like, I couldn't even read it from the DP because I was like, I can't say that word. And then at some point, you realize, oh, it has to be done because you have to, like, if you want to get blessed and have a family, it's a part of life. So then you have to change your whole. I mean, everyone has their own way they grew up with sexuality, but I think a lot of us relate to it in first a negative way, rather than first a positive way. And so I think God really wants to change that whole dynamic, and so that we first relate to it as a positive thing, but also with the knowledge of how its amazing power can be used, right? Like within a loving, blessed relationship. Because it can be used in other ways, right? Like in other negative ways, and it's been really pulling us down.
As people of faith, we traditionally tend to focus on the negative and the shadows of our sexuality. That's just how it is. And we rarely stop to think, is my sexuality good in any way? Where's the goodness in my sexuality? Where's the goodness in my sex drive, right? As a married man myself, I spent over a decade of my blessing just assuming actually that my sex drive is selfish and it's for me. And I'm like pushing it onto my wife as in it's like something wrong. And then it wasn't until recently where someone asked me the question, like, well, where's the goodness in that? I was like, well, of course it's a good thing. Otherwise we wouldn't have kids. Otherwise we wouldn't have this relationship. It wouldn't be a blessing. You know what I'm saying? But I never even stopped to think maybe this is a good thing, because I assumed. It was like a constant insidious assumption. It's like my sexuality is bad and wrong and selfish, and it's only for me. But if I think about it, I was like, well, I have children. I always prioritize my wife's sexual satisfaction, always, 100% of the time, right? And her emotional and spiritual satisfaction. So it's just interesting that we don't stop to think that with our children, because I have a 9-year-old son too, right? And my constant thing in my mind is like, I want to teach him that his sexuality is good, first of all, just like you were saying, Amelia, that it's good. It's a good thing. And don't feel ashamed. And if he asks me questions like when we're driving, which he does, I will just say it as straight as I can without feeling like heavy and weighted. Because as a son growing up in this world and our faith, I always remember feeling, I wish like talking about sex and porn was more light. Like I wish it wasn't so heavy. I remember feeling that, like at workshops with my parents, it was always like this thing you have to like go out into the mountains into a workshop that you have to only talk about at the end of the year during the winter workshops. And it was only within like a small little brothers group and sisters group. You know what I'm saying? But I remember feeling as a teenager, I was like, I wish people would just talk about it while they were making dinner, like while they're taking a walk with the dog or in the elevator. That's what I wanted because
Wow.
What does it teach a kid, honestly, when it's so heavy? It's like, it teaches that this is shameful and we can't talk about this, right? And that starts with us. That starts with parents. That's what we're teaching subconsciously when we make it such a big thing, right? It's like, I need to talk to you, son, next week at 5:00 p.m. about something really, really important, right? I don't know if people can really, I hate when people do that. It just like makes me so insecure and anxious. Anywho.
But yeah, also like when also parents do that, then the kid realizes, oh, this is how it feels talking about this. I don't want to do this again.
Yeah, because then they don't want to bring it up, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. I think we're talking about something really important, Benji. And I kind of realized that it's a high noon is not solving the problem, like, and it's just about the sexuality, but we're positively promoting, give a right perspective about sexuality. And because when, as a church member, they talk about it, it's always kind of fear of judgment. Oh, what the Japanese mom going to think about? We talk about sex, use the word, even S word. And then, okay, I can already feel that vibrations of what are you talking about? It's kind of judgment immediately. Don't talk about that. So subconsciously, we have those fear of judgment or something. But somebody have to start it. We need to, like you said, talk during a dinner time, talk about in the elevator. So constantly talk beauty of it, because it's a whole history that comes with the feeling of shame, guilt. That somebody, because this is like a marriage, this is something beautiful things, but somebody have to claim it. Something, but I have to start it. It is beautiful things, and it's become a more common. It's a majority start thinks, oh, this is a beautiful thing. Then society will start changing. So I think this is a beautiful conversation.
God bless High Noon for pioneering.
Yeah, you're a pioneer.
And also, really supporting this first few generations, right, of God's real family. We actually, it's been I'm sorry, but we are definitely going against the entire history. So it's challenging, but I think it's a rewarding work that we are finding, whatever the way, heavenly way, high noon way to talk about this.
Yeah. I always say that high noon is a concept that True Father made. True Mother talks about it in the form of pure water, right? It's a True Parents concept, and the organization High Noon, we're here to substantiate those concepts and make it practical and real in people's lives. Yeah. So that's the work that we're trying to do, for sure.
Wow. I'm so inspired. We need to have a checklist. Did we talk about sex today? Check. About dinner time.
Every day.
Yes, we did.
It's funny. Like, I actually look for chances for me to talk about sexuality, even when it's totally uncalled for. Just this week, actually, here's my recent story. I was driving, picking up my son up from school, and we were driving, and we were talking about kind of how it's challenging for us as men, like me and my son. It's hard for us to understand our emotions and talk about it. And so he's noticed this, that it's easier for his sister, his younger sister, to talk about her emotions, like how she's doing today, right? If I ask her how she's doing, she'll talk about it. My son's like, fine, everything's fine, right? And so he's noticed that it's hard for him to understand his emotions and talk about them. And so we were talking about that in the car, and I was like, yeah, I have a hard time too. Like I sometimes just ignore the difficult things and I just don't think about it. And I have a lot of experiences in my life that were really traumatizing, and I didn't even like tell anybody about it. I didn't know how to digest the experience, and it only came up later in life that it really affected me. And then he asked me, can you give me an example? Right? He's like, can you give me an example? And so I thought of I thought of the most traumatizing thing I could think of, which is when I was 11 years old, there was an older dude sleeping at our house, and he asked me to like touch his private part, right? And I was really young. I didn't really make meaning of it, but it was something that I always carried as like a huge sense of shame and guilt that I did that. Because I thought that was like, I fell, basically. That's how I felt. Like I fell, you know? And I told him that while we were driving, and I said it with like a smile on my face. So yeah, this kid told me to touch his wiener, his penis while he was at our house. And he was like, oh, okay. Right? That was it. And then the whole conversation ended, right? So I'm trying to find random places to like talk about this like really heavy stuff, but in a kind of a familiar way. Like, hey, you know, this is life. Stuff happens, you know? My parents did the best they could, and still stuff happened, right? But yeah, I just, by the way, just talking about my parents, they did everything right. Like on paper, the software, you know, blocking software, the conversations, talking about stuff, ongoing conversations about sexual, you know, porn, masturbation. But still, it was a struggle, you know? So I give grace to parents, but I also want to say, like, we're going to make mistakes, and nothing cannot be redeemed, you know? So there you go.
Wow. That's, you know, like a most heavy thing, we just kind of talk, kind of, you know, casually, or because we human just deal with this with constant shame, because you know, God is in us, constantly want to be a better person, want to be overcome those things. That's why this dealing with the fear, shame is such kind of very important. So as we want to create a better world and a better relationship, we need to become people who can remove those shame, because that's what they're blocking us to go forward. And so that, you know, that's a constant to bring up those things. That's always talk a positive thing, and so we make a mistake, but we are in the process of the, you know, moving to idea that's constant, the growing mindset. You know, it's okay, that problem, because yes, we're still dealing with some stuff, you know, in our lives, but don't worry, we got each other. I think that's the culture that we need constant to bring up. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I also think often as parents we think, oh, we shouldn't tell our kids our mistakes, right? Because then they might make the same ones. But it's totally, usually not true, because usually they can learn from our own mistakes, and we don't need to look perfect for them, right? Because actually that will just frustrate them even more. It's like, why am I not perfect like mom and dad, when actually they aren't perfect? Nobody is. And one thing that also motivated me is I was thinking, what do I really want to pass on to my kids, right? Like, when I die, like, what do I want to tick off that list? Like, actually, education, it's not the most important thing. I want them to feel absolutely loved. I want them to have a great relationship with God. And that's where I was like, oh, like, am I really living that? Like, I have to check myself. I have to really strive also now to achieve that goal, so that I can pass it on to my kids. And then also sexuality, having a really healthy sex life and a healthy view of what sexuality is. That's also something I want to pass on to my kids for their future, right? So that when they are at that point, that they can be even more successful in their relationship.
Yes.
That's just something that motivated me to just break this ice, right? Because it's sometimes it's like how do I say these things to my kids? It like you can't really visualize how it would hear or sound to anybody. But yeah, you just do it. I think there is actually no huge rocket science behind it. It's just opening up your heart to this kind of culture in your own family.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're so beautiful. Beautifully said. Yeah. I just kind of wanted to go back to what you said, Benji, like just bringing up this, we can unfortunately we can make mistakes, and but we will do our best. I think as parents or as older generations in this faith community, we say we do have like faith in God, faith in true parents, but I feel like that it's rather than faith, this kind of more substantial, faithful relationship with the God in ideal or in high noon setting. I think we are meant to be feeling that kind of grace directly from God. And because that, I feel it's kind of lacking. We kind of focused on many things. We have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this. But older generation, we kind of missed out on developing this kind of free, genuine relationship with our heavenly parent, where we feel that grace. Okay, yeah, I'm making mistake, but I can be forgiven. So if we, as older generation, if we can forgive ourselves first, then it will be, I think, easier for that love to be channeled through us. And that can be reflected in our relationship with our own children. That's just kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's beautiful. How do people experience God?
Yeah. Yeah. That's it.
Benji, I have a question.
No, you can't answer.
Do you talk about sex? Today I had a great sex with my wife. Do you say that in front of your children? Talking about claiming the more positive aspect of sexuality. Do you talk about how beautiful you do that, or?
I don't explicitly say it, but I will like smoochy coochie my wife in front of them. So I think it's implied, implicitly understood. Yeah.
I could see that happening like when our kids are a bit older, more adults than or teenagers. I don't know. I'm not at that point yet, but
okay. We are in that place. My kids all besides my 10 years old daughter, everybody can relate. So okay, maybe we should do something. Or we had some. Okay, I really want to take out today that we need to proclaim, positively talk about sexuality. Yeah, not the only talk one with a more bad, negative way. So yeah, that's what I might take away from today. So gotta do something.
Yeah.
I mean, we go out on a date night and we say, yeah, we tell, I mean, they know, okay, Papa and Mama, we are spending a night at the hotel. Bye.
So they know what we're planning to do. I don't know. We don't say we're gonna have a sex. We don't say, but it's obvious. Yeah. So why don't you stay in a home? Why you have to? We have a home. Why you have to go hotel? Well, of course, we do something. But we say, hey, we're gonna go date. We always say that.
That's great. Okay, I have to get your kids on the podcast next time.
Yeah, we want to hear from them. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if I'm sorry, I didn't plan the planning a session, but is it okay? Like, do you guys talk about how to also like promoting healthy sexuality, but like how to deal with the children and being in school, and then there's a lot of propaganda being taught to be, to respect LGBTQ communities. My kids have teachers who are lesbians. They have friends who have two fathers. And especially your children are young and so open-minded and, caring. I wonder if some of the younger parents are wondering how to, I don't want to say protect them, but how to give them more heavenly view and not to get confused.
Right. I think that is part of this conversation. It 100% is. I think that in order to get to that place where we can confidently talk to about stuff like this, I think we have to understand why we're afraid. Right. So I'd like to get there because I think that's a major concern for parents. Right. But maybe let's get into that. But first, I wanted to just ask Akira-san, because he was sharing at the beginning a lot of the fears that he has about talking about openly with his children. Right. And so maybe if you can share, and it'll be really helpful for parents to hear, because I know every parent is struggling to some extent with this. Why is it that it's scary? Like at a really deep level.
I think if I can be very honest, so there's as a parent, we don't want to fail. And I don't know. Yeah, I think we are not so mature, so we kind of concerned about like how we feel, how we look, and then maybe we're kind of scared. We don't want to find out our children's reality, or we don't want to be rejected by our children, and we have our own baggage too, maybe.
Yeah. So I think my wife is definitely. I think all of us have some sort of a guilt in our own lives. Didn't do so good either. Oh, God depends expectations here, and this way doing. And already we have some sort of good guilt and shame ourselves. So, and we don't want to again fail as a parents. And scared to find out, and also scared. Can I deal with this? Can I open a can and the emotion come out? Can I deal with this? But also, do I have a capacity to embrace? Am I afraid to react? What if there's something comes out and I'm not be able to be a loving parent, which we are always taught to be, loving and embracing? Can I have a capacity of love to receive everything in it? Just so scared. So can I take? So that's why definitely when I deal with this, it's a daily practice. We need to be praying all the time, being confronting with our own selves. I'm not perfect, and I'm making a mistake. Why can I expect my children to be perfect? I need the forgiveness. I need the grace, and I'm still processing growing myself. And I need to be embraced that there is not same by children. We always need to be confronting ourselves. Don't put the own shame onto the children. Okay, I'm already shameful. I'm not feel great. So that's make me feel good. You expect you to be perfect, so that make me feel I'm a good parent. Do not put the pressure on a parent. Walk the journey with the children. That's absolutely important. Talk about this without any pressure or shame. That is a very important responsibility. To do that, we need to be very honest with ourselves. If we're not doing that, I don't think we can truly have an embracing heart toward the children. So that's how I feel.
Got it.
Can I just add, because you said walk the path with our children, and I think that's so important because it's so hard to be completely pure these days. Like, I don't know, in a pure, like as in, to not have any kind of relationship, not get into porn or masturbation is so hard. And that's also why we need to open up as parents, just to be there to give this absolute love to our kids, just to show that they are absolutely loved, and then help them to see this vision of what sexuality is, right? In its original form, as God intended it to be. So yeah, to just be there, like you said, walk with our kids and support them through this journey towards hopefully a really happy blessing.
Yeah, absolutely. Make them feel that this is a normal that they go through. Yeah. So I think we talk about it starts from parents being honest with ourselves. We're not perfect. We went through, made a mistake. And then if we are open to our own mistake and open to our own journey to overcome it, if we are, not always we are perfect and, always a gap between parent and children, but we come down to we went through that. And what you went through, I went through. It's not shameful. It's a process. Equal parents are giving that kind of vibe, and the children be very open. Yes, it's a way in the course of achieving beautiful idea, right? Talk of beautiful sexuality, and we just here, but we're on the way to get there. And perspective very positive. Instead, we have a problem we have to overcome. No, it's a process to the ideal. And if you can bring this kind of culture into the family and the community, this is going to be great. And we didn't do that yet, but we need to start that. Yeah, I feel.
Oh, we are starting.
Hi, noon. You guys are cracking the shell right now.
Yeah, so we got a little bit into the reasons for fear, which is prevalent. And I hope that people listening to this, children and parents, will feel like we're all like, it's pretty clear that we're going through this. And we just don't know that all parents are experiencing something similar because nobody talks about it. You know what I'm saying? It's like everyone assumes they're the only one struggling with porn and masturbation because nobody talks about it. And the people that do have victory over it don't tend to publicize that they had an addiction. So I think
I see. They don't talk about it, even those who had it and overcome.
No.
If you talk about, you had a problem, then
no, it's not a sexy story to tell. It's not like I made $100 million. It's like I had a porn addiction and then I didn't. It's not an attractive story generally. But we're trying to throw all that out the window at High Noon and give light without shadow. So I really appreciate both of you sharing, our fears. There's a lot I have in terms of my fears that I won't get into because of time. And also that's not why I'm here. But just acknowledging that we're still here, I think it's helpful and liberating for parents to feel like they have hope, right? And so with that said, the hopeful part is what, like Makiko-san, you're alluding to, what can we do to help people, parents in particular, help their kids? More like a day-to-day practical, for example, kids are going to school, they're hearing very confusing things. They're on the internet, which is very confusing, unavoidable, pretty much to go down that sexual rabbit hole. So what do parents need essentially to healthily navigate this situation?
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe one thing is that it's not just this important conversation that we are, how can I say? I think relationships takes time. So I think just to build it up, like my boys. I don't know if you know this show called The Impractical Joker, and it's a really dumb show that my boys watch. But I watch it with them, like Kid and Pio or something, football, volleyball, just spending like time with them. My daughter does Akira-san's hair or nails sometimes. Just kind of just being together and spending when we, or on the drive, right? When we have to have whatever the conversation we have to have, it becomes more natural and easier.
Yeah. I didn't want to say this, Benji. I remember my wife did say a really important thing. I remember when my boys are small, also it happened to my daughter too. And they're watching something, kind of really silly program, silly things. I tried to calm down. My son reacted, "Papa, don't come, don't come." And I asked later, they feel they're going to be judged. And my daughter yesterday said that she's watching some kind of horror, kind of funny, like a good story. And no, don't come. And she was kind of afraid that she'll be judged. And then when I was sit down together and enjoy together, and I remember that my son was, my daughter, my son both are watching me, how I'm reacting. When I'm smiling, and they feel so calm down. So it's in their nature. They're always, parents is like, it's such an important figure. Are they happy? Or are they judging? They're constantly watching. I can see that they're checking my face. Are they criticize? Oh, this is funny thing. Oh, they feel so calm that they're so happy that I'm acknowledging. So that's why it's not about like when they bring in some kind of challenge, what to do. But in daily life, always spending time together. That is more important than how to talk to children. Constantly talk. So to come to the place, oh, my parents are with me. You could give it that, then it's okay. Often we talk about, so what to say, how to say. And I recently had a talk with one of the second gen who is already 30. And something he said that, something I hated most was, oh, you don't understand this. So you don't understand the principle. So always, I understand this, but you don't understand. You are always wrong. So children feel that, oh, we study principle, we join that. I understand the principle, but you don't because you're small. You don't understand true parents. You don't understand principle. So then that's where he said, I'm done with my parents. He completely draw a line. They will never respect me. They'll never accept what I have to say as an individual. Parents think they are right. They know principle. They're connected to God, Japan. We're not. So this is a huge gap. And we should never say, oh, you don't understand. So always we remove this gap in the daily life. So that is a huge, huge important things.
Yeah. So I hear you saying that it's important to build a foundation of trust and a more day-to-day level and kind of a relationship of mutual trust, respect. Like you're by my parent is by my side in the day-to-day, not just coming in when they need to, right, to lay down the law.
When they want to on their term.
Or when they want to on their terms. And then leave. But someone that's constantly with them so that it's a foundation of that they can have any conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can also make them, even we don't think that what they're saying is right, because I don't want to say my children are very talkative, very opinionated, and they think they are right. So instead of, I really want to correct, but yeah, you can correct later. But for now, most important thing is that I respect their, whether agree or not, but respect their opinion. They have individual, they want to say something, they're accepting that, oh, they have opinion and respect that. So that is important and correct. Oh, they're talking right, wrong thing. Oh my gosh, what's going to happen if you leave it that way? They might become a really bad man or bad, I have to correct now. I have to nip the bud. No. Mm-hmm. First thing, it's create a mutual respect.
Yeah, loving the relationship.
Yeah, so you cannot skip that process. And then you can't teach anything without that foundation. You want to correct them, but if you don't give respect, they'll never receive even whatever right thing you might say.
What do you think, sister?
Yeah, I think that's awesome. That's, definitely. You have to keep up this relationship and also, just listening, right? Like listen first and then give your 2 cents later is what I understood also from what you said. And also just keeping up this relationship because, like you said, Benji, not just be there to lay down the law, but you essentially, these are your people, right? That you want them to come see you in the future. It's your little mini tribe. And we should really want to be a part of it. And I think it's actually, once you kind of open all these topics up, it's actually really exciting. There's just so much more to talk about in life. And
So do you think it's possible for people to get excited about helping the kids navigate sexuality?
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think there might be some hurdles to get through, but yeah, I think it's so much more complicated in our mind than it really is in action. In our mind, it probably sounds like just super duper awkward and hard. But if we just put it in action, ignore all those thoughts blocking us, because that's also, yeah, that's just blocking essentially God's way of passing on our knowledge about sexuality, just all these thoughts. And if we can just let our heart speak, or yeah, just keep up this relationship with our kids so that when the time comes, they can talk to us. Yeah, then I think we can really start getting excited about talking for the next time. Yeah. And also just changing the culture that we have, because like in the previous session, it was, you know, like a newly blessed couple, often they need that older generation to help them, especially navigate the beginning of the relationship. And probably, I'm guessing God made it this sort of, yeah, this family structure so that we could have this relationship of talking about sexuality also in the future, you know, when like we start already when our kids ask questions, and then it develops into talking more deeply about sexuality and feelings and emotions, and then they get married and blessed, and then it's like, oh, what do I do now? And like it's not so easy, and then they can again reach out to their parents. I think a lot of us are missing that, but that's how it can eventually hopefully go if we keep up that the interest as parents, just interest in our kids' lives, and just keeping the platform open for whatever question comes. But yeah, sometimes we have to maybe ask the questions, like you, Benji, taking every chance you can to get the topic in.
Well, let's start wrapping up, but we're not finished, my friends. Final question. Can parents do this? Can they do it?
Yes.
Is this possible?
If we can do it, you can do it.
Akira-san, can you do it?
Yeah, I already determined. I was so inspired today, and I received so much from this talk. Wow, yeah, you know, I heard that children's brain doesn't kind of relate to the fear so much. That's why kids show that something incident, or you do this and get an accident. The children don't remember the fear. I think God created the brain to be that way. Children cannot, but children more related to the excitement and joy. That's why we put okay, do this mistake. This is that children actually doesn't work to the children's brain, but always that's why we need to talk about excitement. How good about this sexuality? I think that's we need to go. And I didn't do that. Often when we especially talk about sexuality, always in terms of fear, shame, something negative. I think we need to flip that. That's my determination. I'm gonna change myself first. It's me. Akira is the one to change my first. I will change my perspective. Let go of the old concept. It's gonna bring a new things, high new thinking to today. So that's my determination today.
Nice. Yeah, otherwise, oh, you can talk. Go for it.
But I also wanted to say for those parents who are still kind of on the edge or doubting, I just wanted to say that's okay too. That's, you know, take time, and also just be open. Like I wanted to really thank younger generations, and as a representative of a little bit older generations, I have to apologize to you, but like we really need your help. And thank you so much for being a patient with your parents, with the older generations in our faith community. But I think it's a teamwork, and I just wanted to, I guess, send a little bit different vibe of a really encouraging and just, encouraging all of us to be okay with where we are at, and just to think about taking a next step.
Yeah, otherwise I wanted to say, yeah, School of Love is all about this, is to help parents to talk to their kids about sex. And so please reach out, join our WhatsApp community. And I just want to, yeah, tell us what your blocks are, like what stops you, what worries you. And yeah, we'll try to work it out, support each other.
Wonderful. Call to action. Where can people connect with School of Love and you, Amelia?
Thank you.
Is there a website that we should send them to?
The website will be revamped, but you can definitely subscribe, and we are going to start a newsletter. So please, yeah, subscribe to the website and yeah, join our Facebook page, and Family is the School of Love is our Instagram account.
Okay.
So,
and the website is, what's the website?
Schooloflove.org.
All right. Schooloflove.org. You can also get to it through highnoon.org. Also, Akira-san, if people need their house cleaned, how can they reach you?
Thank you for asking that.
Just kidding, guys. We are not in the business of promoting anyone. That's not why they're here. That's not why they're here. So for all of you all that want to get to understand God's vision for sexuality more, Core of the Universe is the book for you. Just for people listening to this live, we have a free copy for you. Never, ever going to be an option again. You can go to highnoon.org and you can claim a free digital copy of Core of the Universe. We've made it into a course lesson format, so it's easy to digest on your computer or even on your smartphone, just to go through the Core of the Universe content, which is revelations from true parents about absolute sex and sexuality, with some commentary from High Noon as well. So it's a good read. Check it out. You can also join a program for everyone listening. Our programs are free for you guys. Go to highnoon.org if you want to join one of our groups. And any final words from anyone?
It's nice being here. Nice to get to know you, Akira and Makiko, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Amalia. Where are you?
I'm in Germany.
Germany.
Yeah. A big shout out to my sister-in-law. She's watching the kids right now.
Aww.
My husband is away on vacation. So yeah.
Yeah. Your husband is a High Noon dude as well. How is his relation with talking about sexuality with the kids?
He is totally supportive. I'm so grateful for that. We also often give our testimony heavenly intimacy to young couples. So I'm just really grateful that he's so open to do that, because not everybody is. But it feels like, yeah, such a precious thing. People really appreciate it. And then, yeah, so now it's more shifting to our kids. I think I've taken more initiative just because our two oldest are girls. And yeah, our two younger boys, I think he's excited to talk to them. Yeah, this is something really important to him too. So
yep,
we're definitely on the same page.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both. We're going to wrap up. Thank you for being here. Please give Amelia and Akira and Makiko Watanabe a wonderful big hand. Give them a shout out in the comments.
Good job, guys. I learned a lot.
We're opening up the gates, the floodgates for God to work in these families, guys. It's time to
Yep.
stop all this.
Right.
All right.
New age is coming.
Exciting.
Yep.
Yeah.
All
It's
the best.
Aju. All right. Thank you. And then I will thank you guys. Give them a shout out. Thank you, Amelia. Well, we're back, everyone, to our next session, which is coming up, which is going to be about pornography in our movement, in our own faith community. If you are interested in to find out exactly how well or not well we are doing in our faith regarding porn use, but also importantly, why is it that people of faith, people of high moral standard and values tend to do things that we don't like, even though it disagrees with our integrity, it disagrees with our families and with our values, but people still do it. It's not as easy or as simple as, oh, whatever reason that people typically say. It's much, much deeper. So that's what we're going to be getting into in the next session. I'm actually going to be welcoming up Akira-san soon to join us, as well as one other wonderful sister. Before we do that, quick shout out to everyone that's watching on YouTube and Facebook. please, if you have the heart, click that little share button to share it with your people on Facebook groups, anyone in your WhatsApp community, because it does exponentially help the live stream spread to more people. So it's a really easy and simple way for you guys to just share it with like a Facebook group or another page, or just on your personal Facebook timeline. And that would be wonderful. All right, guys. Also, as a reminder, you can join a program. They're totally for free. The reason we do this, guys, is because we want you all to come into our High Noon world. So please join us as in one of our programs. If you are struggling with sexual integrity, we have a program for you. If you are preparing for marriage and you want to prepare well to be a fantastic spouse, we have a program for you. If you are married, blessed in marriage, we have an intimacy program just for you guys. All right. So check it out, highnoon.org, and also get your free copy of Core of the Universe, exclusively accessible for you guys. Okay. So we're on the hour, and we're going to be welcoming onto stage for this conversation. First of all, let's welcome back Akira-san and Makiko-san, I guess. Okay, not Makiko.
She's gone.
She's gone. So, Akira-san, you are here because I was trying to figure out who is the right person. Who is the right person in our faith to talk about porn use in our movement? And then I received an email from you like a few days ago, or a week ago, because you were helping us to spread the news of this. Thank you. And I was like, this guy, he worked with CARP, Las Vegas. He worked with GPA. He's worked with young people, and he has been involved in High Noon. He's an accountability partner for many people, and I just know that he would be a great contribution to this conversation, right? So, awesome. Can you tell us quickly your give us the actual factual story of your Power Ranger history?
I was just in the action club, okay. The people going to the movie or TV program, so I was just part of it. So, yeah. And
what does that mean? What is the action club? What does that mean?
Action club is that people need a stuntman in any movie or any program. So so people, the company, TV company, pick someone from the club.
Yeah.
So we're stuntman club. So
for specific shows for Power Rangers.
The show, the TV, or you go to the amusement park and the Disneyland or those places, and then the people perform things. So I was just part of it. So
and this is in Japan. It's in Japan.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I grew up watching Japanese Power Rangers, so I probably was like, saw you. Like that's our connection. Your Power Rangers. Oh man. Okay. Well, thank you. Oh, now your career looks very different, right? So I just needed to clarify that story because there's a bunch of hearsay going around about Akira-san he's a Power Ranger. Like, I don't know what that means, but now I do. All right. Thank you. You're a spiritual Power Ranger too for this movement. So thank you. You're fighting evil and fighting for the goodness of this world.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay. Who is our next guest? It's a young sister, Jayoung Naftali. Welcome, Jayoung.
Thank you. Hi.
Sister. I'll let you introduce yourself, where you're from, your age, and then also what you're doing in your involvement with High Noon.
Great. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Hi, Uncle Watanabe. My name is Jayoung Naftali. I'm based off Kenya, so I'm all the way across from you guys.
Yeah.
I'm 30 years old, and I'm a second generation. With High Noon, I am an AP, what we now call mentors. I also facilitate High Noon sessions for the last 2-3 years.
Wow.
Got it. And did you, before you facilitate, or were you a participant in a program at some point?
No, I've never been a participant. So right now, I actually, out of curiosity, just went into the core program, mostly because a few of my participants have mentioned it and said it was great. So I was like, let me see what you guys talk about, so that next time we're having this conversation, I have real good reference on what you're speaking about.
Got it. Yeah. So how did you initially get started with facilitating a group of women, right, who are trying to have sexual integrity? How did you get started with that?
So a few years back, we had a group called the Matching Sister Support Community. So it was a group of young ladies, second generation within our community, who are preparing for matching or blessing or thinking about it from around the world. That was a spin-off from the first virtual 24 Plus. So a fantastic sister called Grace came up and said, whoever wants to join this movement, let's do this for 1 year. She was contributing to and committing to host sessions. So every month we would read a book, and then we would meet together and read, and then we'd pair up in groups of 3 to 4 sisters from different parts of the world, just to keep each other accountable. Then over that time, one of the sisters, Mai at the time, decided to share her story, and she said about her journey with Hainun, and of course the challenge that they have right now, that they don't have as many sister facilitators for the program, of course, because more often than not, the matters of pornography and masturbation are not thought to be much affecting women, as much as there's probably real statistics out there that women too are actually having this specific challenge. It's just that their society does not encourage these conversations. Of course, inspired by her sharing, I told her, hey, I think I want to be there, because outside of Haydn, a lot of my work in my professional space includes a lot of coaching and mentorship. So may as well contribute in our own movement by doing this. And therefore, I gave her my email and asked her, could you email me when there's an opportunity to step up for someone, a sister or whatever I can do. A couple of weeks later, she sent me an email and said, hey, we have a sister. We don't have someone to work with her. Do you mind? She's about your age. And I've worked with her since then to now. She's doing really, really well. She herself has become a facilitator. So it's been a great journey for me.
Got it. Okay, so that's how you got involved. Yeah, I appreciate that. We're going to get to some of the statistics we have in our movement in a bit. So thank you for being here, Janyang. Janyang, it's so good to see you. Yeah,
thank you.
We communicate a lot by message, so it's always nice to actually get some face, right? Akira-san, what is your experience with helping men, in particular, young men, through porn habits?
So yeah, anyway, so already Benji kind of mentions I was in a program, kind of leadership training program for the first generation, second generation young unificationists. So and so called now it's still now called GPA and also COP. And when they're striving to be a better person, right? We talk about change the world, we're gonna be a future leaders, we're gonna connect to God. The more the people who are striving to grow, striving to be a better person, striving to contribute for betterment for the world, this comes to sexuality, this guilt of not being able to overcome what they're talking about, overcome the thing that they, and it's important. It's kind of huge, heavy weight on them. That I realize that. Kind of few days are sober, then slip, and then how much that affect them, and then they will lose the confidence to be a leader, confidence that, oh, I shouldn't be here, I shouldn't be talking about it because I'm the one sleeping. So it's a really huge stumbling block to go forward. That's I realize that unless we are able to help them, we cannot bring their strengths or goodness out, because that is a huge discouragement, huge weight on them. So I realize that we can't skip this. We gotta talk about it. We have to talk about the freedom. Otherwise, we cannot help them to become people that they can be. Potential won't come out. So that's my experience.
Yeah, thank you. This is really good context for this conversation. All right. So here we go. I'm going to be sharing a survey result, polling of 4,000 young unificationists that High Noon surveyed across 80 different countries around the world. All right. So these are workshops for young people, high school, college age, young adults, right? So keep in mind, for context, these are not random people. There are people in our faith, and they're the most gung-ho and faithful and forward-charging, forward-thinking want to receive the blessing, maybe struggling with their faith, but at least curious to understand God through parents, right? So keep that in mind. So of the men that we received response from, 82% said that they intentionally accessed porn in the last 6 months in our survey. Okay. By the way, these are anonymous survey submissions, so we don't know who they are because we wanted them to feel free to be honest, right? So 82% of men. For the women, 48% of the women intentionally accessed porn in the last 6 months. Okay, so that is slightly better than the generic average, but it's not very different, just so everyone knows. 85% of the respondents have never spoken with a parent about it. 66% said that they have no one to help them quit. 66% said they have no one to help them quit. 77% said they believe porn is causing them harm. 74% said that they believe it will have a negative impact on their blessing. 74% believe it'll have a negative impact on their blessing. 63% said they have tried to quit before, but they were unable to quit. Okay, so I want to highlight just the first two for this conversation. 82% of men admitted that they had watched porn in the last 6 months, and 48% said they had access in the last 6 months. Now, when y'all hear that, how do you feel?
Scary. It's a real situation out there. But I think also the fact that there are spaces for ourselves as young people to actually be able to share that they're struggling, albeit anonymously, it's actually a good start, because then there is base for programs like High-Noon to create the help that is needed or required for our brothers and sisters to be able to access it.
Mm. Yeah, frightful, but also a little hopeful. Because reality, right? I mean, it's, disheartening for sure, but also, isn't it nice to know? Right? I also didn't mention that we did these surveys by country too. It was not uniquely American or Japanese or Korean or European or African. It was all of them. And so I didn't post those. I didn't say those numbers because they're pretty much the same. And also we don't want to like highlight a country and say like, oh, this country is doing slightly worse than all the other countries, right? It's like everyone's in pain and everyone's struggling, right? That's the bottom line. But I wanted to say that because it's like people will say, oh, my country, not in my part of the world, we don't struggle. That's an American thing. That's a Japanese struggle, Akira-san. But it's like, nope, your youth in your country, your men and your women in your country are also struggling, okay? And so how does that make you feel, Akira-san?
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you for doing this survey. And so it's because we don't talk about it. When you don't talk about it, it's always suppressed, and it becomes depression. When it's suppressed, it leads to depression. I think when the young people are, everybody, it's, ratio might be different, but I feel depressed. It's got, wow, no way, no hope, because you don't talk about it. And then you get this completely, it's I don't know. They don't know what to do with these emotions, kind of hopelessness, So you kind of put the light on it. Actually, I'm not the only one. Actually, whole community, everybody going through this. Wow. And it's like Benji said, it's such a liberating thing that we talk about this. We crack something. Now they have energy. Now they can look at it, because before they couldn't look at it because so scared to look at it, because don't want to think I'm the problem maker, don't want to be depressed. But now they can see from different eyes. So now we have a power to deal with this. That's how I feel. It's a hopeful.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what would you say to people who are listening? Because I was actually like this for a while, so I understand this line of thinking. People listen and they say, well, is it really that big of a deal? If everyone is doing it and everyone seems to be functioning, just fine, our movement is going along, people are getting blessed, what's the big deal? Is it really worth doing surveys? Is it really worth highlighting the shadows, the darkness, the mistakes? And so Hainun has been accused many times of just highlighting the bad, the mistakes. But I think they don't understand why we're doing it. So could you speak to that? Like, why is this important?
If I could highlight one of the statistics where we talk about 74% of the respondents believe that it actually has an impact on their blessing in future, or even them approaching towards the marching. What we see, at least all the participants I have had the grace to work with, everybody's North Star goal, by their North Star goal is the goal that we set when you come into Haydn. If you're listening to this for the first time, it's what drives you, your why for getting into the program, and what you really need to get out of it at the end of your program. So one of the things that sits at the top of everyone's lists always is, I think I'm coming to an age where I am preparing to go for marching or blessing. Thinking about it may not be now, maybe a year, 2, 3, whatever that time is, or I'm actually in the journey of preparation. And I realize this is an issue where I don't have real relationships with people, but I'm here trying to pursue a real relationship with somebody else. And therefore, this becomes the goal that they want to address. So while it may look like it's comfortable now because everybody, quote unquote, is doing it, it's not necessarily great for you because, first of all, you're coming from a space of shame. Two, as soon as you've actually either watched or even acted out in the form of masturbation, you are ridden by guilt. And therefore, you are not exactly in the right space because this is an artificial kind of relationship that you're engaging. If you go back to the sciences of it, is they're pretty much trying to fill a gap in a need that's within them. And at the base of all form of addiction, whether it's pornography, whether it's workaholism, whatever it may be the case, and of course in this conversation, it's mostly porn and masturbation, it just roots from a point of pain, that someone is trying to address a pain, a need that they missed out, wherever that came from, childhood, at whatever stage that was. And therefore, as they're trying to fill this gap, it is them looking into alternative ways of addressing this. And the part of the brain that's actually reacting to this is, the receptors that are very much in charge of relationships, happiness, dopamine, endorphins, all those things, and joy. And therefore, because it's lacking, you're looking for something that's temporary to fill this up. And it's only lasts for that short period of time until it's gone, and then you are left empty and you're feeling ashamed and you're feeling afraid and you're feeling guilty. So it's not sustainable either way. And even if you went forward with a relationship of whatever nature, then you still are not at a space where you can relate with your partner at whatever stage that is in a way that's most healthy, or even have the capacity to receive love from them, because you're still in the space of you are hurt, and therefore you've not really addressed the real situation that you're specifically dealing with. So just to paint a picture out there, that's what is a case. So if that is a case you're looking at, it's comfortable to sit in the numbers, of course, but is it a place that you really, really want to be?
Yeah, that's very insightful and helpful to understand, because on the surface, people are just like, well, just stop. Just stop. Yeah. Of course, like anyone that's a struggler, when they hear that, they're just like, that's ludicrous. Like, if I want to stop, I would stop. I have all these standards and visions and values in my life, but I still am succumb to the thing that I hate so much about myself and my behavior. I still do it. And it's confusing because people don't understand why, right? So you're really touching on something much deeper, and it's always deeper, right? So Akira-san, in your experience, what has been the reason people do behaviors that they don't want to do? Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah. We are so good. We are so good at justifying. and we don't have a capacity to take those huge kind of negative energy of shame, guilt. Eventually, we justify, and we don't want to face it. And everything we something negative, we justify. Oh, we're just always running away from like responsibility. Yeah, it's okay. Everybody does. It's when a time comes when I really determine I'm gonna stop it. So it's okay. I don't, because I don't really feel the need now. Well, it's better to stop. So we can always come up with all kind of reasons, and that's how our mind works. Even though we feel guilt, that's why I feel what High Noon talk about important. Not just only issue of High Noon, how great when we put ourselves in the right place, when we understand the sexuality in the right way. There's so much joy, beauty, excitement in the sex and the relationship. We're missing out. But if we don't talk about this, not as in the angle of the shame, but the beauty, what we're missing out, and we always running away, justify, because that's what the society. Whenever society talk about sexuality, it's all a joke, wrongly talk about it. That's why unless we talk greatness, we just gonna dominated by temptation and justifications. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Got it. Yeah, we are quite good at justifying behaviors that, quote unquote, feel good or enjoyable. Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna get a bit into the solution more so. I just think it's really hard actually, because I've been working with young couples, individuals preparing for matching since I was like 19 years old. I became a matching supporter as soon as I got blessed. And I just realized that's kind of what drew me to working with, the blessing department in America, and also drew me to High Noon, is because we have been told so many times, even recently, that all we have to do at High Noon is, all they need is God, as a way to dismiss the work that we're doing in the lives of people. Okay. And I'm not here to defend High Noon or whatever. I'm here to say that I think it is actually ludicrous to say that, oh, we don't need High Noon because people just need God. I don't disagree with that. Actually, I 100% agree that we need God. That is the solution. I think what is misunderstood is people don't understand that that's exactly what we're doing, is we're giving people God. We talk about the 5 virtues of High Noon as really, really like simple, bite-sized, easy things to do, kind of like you would learn in kindergarten class, right? Courage, accountability, grace, integrity, honesty, right? But people don't get, when we actually enter programs and we introduce these into people's daily lives, they realize that this is a blueprint for experiencing God's love. That's what it is. It's substantiating God for people through connection, give and take, through people, through being seen, right? And so, yes, we do need God's love to fill that void you're talking about, Jae-young, that feeling of like there's something missing in my life and I don't know what it is because I try my best despite my best efforts and I'm still confused as to why I keep doing things that I hate. But when you give them the source of true joy and happiness to fill that void, God's love essentially, substantiated through connection and people and humans, then it's like people realize that I don't want to watch porn anymore. This happens in our programs, in our Ascend program, which is for people that are struggling with sexual integrity, by the way. They just do it enough. They practice these virtues enough to the point they're like, I haven't thought about porn in like months and I didn't even try. It's like, oh, what happened? Oh, you stopped needing it because you filled the void. Amazing. You know what I'm saying? But when people start a program, understandably, the first level of understanding of the addiction is, I just need to stop watching porn and masturbating. And so they try to force themselves through sheer willpower to stop an addiction. But what happens is they don't address what's actually going on under that. And usually it manifests in another addiction, like more social media, more video games, or anger, or they are able to willpower themselves through the habit, and eventually it'll come back later in some form, right? Like after they're blessed, for example, which happens a lot after they're in a relationship. So what we're doing is we're taking people to at the surface level, quitting porn and masturbation as a gateway for them to actually experience God and to see that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and to walk through that tunnel past the darkness and focus on that light, the North Star, if you will. And that North Star is what we have them focus on as that bright, shining object that is dragging them through the tunnel, even though it's hard and painful and scary to face, but they're focused on the light. And eventually they get so close to that light that it's overcomes them, and the shadows are overtaken, and they're no more. And that's what we talk about high noon living. So that's like, it's really, really deep. And if there's anything I can say of my years working with people as a mentor for sexual integrity, it's always deeper than we think. It is always deeper than we think. The reason that we go to addictive behaviors, escapism, unwanted behaviors, it's always deeper. So I challenge everyone to never stop searching, never stop trying to understand, but don't just understand, also take action. You have to take action, because otherwise you're just stuck in the trap of psychoanalyzing my past, right? Jae-young, you know, people do this, right? In your line of work, people psychoanalyze this
All the
happened to
time.
me, that, and then they don't do anything with that information. They're like, I don't know what to do this, right? So we want to give people a solution. If we can kind of hit on that, I'm going to shut up now for you guys. If you know, like, I'm a terrible host. I will say that right now. I'm a terrible host. All right, everyone listening, I know I am. I know I am.
You're doing great.
I'm a terrible host. I know I am.
You're doing so well. I'd like to echo you, Benji, in terms of when we're talking about the spiritual side of things. And I think this is usually like the default solution where, and I'd imagine because we don't have the right tools to be able to support and help people. And therefore, the first thing that we're likely to think about is, okay, some sort of exorcism needs to happen right now. And therefore, we need to take you to Champion, or you need to do something. And we've got your ancestors being accused of every sort of thing that we have no idea what it is about. And yes, it's great, go to Champion, because sometimes you'll get to meet Hydro and stuff, right? And you'll get to have the tools. So that's amazing.
You will always meet high noon staff at Champion. Always.
You will always meet them.
Always, yeah,
so,
I swear.
But on the other side, it's just equally understanding that we are a spirit and body. So the solution needs to be both. So there's a spiritual angle where absolutely we need God, and we need those tools, and we need to walk through our spiritual life and the habits that we require to be able to replace and also have this eternal kind of love. But at the same time, remember that God created both. There's this physical aspect of life where we expect to be interacting on the lateral, horizontal level. That also helps us build something within us. And that's the bit that we're always constantly missing, that has led to the pain that we experience. And therefore, as we are getting the spiritual support that we need, we also need to address it from the physical angle, which is now, of course, the sessions, the weekly calls that people come and have in High Noon. At the same time, it's just dispelling the concept that everyone who comes through High Noon is absolutely trash in terms of how they handle their integrity. I have met people who've come into High Noon who, this is just a great space where we have conversations in a principled way, where we never have them because the only thing we grew up hearing, like literally all my workshops, it was chapter 2, the fall. That's the only thing we talk about. And the funny thing is, true parents talk about this in the most open way. The core of the universe book, literally almost every page, as much as I'm not ready to cover yet, there is a reference to a scripture somewhere. There's a reference to something that talks about sexual integrity. And therefore, if you look at it from both angles, then we definitely need the support in both ways. Because for some people, it's really literally got into a space of they can't physically function, they can't work, they can't operate in whatever spaces. And therefore, they need tools or habits that are physical in nature that help them supplement whatever that they're doing on the spiritual side. It's also a change of environment, getting even better friends that you have around yourself. So it's not about a person being, I'm a good child, I'm a bad child, but just understanding that this person is in pain. And last night, as I was thinking through this, I had the most random, weird thought. I don't know whether it was an inspiration. And because at the bottom line of everything we're saying, it's someone who's in pain and ends up doing something that probably they don't like, and it becomes addictive, and it's obsessive compulsive disorder. And I thought about God. I was like, and that blew my mind awake, I was like, oh, snap, I think the biggest addict on this entire universe is God, because he is in constant pain that his children are in the state that they are. And his behavior is that he cannot rest until he's restored us to the place where he wanted us originally, so that we can have this healthy kind of relationship. The only difference with God, he's driven with the right motive. When is he going to get there? We don't know. We hope we'll be able to support that. And therefore, I was looking at Hainan staff facilitators and mentors and APs as the conduit through which then God uses us to be able to fast track these specific things so that we can get back to him as the children that he has. And because usually most of the time we think about it as, oh my God, that God would use me. I'm not the most perfect person to do this. But I hadn't really thought about it in the context of God is an addict too. The difference is this type of addiction is leading him towards the right motivation where he's trying to call us back to himself. So it's also equally understanding and addressing the fact that sexual attraction is not wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. It's how we deal with the entire feeling, how you address it. Where do you channel this, and who are you having these conversations with? Who do you get to listen to? And I liked the previous session because it was parents speaking about how we address these conversations with our children. For me, these conversations were addressed by my own mother. So I trust her more than I could ever trust anybody else. So if I was struggling with anything, I can easily speak to her and she could easily direct me towards the right path. So it's just understanding where this thing really sits and understanding that at the end of the day, we're all trying to attempt real love, whether it is heavenly parents' love or with our siblings, with our friends, with our community, so then we can be better, healthier individuals in the society. And then the opposite isn't, when you're talking about solution, isn't being sober. There's nothing about being sober in this space. There's nothing sobriety. It's about this person accessing the right connection, basically love. That's the bottom line for them. And once they access it, then they're able to lead healthier lives. And as you're saying, soon they realize we don't need to be doing this habit. It's been a while since I, went into this space, and I'm having better, healthier conversations. I have better friends everywhere. And I'm the kind of person I want to be now.
Thank you. What would you say, Akira-san?
Yeah.
What do we need?
In daily life, there's so many things happens. In school, and somebody play better sports or not good, or somebody looks better. We constantly comparing. There's so much frustration. It doesn't matter younger age or become adult. We go through a lot of frustrations and don't know how to handle those emotions and quickest ways of going to the porn and masturbation to release this energy, negative energies. Don't know what else to do, and so this become a shame, and always this greatest shame, negative is come with this kind of sexuality, and I realized that when someone's in pain somewhere, and we feel greatest love when someone remove that part, the nails in a stabbing them, remove that. They feel so much love in that, It's not about we talk about problem, but we feel love when a problem is understood and removed. And I feel when I was going through some really guilt and shame, and I remember that. So someone just talk about and then talk to me, and I was not just already talk about it. I just felt I was understood. Not I talk about problem. I felt the reason why I couldn't do certain thing or get into something is because I was going through something, and I felt this person understood me. That point, I clearly felt it was physical experience. I just felt I could feel that something complete world changed. Wow, I was understood. That is love. People look for feeling experience of I'm understood. And that is absolutely important. We can talk about God, but people need to substantially experience love is feel understood, and I matter, you know, and we need someone to give the experience, and it's very important. And that's why I feel like a high noon is not talk about issues, but because people are feeling a lot guilt on this sexuality, and then we need the people to help that. There's someone who can understand your challenges and then bring you to the something beautiful. That is absolutely needed. And we all need that experience. But sometimes we talk about ideal. This is what we have to do. This is where we have to be. And no one is helping them to remove this guilt, which is blocking love to come into their lives. So what you're doing is so important. Everybody needs it.
Interesting. So both of you said love, and I also said love. When people hear that, I because I know people, the first thing people generally think is like, I don't see the connection. Unless you've been through it, it's kind of like we're trying to teach like a really complicated math equation, you know, in like school. And then the teacher just says, all right, here's the answer to your complicated life. The students don't learn anything because there's no linear progression. There's no linear step-by-step understanding of how a problem leads to a solution. Does that make sense? So I hope that we can break down a little bit for people. For example, you were talking about like stress or inadequacy in life, like in school or sports or something. And that leads to a certain feeling. And then that leads to people wanting to escape life, right? So how is it that love or connection, as we put it, is a solution to that feeling? Does that make sense? Because it doesn't, on the surface, it doesn't equate. It doesn't make sense. But there's something deeper here. Yeah.
Yeah, Benji. Yeah, that's good. That's really important. But it's all maybe compare. Oh, I already feel love. I know, my friend loves me, my parents love me, and I understand. But I always use this example of that and Azuki ice cream. I don't know if you heard about my story about Azuki ice cream. It's a Japanese ice cream. So people enjoy the Safeway, American, I'm sorry, it's kind of cheap brand ice cream. Oh, so good. And I thought, hey, you guys don't know real ice cream taste unless you eat Azuki ice cream, Japanese brand ice cream. Oh, I didn't know there is so much better ice cream exists in the world. Then you know what you've been missing. So, I already feel, so I don't need IMO, but because you already become normalized. That's the state of your feeling of love. That's okay. This is a love. That's your concept. But there's a greater love can be experienced when you let go of this shame. The people don't understand that unless they experience it. And because they're so scared to that, that's why they're constantly saying, don't worry, it's okay. You are beloved. Everything's okay. Don't worry. You're listening. But that's what I experienced in the GP and STF. First time I talked to the one-on-one and create a space that they can share anything. When they share something deep, something never touched about, because you said that 70% or 60% people never talked about this. That's many people, because they don't talk about it. They don't want to talk about it, unless they feel safe. So then when I able to give that experience of be able to first time share something very deep inside, that's what I do always as a mentor in the STF GPA. Then the complete boom experience, new experience of love. Wow. Well, I never felt such a freedom or understood or embraced. Because unless they share honestly, they don't understand that love comes with embracement, forgiveness, understanding. They need to experience. So, but somebody have to give that experience. Otherwise, people think, oh, I'm okay. I'm loved. Everything's okay. What the matter is. Yeah.
Got it.
Give it up for us.
Thank you for that linear explanation. I think that's helpful. Yeah. What do you think, Jaya? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think there's a bit where it's good to come from a place of understanding, and people who've been through it do understand it definitely far much more than someone who hasn't been through it, because you empathize at a very different level. You truly understand, which is why people feel safe and safety in those numbers, as unhealthy as they are. However, like myself, I think you asked, was I in the program before I started supporting? No, I wasn't. Sometimes it's just the point of how can I be empathetic and sensitive enough to the fact that there's suffering and pain all around me, and how can I be there? Even if I don't have the tools, it's the willingness to just be present and listen and just allow a person to talk. Because what we do, I think, as APs and facilitators is just ask questions and have people just talk about stuff, where every day or every couple of days they're able to report and just say, okay, I feel hard, because sometimes the answers they're seeking for are within themselves. So it's less of me trying to dig an experience within myself that I may not have, or maybe I may have, and trying to share with them, because one of the best thing that they can be is honesty. And sometimes it's just as good as saying thank you for sharing. I don't relate, I don't know, I don't have an answer. I can ask someone who probably knows this, but I appreciate that you are able to share, and just empathizing and expressing grace and love, and non-judgment. Because I think religion on its by itself, it's founded from the space of judgment, where the constant thing that we preach to people, and it doesn't matter what religion you are, it could be Islamic, it could be whatever the case, it's all about punishment and fear and guilt, and that's all we preach within the Christian spaces. If you're not doing this, there's hellfire for you to burn, and therefore people find it very difficult to be able to step up and share and say, hey, I am actually going through trouble. I imagine if he knew that I could actually God instead of pointing fingers, and I'll be heard and I'll be helped, maybe we would be in a different situation, as opposed to how religion has structured itself from a point of fear, and people are no longer, in some cases, people may not actually relate to God because they want to, or because they've had a personal experience. It's more of, just in case I go to hell, at least I've got myself covered. It's some form of insurance for an afterlife. But it's very different once you've actually gone through that space, and then you can know what real love is, and you know how to be embraced, and you know how to be there for people. So that's very important at the end of the day, in terms of how well you get to empathize and just be there for people, because it allows them the space to reflect and support. And even for you, you get to be exposed to what are your gaps personally. I think a lot of my journey and my personal learnings through the 2-3 years of supporting Heinen has been me figuring out, okay, so I had this conversation with this person, it maybe triggered me in this other way. And now, because I'm in the constant space of having these tools, I'm able to either use the emotion wheel or figure out whatever it is. Why am I having this? What's going on within me? And be able to also reflect within myself, because I want to be better also at the end of the day, either to be better for that person or the next person, or for my own self in the future. And I think also it allows me the space of service, even in the waiting, because some of our facilitators are also single people like myself. So it gets people into that space where there are certain aspects of this entire journey you actually empathize with them, but it also gives you the tools and the resources to be able to be there, because we learn from each other through that process. So love does not have to be specifically prescribed in a certain way, but it's just a simple space through the values that are within this space that people get to have. And then they say, now I have a tool to be able to address. I've had a participant who, yes, they did share with their parents, but it was so difficult for them to approach it, because the parent was like, yeah, fine, I get it, I really empathize with my child, but I just don't have the tools to be able to support them. So I need them to go somewhere or be with someone who can be able to support. The best I can do is just tell them, I hear you, thank you for sharing with me, and that's it. And therefore, in that case, what we did was try to find support, because it's the Hainan moms and Hainan dads, like, could we get someone to just work with this parent, and because they was genuinely willing to be there for their child. And that determination from the parent really, really did actually help the child, because realize, oh, my parent really wants to support me, even though part of my pain is caused by probably just how they spoke to me or just how callous this person may be, and they're not even realizing it. but it gave them tools to be able to also personally reflect and understand, oh, yeah, I'm being mean here. This is not how I should be approaching this because it's impacting people around me in this or the other way.
Yeah, and that's probably more uncommon to have a parent that can somewhat help, right?
Yes.
I would say
Yes.
most parents, just to give a little grace to parents, most parents don't know how to talk about this in any healthy way. So I'm saying that because even though the reality is that participants in our programs and also people that are struggling don't experience unconditional grace and love in the most perfect way from their parents, that's why we have High Noon. That's why we're trying to give that to you guys in High Noon. And it's not to replace parents, by the way. I want to make that clear. It's to add more support on top of what you have in your life. We want to give more. It's not to replace. We're not replacing anyone. Our job in our programs is actually to give you the tools that you can use in your daily life. We're going to give you the how-to substantiate God and love in your life, in your own support system, and create that support system. Yeah. So does that sound good?
Sounds good.
Yeah. And so I'm gonna give a shout out to the programs in just a second. But that's why we're here, guys. Our entire ministry started with one program, the Ascend program, which is to directly combat, I don't want to say combat, but to help people deal with unwanted sexual integrity discrepancies and struggles and addictions. That's why High Noon started from the beginning. That's the impetus, is that the Wolfenbergers, Uncle Dave on Mitsue, were so, it became so apparent to them that this is a massive roadblock for people to experience a High Noon life, but also to receive the blessing and create a blessed family. And so they started 9 years ago, by the way. This is the 9-year anniversary. I don't think we mentioned that so far, the 9-year anniversary of that initial inspiration. Okay. And it started with a program called Ascend to help individuals gain sexual integrity and train it in their daily lives. And now we also have a program for single people preparing for marriage, which you're part of, right, Jayo? Called Core, which is people that want to prepare for marriage and for the blessing, right? And we also have a couple intimacies program called Radiant to help y'all become radiant, blessed couples. And those are all accessible. You guys can save your spots for those programs because we do actually have limited amount of space in those programs because of our capacity. And you can join them for free, highnoon.org, right? So let's say, I think for me, what has been a really helpful framework to help people who are really confused about their sexual unwanted behaviors is help distinguish that the reason people start a porn addiction, a porn use in the beginning is usually out of curiosity and difficult emotions. Like usually when people are teens or earlier, 10, 11, 12 years old, 13, 14, doesn't matter. The reason people start is usually because of some difficult emotion and curiosity a little bit, right? Sexual in nature. And so that's when people start. Ideally, people would have that experience and they would go, oh, that was interesting, kind of attractive, kind of felt good, kind of disgusting a little bit. And I feel a little like guilty about this. I'm going to go talk to somebody, right? Ideally, that's how it would happen. But most people don't do that because we don't know how. We don't know how to do it because we're kids. And the reason people stay in addiction is because of shame. They start because of curiosity and difficult emotions, and usually people stay because of shame. Strugglers with an addiction will know this very well, the shame cycle. It's the experience of going a really long time, doing really well, doing your best, and then something happens, you get stressed, you're bored, you're anxious, you're lonely, see something online, whatever the situation is, and then you make a mistake. And then what are the following thoughts after that? Oh, I can't believe I did that again. I'm such a terrible person. I can never get matched. I can never get married. I'm a terrible father. I'm a terrible woman, daughter. I'm dirty. I'm self-centered. I'm all this stuff. You see what's going on? And so the shame is elevated, right, Akira-san?
Yep.
And then what do people do to deal with this shame?
Do again.
Do the same thing. It's laughable, but it's so true. Maybe people that don't struggle with addiction can understand this with like food consumption, overeating, right? You go downstairs to make a healthy meal and the easiest thing is cereal or ice cream. And it's like, Oh, I was going to eat something good and then I just ate junk food and now I feel terrible because I made a bad mistake and I might as well just spend the whole weekend binge eating a bunch of chips and stuff, right? It's laughable because it's true. It's funny because it's true. And we know this to be true. And I think it's helpful to discern and distinguish that fundamentally the reason people stay in addiction is to reaffirm to themselves that I'm a piece of garbage and I'm worthless and I'm unworthy of love. And so just as both of you have said, the solution to that is to eliminate that shame.
Absolutely.
So what is the shame we're talking about? That's the shadows. It's the ungodly parts of us that say, you're wrong, you're terrible, you're selfish. Your heart is wrong, you're bad, evil. Your sexuality is bad and selfish and wrong because of your behavior. I told you, that's what this shadow is telling you. I told you, you can never get blessed. You can never get married because you're evil and wrong and shadowy. So how do we get rid of that? We shed light on it. That's True Fathers. That's what he came to here to talk about, my friends. That's channel good. You shed light on it. You get your high noon flashlight out. You shed light on it, and it disappears because it can't exist. The shadow cannot exist in the presence of light. It can't. To the right person. We're not saying you guys go on Facebook and say, hey, guys, I watch porn. Not to everybody. The right person or people that are going to look at you and say, yeah, thanks for sharing. You're still loved. Now get back up. Keep moving. Like the first time that you watched porn or made a mistake when you were a child. What could have happened is that you said, I made a mistake, parent, loved one. And they say, okay, thanks for sharing. Don't do that again. I'm here with you. If it happens again, I will be with you every step of the way. I will be with you. Let's keep talking about this. But how many of us actually had parents, fathers or mothers that told us from a young age, like, you're going to go through some difficult things, sexually speaking. There's going to be temptation around every corner, and I will be with you every step of the way. How many parents have told their children that? Very few. In fact, it was the opposite. Don't do that. I'll tell you once. Better not do it again. And that's the end of it. But God is with us constantly. Yeah. And that's the solution. We need God. We need presence. We need connection to be with us every step of the way. With us. Not hovering over us, but side by side, hand in hand. That feeling of like, no matter what I go through, like someone's got my back. Heavenly Mother is saying, son, daughter, I love you no matter what. Heavenly Father is saying, don't do that again. You silly boy. Smack you on the head. That's at least what Heavenly Father means is to me. It's like, don't do that, Benji. Come on. Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah. I really like what you said, Benji. So constantly we are creating an energy with a positive and negative. There's a thought, what we give and take thought. So we have a constant, natural, automatic give and take with all the possible negative thoughts. And I'm a piece of shit, and I'm worthless, and I can never overcome this. So it's all without knowing, we are having this give and take, which whole society is listening to these radio stations. Look, a perfectly clear channel is connected to that, and they're listening it. And then where else is the channel, the radio station they can connect? Unless the parents are talk about it, unless some friends are talk about it, the only constantly give and take is this negative channel. That's why I think I like that what the Benji said. Constantly talk about constantly, not only one that. Hey, I remember one time the Alabama, the church, like BC couple, they said that. So how they bring the younger people back? They say that I constantly talk that we're here for you. I have a space to come. So the people feel, constantly hear that, even they don't want to come to church, but constantly hear that, yeah, we're here for you. Whenever you want to come, you can come. Creating a space, they feel secure to come anytime because they're talking all the time. Never push, but always create the space. Then eventually they say, they're unchanging, they're constant. Okay, I can come. Then people start to come. And I just feel same thing. Before the challenge comes, hey, eventually the challenge comes, don't worry, I got you. But not only one time, constant. So then when the challenge comes, they always come. Then they'll come. I think we are all afraid to get hurt. We all look for love, but also we are also afraid of not having love. We want to be healed, but also we're afraid to get hurt again. That's why we don't risk it. We know how to not risk, how to stay in a safe zone. We know it. That's why, as Benji said, we always create a safe zone. Hey, I'm here. You can come anytime. I think that culture is a high noon culture. And I feel, Benji, I think, your brother, right? And you guys created space. I already remember when I talk about, hey, I had a porn issue before in the dinner table, and a couple members there. And that's so smiling. Yeah, I had issues, and then this and that. Well, I'm so great now. I'm in love with my wife. It so speak lightly, and it's amazing. I just felt, well, sometimes we try to help them. Okay, I teach you, I will guide you, but not so many people talk about. Yeah, I went through it. I know I slipped myself, but I overcome. I think we need that kind of a brotherly, sisterly love. I got you because I was there, but don't worry, we're together. We work through. I think that's a culture of Hainu. Real brotherhood, not just this is the ideal. Let's go. But, hey, we can go together, and that's what we need.
Got it. Thank you. Due to that. Thank you. Yeah, Akira-san, I really appreciate you sharing that and being open about your family and bringing that perspective 100%. Jae-young, could you give us some closing words before we wrap up from you? What do you want to share?
Yeah, sure. Of course, safe spaces is the first thing that you want to create. But also understanding that this is it's a social issue, it's a spiritual issue, it's physical, it's emotional, it's psychological. So you need to address it from every single angle there is. And also just don't give up. It's not as easy to address pain in any way, but just knowing that there are spaces out there that you can address and you can go to is more than enough. That there are people that will be there, and just also being open to learning the tools that you can, just to provide the spaces and just avoiding judgment in its sense, because there's always a temptation to feel like you know it all and you've always had everything there is to be had. That's one way and one solution out, but that may not be the case, and that may not be what the person that's coming to you needs. And therefore, if you can just be there with the listening ear, and if you don't have the resources, be honest to let them know that you don't know, but you could definitely link them up. That will be a great way to just plainly support people out there. And also take care of yourself if you're a facilitator, because it can get harder to be there. So you can't give from an empty cup. It's an equal cycle of, as you're supporting, also growing yourself in the same space.
Yeah. Jae-young, I have an empty cup right now. So that is what I'm giving from an empty cup. So I'm going to jump off now and let somebody else take over. But before we do that, first of all, thank you guys. Akira-san, Jae-young, thank you so much. Secondly, guys, we have a program just for you. If you're struggling with sexual integrity, to whatever extent, you could be just trying to figure this out, struggling, you're curious, maybe you struggle lightly, maybe you are a severe addict for decades. We have all kinds of people in our programs, male, female, doesn't matter. Statistically speaking, most of you guys are struggling. So older, younger, doesn't matter. Join our program, go to highnoon.org. But also, I will say, if you're not ready to take this challenge because you don't have so much of an addiction, we have a program called CORE, which is a marriage prep for singles. And you can join that if you want to fool yourself into believing that you don't have an addiction, but you want to do something. Just kidding. Regardless, they're both fantastic programs. Ascend is sexual integrity training. CORE is marriage prep for singles. And there's an emphasis on sexuality and healthy sexuality. That's kind of the main focus of that. All right. So sometimes you have to clean house before you make a interior design, right? Or sometimes you start with interior design and then you realize that your house is trashy and you got to clean it up, right? So either way, we love you and we have programs for you. Also get your book, Core of the Universe, to get access to that for free, only accessible during this program, never to be seen again. All right, Akira-san and Jae-young, give them a big hand, everybody. Comments.
All right, thank you,
Jae-young. Fantastic conversation.
It was great.
Great to meet you. Thank you.
We're going to be turning these episodes into podcasts for our podcast, Love, Life, and Legacy. It's on Spotify, Apple, all this stuff. So that's cool. A lot of people are going to be seeing this, hundreds and hundreds. We have about couple thousand people listening to our podcast every month in terms of downloads. So that's encouraging that you guys are going to be part of this. All right, so we're going to welcome to our stage our next host for this next session. I'm going to let them introduce this topic. So Andy Andranik, Andy boy, who was here earlier, is going to be joining us, who is Andy, where are you at? Yes. Oh, they're all here.
Yeah.
Andy, we've got Sandra, and we've got David Hewish tuning in from, where are you guys at?
Poland.
Warsaw.
I'll let you guys take over, all right?
Yeah, thank you, Benji.
Go for it.
All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the European Hour of this podcast. I'll be your host, Andranik. I'm the Europe chapter leader. I'm joined by my wife, Sandra.
Hello, everyone.
And my good buddy, David.
Welcome to the podcast, everyone.
And something special about these hours is that we are doing it with a live audience. We are now in Poland. We just had a workshop, a high noon workshop for this weekend. And we have a live audience right behind this camera. People, can you make some noise? I hope you could hear that. Yeah, they're very enthusiastic young people. And yeah, we're going to have a great time here. We have popcorn, sodas. It's lovely here. So we're going to have 3 hours in this studio here with really interesting and very, very interesting guests. And we're going to start off with...
Yes, so joining us, we have a beloved elder brother in our community, a real specialist on the Bible and the divine principle. He is a dear elder brother to my heart, an uncle figure for us, especially in the UK, as he is like our #1 lecture giver. So it is with my great honor and pride to represent and to ask to join us on this podcast, Uncle William Haynes, one of our best lecturers. So welcome, Uncle William. Welcome to the podcast. How are you doing?
Thanks, David. Stop embarrassing me. And it's great to see you there as well, Andranik and Sandra. Long time no see.
Thank you.
I'm doing fine, thanks. I'm well. So thanks for inviting me. I've just been listening to Benji and the others. I wonder what you want an old man like me for. They're all doing so well.
Yeah, so obviously we've had some great talks so far, but we're going to get into some very juicy content now. So we're going to be looking at the biblical roots of the full and high noon living in our lives. So yeah, Uncle William, obviously you know a lot about the Bible, about biblical history. So really kind of with the biblical history of the full and high noon, we want to kind of dive into what is the meaning we can get from our past. So are you ready to get into the questions?
Well,
Perfect. The first question is, what was God's vision for life, and what were the large-scale results of the fall? How differently was the reality to God's vision?
Well, I mean, God's vision was that, God's desire was to create a peaceful and happy world. God wanted to have children, and he wanted his children, like all parents do, he wanted them to be happy. And the greatest happiness, of course, comes through love. And the greatest love comes from the love within the family and with friends. And so the first children, Adam and Eve, he wanted them to grow up, become mature, and then be blessed by him in marriage and to enjoy conjugal love and experience incredible joy in that way. And then naturally want to have children as an expression of that love and to enjoy the love they would have with their children. And of course, as you get older and your children grow up, you want your children to have children. And so old people long to have grandchildren, which is a lineage. When I go and visit my dad, who's 95, and I go in, he says, "Did you bring anybody with you?" And if I say no, there's a flick of disappointment over his face. But anyway, sit down and for a few hours and I go home. If on the other hand, I have children, he's happier than just seeing me, and he spends most of the time talking to them. And if I bring my grandchildren, he's thrilled to bits. And I just go and sit in the corner and on my mobile doing social media, because he's not interested in me anymore. He's interested in my children, and he's interested in my children's children. So for him, what brings him more joy than anything else is seeing his grandchildren. And he's so interested how they're doing, how they're growing up. And so I can see, yeah, that's really God's heart. When we talk about God wanting to have a lineage, that's just a natural human desire, is to want to see these things going on into the future, and wanting children to grow up to be successful and to be happily married, and for the children's children to be the same. And so I say that was basically God's vision, is a world which is made of happy families, and families living together in peace and harmony with each other. How's the world different? Well, there are lots of good families around, and happy families, and I'm sure they bring a lot of joy to God. But also, as we know, there are a lot of people who are very damaged, who become very hurt for whatever reason. And often when people get very hurt and traumatized, then they become angry, and they become resentful and bitter. And sometimes they lose control of that anger, and they start engaging in violence, and sometimes even murder. And this extends not just to the individuals, but sometimes feuding between families, violence within society, between gangs, and between nations, people fighting. And of course, the most painful thing for parents is to see their children suffering. The most painful thing for parents is to see their children getting hurt. The most painful thing for parents is if their children get bullied or murdered or raped or something like that. And so that's the reality of, part of the world in some places, that's very much what it's like. And it's very much what God doesn't like. And if you read, it says that so what broke God's heart more than anything else was seeing violence, was seeing his children suffering violence. And then it says that God grieved, and God even regretted creating human beings, because instead of a world of peace, there was just a world of pain, and his children had just been born into a painful world. And so that's what led on from that to the flood, an attempt to try and start all over. So yeah, in some parts of the world, there is a lot of joy, a lot of peace, a lot of happiness. You find many good and happy families around. But there's an underbelly of extreme violence, which manifests not just in murder, but also in intimidation, sexual and rape, and robbery, of course, and all these kinds of things.
Yeah, I guess one thing I'd like to ask, leading on from what you just said, is that so God had this amazing vision, right? This perfect plan for families to experience joy together. But that was a very short-lived dream, right? And very quickly we experienced the fall, with our first ancestors falling and creating this legacy of pain rather than legacy of joy and love. So how did it get to that point that this all-powerful God, our heavenly parent, how did his amazing plan end up becoming a disastrous world that we live in today?
Well, I mean, that's what people have always been trying to figure out. When you look at the world in which we're living, it's an extraordinarily beautiful place. The mountains, the trees, the birds, the flowers, it's a world of extraordinary beauty. But at the same time, it's marred by this violence and this terrible things that human beings do to each other. And so people have always sat around since time immemorial trying to figure it out. Why is it like this? And every religion has some kind of explanation, some kind of story, which explains why the world is the way that it is, as opposed to the way that it should be. And the story or myth we're most familiar with is the one sort of our background, is the one we find in the Bible, the story of Adam and Eve. And there we can see that instead of Adam and Eve growing up and becoming the son and daughter that God hoped for, they fell, and as a result of that, then they became damaged, and as a result of that, you see in the first family, the relationship between Cain and Abel. Cain, the older brother, got so angry and upset with his younger brother that he killed him. And then you get this tradition of violence, which God has been trying to solve. So, yeah, every religion, and not just religion, every political philosophy traces it back to some kind of moment where things started to go wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're curious then, continuing on from the original, from the Genesis story, the Bible itself is very rich in so many stories of God's chosen people trying to rebuild that vision, trying to somehow come back to that original ideal. What are some of the biggest struggles and victories experienced by key biblical figures concerning purity and concerning regaining this original purity and the original ideal that God created, that we should really pay attention to and learn from?
Okay, so in the previous discussion was a discussion about shame, and I think maybe that's a good place to pick it up and then move on to purity, or maybe purity. So what is purity? I mean, you can say a glass of water is pure, you can see through it. But when you add some bit of dirt, it becomes cloudy, it becomes mucky, and it's no longer pure water. It's become contaminated or polluted. And if you look at a child, everyone says children are pure and innocent. What does that mean in practice? You know that if a child comes up to you and gives you something spontaneously, you know it's very touching because you know that child is not doing that with any ulterior motivation. So Kierkegaard says that purity of heart is to will one thing. They're just doing it without an ulterior motivation. They just want to give you something because they love you, or they might say something. And sometimes, children say the most, you might say, embarrassing things, because they just say what they think. There's no ulterior motivation behind it. So in that sense, they're very, very pure. And so that was the state that Adam and Eve were in before the fall. They were in a state of that kind of purity, that kind of innocence. But then, then they did something which they realized was wrong, and they felt ashamed. They were ashamed of what they did, and they realized that they realized they did the wrong thing. They ate the fruit, they had a sexual relationship when God said they shouldn't, and so they felt really bad about themselves. They felt ashamed of what they'd done, and then they felt that then they covered themselves and they hid themselves away. So if you feel like you've done something wrong, the natural thing is you don't want anybody else to find out. Why don't you want anybody else to find out? Because you think, well, if that person knew what I was really like, they wouldn't love me. Yeah, that's what children. But if my parents really knew what I'd done, they wouldn't love me anymore. And so that's part of the thing with shame, is this kind of feeling of, if somebody finds out, then I won't be loved anymore. And then so you have this sort of this kind of expression of loss of faith. People found anymore. I'm going to go and escape. I'm going to run away and move somewhere else. And so the last thing people want is to have their sins exposed, or things they've done wrong exposed. Then they feel shame, they feel judged, they feel nobody can respect me anymore, nobody can love me anymore, and then they just disappear very often. Sometimes even commit suicide with this deep sense of shame. And so Adam and Eve as well, then they felt ashamed of what they did. They realized that they'd done something which God wasn't happy about, and that something God didn't want them to do. But the interesting thing is that when God comes into the garden, God doesn't judge them, or God just says, "Where are you?" Yeah? So what God is doing, it's not angry with them, he's not in a rage, he's not judging them, accusing them, he says, where are you? What God is hoping that they will do is they will say, sorry God, you told us not to eat the fruit, but we ate it, we're really sorry. And if they had been like that, completely open, honest and transparent, they would have experienced God's unconditional love for them, and they would have been healed, and they would have started very quickly being restored. Because they were because they felt shame and they hid it away, then instead of things going the right direction, it just worse and worse and worse. And so they no longer felt they were worthy of God's love, they no longer felt God's love, and they cut themselves off from God in that sense. It's not that God didn't love them anymore. God loved them just as much as he did before. It's just that they could no longer feel God's love because they didn't think they were worthy of God's love, entirely because they hid away. And so that then became this problem of sin. And it happened with the story of Noah and Ham, which some of you may remember, which I'm not going to retell all that. But then you want to know what the turning point is? Well, one of the main turning points actually is the very first person, couple really, who decided to live a completely open, honest and transparent life. And that were a father and mother of faith, of Abraham and Sarah. So you might remember the story of when told Abraham to go make sacrifice on a mountain, and he managed to persuade a goat and a cow and a sheep and 2 doves to go up the hill with him. And it says there that he sacrificed the heifer, and he sacrificed the sheep, and he sacrificed the goat. But when it came to the doves, he was really exhausted by that stage, and he fell asleep. And then when he woke up, a big dread came over him, and God said to him, because of what you've done, your descendants are going to suffer in a foreign land for 400 years. You might say it's pretty heavy. I don't want to go into that. But then the thing is, okay, what did Abraham do next? That's the key point. What did he do next? You might wonder, well, how do we know this story? Well, when he went down the hill, down the mountain, he went home to see Sarah, you can imagine, and Sarah would have said to Abraham, how did the sacrifice go? And Abraham had a choice. He could either say it went really well, God accepted it, or he could have said, actually, I fell asleep. I forgot to I didn't cut the dove. And when I woke up, God told me that our descendants were going to suffer in a foreign land as slaves for 400 years. Do you think it's easy to go home and tell your wife you've messed up to that extent? Is it easy to do that? Or is it much easier just to pretend, oh, everything went okay? Yeah? If you think, oh, if I go and tell my wife this, how can she possibly love me? How can she possibly accept me? She's going to hit me over the head with a frying pan. She's going to kick me out of the house or whatever. Yeah? So, isn't it? So that's the turning point. Abraham, even though he committed this terrible mistake, which was going to affect generations and generations of their descendants, he didn't cover it up. He didn't hide it. He went home and said it. And then the story was passed on from generation to generation. Eventually, it got written down. So this then is a turning point in history. So when you have a culture of shame, what you're concerned about is how do other people see me? In other words, I don't want anybody to know my mistakes. I don't want anybody to know the bad things I do. I don't want anybody to know that I do this or I do that, or watch this or watch that. You try to put on a good appearance, a good front, a good face. Yeah, that's the shame-based culture. And the most awful thing is to lose faith. So with Abraham then, Abraham didn't care what other people thought about him. All that Abraham cared about was how he was in front of God. To be able to be completely open, honest, and transparent with his wife. Yeah, and then to know that, and for for Sarah, what do you think she would have preferred? Do you think she would have preferred Abraham to lie or to tell the truth? Obviously, to tell the truth. And I'm sure it must have been really hard for her to digest that truth that he said. So they stayed together and went on with one thing and another, and they're the parents of faith for more than half the world's population, because this is the turning point from a shame-based culture, which started with Adam and Eve hiding their sin, carrying on with Ham and Noah, and then find a turning point. And that's why in the Bible then is a record, not of all the great things that people did, it's a record of all the mistakes that people had made. And sometimes we think, oh, we read the Bible, oh, the Jews did this and that and the other. It's very easy to accuse them. But actually they had the courage just to say the mistakes they made and to record them. Another great person was David. People think, oh, what a terrible person David is. He seduced Bathsheba and got Bathsheba's husband killed at the same time. Not this David, I'm talking about King David. Sorry about that. King David in the Bible, yeah. So King David in the Bible, he was the greatest king. But then we all know that he fell for, got a very attractive, very beautiful lady who was sunbathing called Bathsheba. He seduced her and arranged for her husband to get killed. And then Nathan the prophet came and exposed his sin. But how do we know about what he did? It's because he wrote a psalm repenting. He himself wrote a psalm describing all the terrible things he'd done and repenting and asking God to forgive him. He didn't try to hide it up. He didn't have Nathan the prophet to expose this, put to death. Actually, he felt, oh yes, you're right, and he was completely conscience-stricken. And then because he was so conscience-stricken, then he repented and wrote this psalm, and then God forgave him, and that's why his lineage continued because of that. And so it's not making mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. As Shakespeare said, to be human is to err. Nobody's perfect. Everybody, without exception, makes mistakes. As St. Paul said, everyone is a sinner. That's the reality. But making a mistake is not the problem. The problem is not taking responsibility, not confessing it, not repenting, and not changing. That's the problem. Making a mistake. Adam and Eve, they made a serious mistake eating the fruit. The bigger mistake was not acknowledging it, saying sorry, and being forgiven. Yeah? The mistake they made was a bad mistake, but it could have been easily put right if they'd just been open, honest, and transparent. So those are two of the major figures, Abraham and someone like David, other people as well, who made a real turning point. So, for example, what Lucifer did, Lucifer came along and he was chatting Eve up. Yeah? And he's chatting Eve up, and he awoke in Eve all kinds of feelings that she'd never experienced before. And it's all kinds of nice, warm, nice feelings. And she started to become, what do you call it? Infatuated with Lucifer. And looked up to Lucifer, and all these kind of feelings that young girls have for somebody like that. Became very infatuated. And then Lucifer, enjoying that kind of thing, he eventually, he encouraged her to follow those feelings, and they fell. But at that moment, then Eve had to make a choice. She had to choose between Lucifer and Adam. And from her point of view, which is the more attractive figure? There was Lucifer, who was very sophisticated, older, and she was really struck by the fact that sophisticated, mature, intelligent, spiritually powerful older beings taking an interest in her. That really amazed her, little old teenage Eve. Whereas Adam was probably organizing football matches between the chimpanzees and the monkeys. And so from Eve's point of view, yes, we know girls mature before boys. So from Eve's point of view, Lucifer was the more attractive kind of proposition. So that was what happened. So one was, as I said, Abraham was a great person, but also so was Sarah, mother of faith. So Sarah, one day, she found herself in a very similar kind of position. She was invited to go and stay with the Pharaoh of Egypt, the most powerful man in the world. He invited her to stay, and he sent Abraham away, and he tried to proposition her. He tried to seduce her and offered her the opportunity of becoming his #1 wife, the wife of the most powerful man in the world, with a life of luxury and, you know, all kinds of dresses and fruit, and someone to do fingernails and toenails. So she had to choose between marrying the most powerful man in the world and living a life of sheer luxury in the palace, or carry on wandering around the Middle East, living in a tent with Abraham. Unfortunately, you know, the reality is, you know, for many women, it's an obvious choice. You go with the Pharaoh. But she was able to overcome that temptation and remain faithful to Abraham. And that was a very, very significant thing. You know, by overcoming that temptation, which women often face, to being attracted to status and to power and money and all these things, she overcame that temptation and remained faithful to Abraham. And in that sense, it's useful, you know, you're one of the very significant figures, as was Painless. I can go on about it forever. I'm sure you've got another question to ask.
Yeah, so you've already been talking about some key figures, right, who had to work on their purity throughout biblical history. I mean, it sounds like Abraham and Sarah were like the OG high noon couple, right? They had to practice those high noon virtues already way back then. But yeah, I guess because you kind of already answered that question a little bit with like biblical kind of people who had to work on their purity. I think what we would love to know is true parents, right, who came to this earth, were called to this messianic mission from a very young age. How did they set about reversing this original sin that had been part of our lineage for so long? How do they create a new lineage? How do they create all of this, a whole movement as a new blood lineage? How did they go about even starting?
Okay, well, first thing is to, I guess, think about what is original sin. And, you know, the word is used, the phrase is used in two different ways. One is the original sin of Adam and Eve when they ate the fruit. Okay, and then also we talk about original sin being passed on through the generations. So there are two different things here. One is the mistake that Adam and Eve made, and the other is the consequences of that mistake. And so I find the expression original sin being inherited a bit uncomfortable, but anyway, it's very Catholic in its implications that somehow we're born guilty. And but really, it's much relationship. So if you think about the relationship between Lucifer and Eve, Lucifer is a much older man, and you know, basically he seduced Eve. And so in the modern world, we would say Lucifer was like a pedophile, and basically he was sexually abused by this person. And often this sort of thing, unfortunately, tragedy takes place in the family. And when someone is sexually abused, then it's incredibly damaging to them. It's incredibly damaging to them, emotionally, psychologically, sexuality, in terms of their sexuality and understanding and the meaning of sex. And they become very confused and very damaged. And so a person who's been sexually abused, it's very difficult for them to have an open, wholehearted, pure relationship, even if they get married. So there's all kinds of memories that
Oh, sorry, William. I think something is cutting up in your audio. Could you repeat this? What you were just saying now?
what was I saying? I'll forget what I'm saying. It's turned out.
Just
the last 10 seconds.
Okay, so when a person is sexually abused, when a young person is sexually abused, then it's very, very damaging to their sense of self, of who they are, their understanding of sexuality, become emotionally, psychologically damaged. But it also means that they can no longer grow up naturally and normally in terms of relationship with her. She became hurt, and she realized that what had happened wasn't what was supposed to happen. And she became cut off from God, and she felt worthless. And you can read the literature on how people feel when they've been sexually abused as a child. And so she had all these feelings, and she wanted to be comforted. And that's why she approached Adam. So this original sin there, basically, as a result of that relationship with Lucifer and Eve, Eve was incredibly damaged. It wasn't like a couple of teenagers who fall in love, go out to the woods and have a relationship with each other. Although that's a mistake and it's wrong, it's not as damaging as when a person is sexually abused by a pedophile. So basically, Lucifer was grooming Eve for his own purposes. And then, as a result of that, she became very damaged. And so she became damaged then, and she's unable to form a loving relationship with Adam. So in that sense, she lost her purity, because at the same time she was trying to have a relationship with Adam, she's also thinking about Lucifer. And when people lose their sexual purity, it means that when they start having a sexual relationship with somebody else, lots of memories start to come in, of previous relationships. And so they can no longer love this person purely and wholeheartedly. Anyway, so Adam and Eve then became very damaged. And so although they had children, they weren't a happily married couple. They were always arguing with each other, fighting with each other. According to the story, the legend, Eve would continue to go back to Lucifer. And so, of course, this hurt Adam very deeply, the fact that Eve would often go back to Lucifer. And so he was hurt and angry, and you can imagine probably quite an abusive kind of relationship. And so there wasn't the kind of love within that family in a relationship between Adam and Eve, which created a home in which their children could grow up in and feel loved and embraced. And so because the relationship between Adam and Eve was so dysfunctional and abusive, then that poured out into the relationship they had with Cain and Abel. And so Cain and Abel then didn't receive the kind of parental love that they should have received, because Adam and Eve couldn't give it. And they themselves were probably also mistreated and abused as well. And so that kind of trauma then, and psychologists talk about this today, this kind of trauma then got passed on from generation to generation to generation. So one could say that original sin is like an original trauma that gets embedded in one's DNA, actually, RNA, genetically. So then, in terms of reversing that, then what true parents have been doing is on the foundation of everything that went before. So we saw there, the restoration then is when people find themselves in a similar situation to Adam and Eve and Lucifer, and they face a similar kind of challenges and temptations, but instead of giving into the inherited memory patterns and fallen nature, instead they listen to their conscience and they overcome the temptation to make that mistake, and through this they purify themselves and they set a new kind of way of thinking and tradition. So that's what Sarah did. Sarah found herself in a similar situation to Eve, was tempted to do what Eve did, but she overcame that temptation. She followed her conscience, and through that she purified herself, purified her womb. And that's a gradual purification of the lineage. That's what was going on there. This gradual purification of the lineage started with Abraham and Sarah and continue on to Isaac and Rebecca and Jacob, and the relationship we have with Leah and Rachel, and then also very significantly with Judah and Tamar, which is another really important story, which is often misunderstood. And this is how incrementally the lineage has been purified. And then, of course, with the Mosaic law and everything about things. And so true parents then came on that foundation to complete that. that gradual incremental purification. And in terms of blood lineage, what this means is, people talk about God's blood lineage. In reality, God doesn't have blood. God isn't a physical being. God is spirit. God is spirit. So when it says that, God's blood lineage, what that means is that it's a metaphor which goes, blood is thicker than water. So when you talk about God's blood lineage, it's to emphasize that we're God's children. Metaphorically, we're God's children, and blood is used to emphasize the closeness. Yeah, it's not like a water relationship; it's a blood relationship, or family. And so when Adam, so what that means then, in terms of lineage, if I were to ask you, who are you? And you said, I'm the son of God. And if you said, I'm the daughter of God, lineage. Who I am, my identity is defined by my lineage. Does that make sense? I'm the son of God, or I'm the daughter of God. If on the other hand, who are you? Well, I'm what memory here, Hungarian, or the Lithuanian, or if you identify yourself in terms of your nationality, or who are you? Oh, I'm a Manchester United supporter. Or who are you? Oh, I'm a... Okay, so there are lots of different ways in which people can identify themselves. And so Father in his peace messages says that people, believe in the lineage of the enemy. So that means like a false sense of identity. People don't, because of the fall, people fell into ignorance. They didn't know who they were. People, sometimes they felt, oh, maybe I'm a son or daughter of God. But nobody until Jesus had the confidence to say, I'm the son of God. Jesus knew who he was. Yeah, that's because he knew who he was. In that sense, that was that lineage. And this gradual change of lineage has happened through the generations. Started off with Abraham. Abraham's father was an idol maker. But then through various experiences Abraham went through, he discovered God is a reality. He came to believe in God wholeheartedly, even at the risk of his life. And for Abraham, then, the core of his identity was his relationship with God. And that's why he's the father of faith. And the same with Sarah. And then gradually that sense of who a person is passed on. So Joseph, for example, Abraham's great-grandson, when he was sold into slavery by his brothers, then he was bought by Potiphar, who was the captain of Pharaoh's guard. And Potiphar had a wife called Zuleika, and according to the Bible, Joseph was incredibly handsome and bulky and very handsome. And so Zuleika, Potiphar's wife, started getting very attracted to Joseph, and she tried to seduce Joseph and persuade Joseph to become what we would call a toy boy. Now, it so happened that all Zuleika's girlfriends, they all had these toy boys. They all had these young men that they had sex with, when their husbands were away. Okay? So Zuleika then, she tried to seduce Joseph. And Joseph said no. He said, how can I, because you're already married, how can I go? And eventually he said, how can I go against God? Yeah, and so that was like the awakening of conscience. For Joseph, there would have been nothing shameful in it, because that's just the way it was in Egyptian society. If he behaved like that, nobody would accuse him or Zuleika, because that's just the way it was. And his parents would never find out because he'd been sold into slavery. Nobody that he knew would ever find out what he'd done. So there'd be no shame in the sense of doing that. But his conscience felt, this is wrong, I'm not going to do it. And as a result of conscience, of course, he got thrown into prison. Well, that was a major turning point. Another major turning point was Joseph listening to his conscience and rejecting Zuleika's, perception and approaches. So that's another person. So So again, for Joseph, then, core identity came from his relationship with God. And then if we move on a bit more to try and understand, how the blood fits in, then at Mount Sinai, then Moses had led the people out of Egypt, and in Egypt they've been slaves. So if you've been a slave and your parents have been slaves, for hundreds of years, it's very easy to think of yourself, I'm a slave. That's who I am. If someone asks you, oh, I'm the enemy. To me. It's a slave mentality. I do what he says. I do what he tells me.
Sorry, again, it kind of interrupted, but you said, so it's very easy to think that I'm a slave. Then?
Yeah. Okay, and to think that to set in terms of my identity, I'm a slave. I'm owned by somebody. Somebody owns me. I belong to another human being. And that, in that sense, is my identity. I'm the slave of so-and-so. So that's what Father would say. That's the lineage of the enemy. Your identity is, I'm a slave. I'm so-and-so servant. That's who I am. I'm there to serve them. And so what was going on when Moses led the people out of Egypt? It's not just leading them physically out of Egypt. He also had to lead them spiritually out of Egypt. So that meant they had to change from this slave mentality to a different kind of mentality. So that is a change of ownership, partly a change of ownership. So this first change of ownership, I'm not going to go into that. Another story first happened originally with what happened between Abraham and Isaac. That signifying the change of ownership from every single human being. It doesn't belong to their parents, they're not the parents' property, they belong to God, they're God's property. Anyway, so at Mount Sinai then, when Moses went up the mountain, came down with the 10 Commandments, then he read out the 10 Commandments to the people, and the people said, yes, we will follow these commandments and we will understand. And then Moses said, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a ceremony, a ritual. And so Moses told some of the men to cut oxen, and to drain all the blood from these cows, these oxen, into large basins or bowls. And then Moses set up an altar, and he sprinkled and sprayed and threw half the blood onto the altar. And the altar then, altar is a place where you bring your offering, your gifts to God. So in that sense, the altar represents God. God is invisible, so the altar then it stands symbolizing, representing God in this relationship. And the rest of the blood, then Moses sprinkled over all the people. He sprinkled blood all over all the Israelites. And you might think, well, that's very icky, having all this cow's blood sprinkled over you. And what it symbolized and represented was that they were part of God's blood lineage. Literally, because the blood connecting them, the blood connecting on the altar, which is representing God, is the same blood that's been sprinkled over them. So that represents a change of blood lineage on a national level. They were becoming, then came, we are the people of God. We're not the slaves of the Pharaoh. We're not owned by the Pharaoh. We're not owned by anybody. We belong to God. So that was gradually was a change to get rid of
we cannot hear again.
No, your sound is completely off, Uncle William.
Uncle William, your sound is completely gone. Yeah.
Can you hear us?
I think he can hear us, but let's see while Uncle William comes back to us. I think there's some really interesting points here to discuss. I mean, especially this literal change of blood lineage. Like, I mean, it's a symbolic ceremony, let's say, but I think nowadays in our movement, we also have a lot of these ceremonies that I think in many ways relate to this concept that we practice something that symbolically means I am now different, or I'm adopting a new identity. And that's really powerful. Yeah,
Like
what
the
do you-
holy wine ceremony as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, the holy wine ceremony as well. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Truly defining our lineage, right? So like truly, you know, we are the people who have gone, we do not want to be part of this fallen lineage anymore. We want to create this heavenly lineage. So, well, how do we do that? You have to make a clear division between like, okay, I am no longer part of Satan's lineage. I want to rejoin our heavenly parents, heavenly family, right? Which is ultimately what God wanted, right? To have a family that we could experience joy in. So it might seem like a bit of a crazy spiritual, powerful thing you have to do to just go back to our heavenly parents and true parents, their legacy of love and happiness. But actually, there's only just a few simple steps on how to do it, right? And we've been doing it for like 4 generations now. We have like 4 generations of God's family, and still more to come. Isn't that like amazing, right? Yeah.
For me, what's interesting though is that we can, we often receive this holy wine in a small little glass, but what was often emphasized is that, yes, it's good to receive this, but actually afterwards you really got to act it out as well. So it's not enough to drink it. You actually need to do the practical steps of not really entering, but living this kind of lineage that you got access to now. So yeah, I like this aspect of our own personal responsibility, because I think it's a huge grace that we receive when we are given such an opportunity of starting over. But starting over means that, we got to build again. We got to start building brick by brick. So there's still some work that we need to do.
I think simultaneously there's also temptations to fall back. Right. And we talked about this on this workshop as well quite a lot. There's these moments, right, where okay, we're committing to changing our whole identity, like our mentality. Along that journey there comes tribulations and challenges, and sometimes temptation to fall back into the old ways. The people of Israel really experienced that a lot as they were transitioning out of slavery and becoming a people again, a nation of God that could eventually receive the Messiah, right? So any stories that stuck out to you?
Yeah, I loved how you explained how Abraham and Sarah, how they had to truly be honest together as a couple, which is something that, we didn't really see a true couple up until that point, not really, ever since the fall. And so even though Abraham and Sarah were not perfect, they managed to like take at least a step in the right direction, right? And that's why their legacy led towards the Jewish legacy, which then led to the Christian legacy, which, as Chimother explains to us, was the foundation to bring about the only begotten son and the only begotten daughter, who are our parents, right? And created this amazing lineage. So it was really the small steps that were taken by just some normal people way back when. And they had to become like, owners of God's lineage, and they had to take the first steps to achieving that legacy. So I mean, that's we have to kind of thank them so much for taking that. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Abraham and Sarah and their decisions. So in High Noon, we deal with people trying to become more than what they think they could be, right? And I think every single person listening to this right now, like, you all have the potential to create this heavenly lineage. It just takes a couple, and then more couples, and then more families, right? So if Adam and Eve, they weren't able to fulfill God's true vision, but it's the work that future couples had to put into, like our amazing true parents, to bring about this incredible family. I mean, we have to thank them, but also we can be just like them as well, right? So yeah, how do we do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I think connecting to this, but also what I want to touch on, a very important concept shared by Uncle William here was that the original sin, it's in many ways is actually the original trauma, right? So that the kind of baggage or the kind of inheritance that we're getting for our lineage is deeper than just someone got hurt or offended or made a mistake, as a child does. But this is really deep, and I really enjoyed actually one of the more recent podcast episodes. I think Andrew mentioned science is catching up, right? And epigenetics. Yeah. That's quite it's quite exciting now, where the kind of view on life and the history of humanity that we had in this more religious realm is now gaining a deeper sense and a broader understanding through science as well, and through the developments that we're getting from genetical research. And yeah, so there's a lot to work through, and families, like blessed families, I guess that's true parents legacy. That's what they brought to this world, blessed families. That's another whole big ceremonial thing, right? Change of blood lineage again. And yeah, maybe David, I don't know how much you relate to us, but our first gen parents they had to go through a lot, right? And adopting new parents, that's such a wild concept, actually, when you think about it. Yeah.
I wanted to check back into you, Uncle William. Can you hear us? Not really. Uncle William, can you hear us? Okay. Not yet.
Yep. I think, yeah, there was a lot in this session, and it's interesting that our histories, it's very rich. It's troubled in many ways, and it's so full of ups and downs and twists and turns. There's a lot to learn from some key figures in our biblical history, and there's a lot of nuance, right, as Uncle William as well mentioned. So even figures like King David, super important figures actually in the Bible, but as their characters were not flawless either, and they committed all kinds of mistakes. But the driving force in history for restoration, for rebuilding, for the whole driving force behind the providence of restoration, let's call it that, has been, firstly, being honest. This is what we heard about, right, from these stories, being honest. Mm-hmm. I think it's amazing, right? That's our number one virtue in life. The first one we mentioned, right? Honesty, right?
Think about how much history could have been different if only people practice honesty. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, honesty, and we talk about this a lot on High as well. Honesty requires courage. From that, we can experience grace. With grace, we can move on and to build relationships, to become functional channels of God's love again, and then we build accountability circles with others. And final step, integrity. We're now having accountability with people. We need to be people that fulfill on the words that we say. So we let people in on our lives, and we need to actually live up to the standards, the ideals, the goals that we set. And what's great about accountability is that people can support us along the way. that's something we've been talking a lot about on this workshop, actually, here in Poland. And it's a recurring theme. Any more closing words for this session? I see your takeaways.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just wanted to thank Uncle William. Unfortunately, his technology kind of left us. Spirit world will always try and stop the best speakers. The evil spirit world will always try and stop our best speakers. So, Uncle William, you are a soldier of truth. Thank you so much. But yeah, truly, like, thank you for enlightening us with these amazing stories from thousands of years ago. It's crazy that we still have these stories. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, would your story be told in 1,000 years? Wow.
We need to write our own book, you know, that can be a bestseller or something.
Yeah, yeah.
No, okay.
But yeah, so truly, thank you for enlightening us on these amazing stories that really have a great impact on the current situation today. So yeah, thank you.
Any takeaways from your side?
I guess for me, it's always a bit difficult to hear what happened in the very beginning, and how big of a trauma was created by this one relationship in the very beginning. So it almost feels unfair to expect of anyone to then restore it, because it's coming down from so many generations already. I guess that's what makes me really appreciate anyone who works on restoring this generational trauma that has been carried for thousands of years now. So anyone who is taking a step forward, I'm just grateful for it, honestly. So that's my personal takeaway here.
Yeah. I'm sure that if Uncle William was here, he'd share maybe a message, something akin to, we are now the inheritors of this lineage. We're continuing this legacy, and that's a lot of responsibility, but it's amazing to be on the forefront of history happening, right? And we are here. We can learn from past mistakes. We can understand actually them deeper as well through those stories, through Bible stories. It's incredible how we can understand ourselves better through understanding those stories, right? Yeah. So as children, maybe we were just taught that, well, Adam and Eve ate the fruit and they fell, and then Cain killed Abel. Digging into these relationships, so what happened at a human level there, can really enlighten us in understanding what's happening with us, with our relationships. Yeah. And especially, Cain and Abel, the first two siblings in history, right? And what happened between them. That really lives on. Mr. Specialist here can, I think, tell us all about it, right? Sibling relationships, they're not easy. And these stories, they continue living through us in many ways. So yeah, that's why, we wanted to have this session here as our start to really connect with, who we are, right? Where we're coming from, the whole biblical history. It's our history as well. So we're wrapping up this session. I think, big round of applause. Uncle William, if you can still hear us. Thank you. All right. We are back. We have a new background. That's amazing. Nice, flamey, actually. Fire, flaming.
Heterosexual.
Okay, that's a classic Benji phrase.
Love you, Benji.
Right. So this next session, you might have seen the title, Kings in Training, Becoming Men of God. David.
Yeah.
What is a man?
Wait, what? What is a man? Good question.
In these confusing times that we live in right now,
Oh my days.
what is a man is an actual question. And it's, crazy, sad, but we're here to help. So we have a lineup of some really interesting people, all young men who I think exemplify to the best standard living a public life.
Yeah.
That's living up to a high standard of what it means to be a man in our movement, a young man, right? And we'd like to invite them one by one. I'm not sure who's going to come up first, but we have with us, drum roll, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
My own brother here.
What's
Eddie
up?
Cooper.
Hello.
Alex Almeida and Jonas Chishan. So we actually covering quite a few time zones here.
Yes. International. Man.
For Jonas, it's morning. For the rest of us, it's evening, but we have brothers from the UK, brothers in arms here. Eddie and Alex, welcome, guys.
Thanks for having us. Pleasure to be here, boys.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
I've been trying to. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been trying to improve my public speaking skills and articulation. So when I got the opportunity to do this, I jumped at it because I wanted to sort of get uncomfortable and do this. So yeah, I appreciate the opportunity.
This is a great place, right? Doing it live as well.
No pressure at all.
Jonas, all the way from the other side of the Atlantic. How are you, man?
Oh yeah, definitely. Good to see you guys. I'm currently in a very special place, very special house. I'm currently staying with the Wolfenbergers. It's really special to all of the brothers. I was just thinking just before that, like when I saw the names of you guys, I thought like, oh man, every single time I think about you guys or when I see you, I feel inspired. So good to be here.
Right, and then we have my own brother Robert here. Welcome. How are you?
Yeah, man, it's a pleasure to be here. Actually, I just came back from a seminar. I'm doing a harp seminar now, and I came here to talk to you guys. So yeah, maybe they're watching us. I don't know actually, but hopefully we can have a good time here and really dive into masculinity, dive into what does it mean to be a man of God, and yeah, I'm truly excited for this opportunity.
Right. I just want to give a short shout out here to Jonas. He just turned 23 years old. 24, sorry. 24.
I feel old.
You're the same age as me.
Yeah, crazy, right? I haven't felt so old in my life. So, well, we are aging, but we are old but gold, right?
Yeah, happy birthday, my man. I'd give you a huge hug if I could, but
virtual one.
Yeah, and Alex.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, man?
Hello. Nice to see you guys. Yeah. Good to connect. Andronic, I haven't seen you in a long time. I think it was a few years ago. You were on my team on a long time ago. David, I see you more so. We're in the same country, but yeah, lovely to be here. Look forward to exploring these different topics, and it should be a good time, fellas. So honored to be a guest.
Right. So there's a lot of us here, and there's like 4 of you guys. We have some questions. We're gonna try rolling through them. I think we're all mature here. We don't need to point fingers. Now you.
You're men,
so,
right? Pure men.
Yeah. If you feel like going, if you feel like you have something to say, just go for it. And we're gonna start off from a question: how has growing up in the movement shaped your understanding of masculinity and what it means to be a man of God? We're gonna go there. We're gonna go deep immediately. So, yeah, if anyone wants to take it away, the floor is yours.
Straight in. I think I can start. I think growing up in the movement, having a guy like True Father as kind of like the role model, kind of what it means to be a man, I think that's just a huge positive influence overall, right? To have a guy like that who is, for me, that's what it means to be a man, right? To be a man who's hardworking, who's disciplined, who's committed, who wants to do good in the world, but also a man who is like kind, humble, generous, unconditional love, right? It's the perfect balance of two things. And so I think at times it can be kind of like you have a high thing to work towards, right? You want to be like True Father, but I think he challenges us to try and be like him, right? In multiple times throughout, when you're reading his word, he says, try and be like me, try and be almost better than me. And so I think it's the perfect role model. And so to grow up with a guy like that, to look up to, I think it's just perfect. I think it's a privilege, it's an honor. And I think it's kind of helped me to stay rooted as far as like, I can be a man who is strong, who is capable, and who is also honors God. And I can do both, right? Because I think in the modern secular world, it's kind of a misconception that you have to choose one or the other. And so I think it's the perfect balance of both. So that's kind of my 2 cents.
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah, really good point. I can relate in many ways to you, Alex. Having True Father as an example, that's really high standard. And when you have people who are also inspiring to be like him, and you create a community based on really good virtues and basically some values you want to resemble, then it's a powerhouse. We can really, I guess all of us, we can relate to the fact that we are surrounded by really good people from the very beginning of our lives, really good parents, really good fathers, and also really good brothers around us. So eventually, we had a really good start, and I think this is very special.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely find myself agreeing with them. Definitely True Father was, even though we didn't really, I don't know how many of us met him actually, how many of us saw him in person, of how he actually was, but through the stories of other people, just how he interacted with people, how dedicated he was. If we really think about it, he started from absolutely nothing, and then he built a massive movement that stands still till today, and that was really a result of hard work and dedication and focused mind. So I think definitely for us, it's a big inspiration.
Yes. I would say for me, the idea of being a man of God is someone that is constantly trying to be the best version of themselves and constantly taking action to get on that path of being their best selves. So yeah, I would say they're constantly trying to strive to take action and improve and get better. And so, yeah, they're just always growing, and they have that mindset of, just trying to be better constantly throughout their life and in every interaction and experience. And so, yeah, that's what I would say, to be fair. But
yeah. So that's some great stuff. And so talking about True Father as a role model of masculinity, Robert mentioned something very interesting here. Has anyone actually of us met True Father? I'm pretty sure, well, maybe some of us have seen him, but we're so young. So young that yeah. So I have 2 questions here. So firstly, how do you connect to True Father, like as a role model, as an image? He's obviously not around. What are your sources of connection? And then second is, if you could point to some specific things. So what was it that he did, or his way of life, his practices? He did a bunch of stuff. The movement is one thing. Actually, there's a bunch of other stuff that he did that stuck out to you, that inspires you, that you try to learn more about maybe, and that is a guiding light for you in your life. Yeah,
it's a good question.
That's a good question. Maybe I have.
Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah. In terms of relating to True Father, I think mostly I relate with him through just experiences in my life. When I experienced something that he wrote about, or experienced something that I read through in his autobiography and so on, just trying to live like him, you can kind of understand in what kind of position he was and how he felt in those positions. And I mean, the standard that True Father gives to us is very high, and the bar that he raised is very high. And to try to live up to that is really, it's not easy. And yeah, I think just striving for that and going for that, already you can kind of relate to him, because you understand what kind of struggles he's going through and what kind of things he have to overcome to become a man that he became.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think, yeah, I can kind of piggyback on that. I think he gave an example, like through all the stories we hear in the autobiography of him kind of doing these extreme things, being a bit rebellious, right? Doing all these things that are super extreme. I think it showed me that you can be intense, you can be extreme, but it can be for good, right? Like as young guys, we have so much energy, so much kind of pent up energy and intensity, and we want to do things all the time. And most in the secular world, that energy is put towards bad things, towards, you know, whether it's drugs or porn or you know, partying, whatever the case is. But True Father showed with the stories that you can use that energy, that intensity, to do good, right? To be intense in good things, right? Whether it's him, like the melon patch story when he fed the whole village with the melons, like it was an intense, a crazy thing to do, but it was a good thing, right? So he used that energy to do a good thing, and so it showed me that like I can use this masculine energy that I have to do good things. It doesn't have to be bad things, and I think that was almost kind of like an inspiration for me, kind of growing up in the church. So that's kind of my perspective.
Yeah, that was a crazy story, actually, when you think about it.
Here you go, children. Here are the melons from my uncle, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, like he did some crazy stuff, but all of it was his like intensity as a young man, but it was for good, right? And so he used that energy instead of going and you know, doing bad things, doing things that are going to kind of lower you spiritually. He used it for good. So yeah, I think it's a fantastic example.
Yeah, I guess most of us, we haven't met True Father in our lifetime. Maybe we saw True Father maybe in Berlin. I'm not sure if you guys remember 2010. So it's been a long time, but I don't really remember anything from that meeting except really nice cake and victory celebration. Although one thing I really want to talk about is choosing your heroes wisely. So we hear stories, we hear some amazing examples from True Father's life, and we can be really inspired by that. I think this is one really important thing, is to be able to have role models and be able to take the best things from their lives and apply in ours, basically. So instead of having, you know, a Batman or Captain America or some cartoon character, you can have actually True Father. You can have Robert Karagesian, you can have Alex Almeida, and some other guys who are extremely, extremely amazing, or some uncle figures, or your father or uncle or whatever. It could be very special to just search for really good role models and eventually take the best out of them. Yeah, me personally, mainly reading autobiography, listening to testimonies, and just seeing this guy, this crazy guy, which True Father was. It's just very special, actually, for my life, and I bet for yours as well.
Yeah, I think that's so true. I mean, there's so many epic stories and all these things we hear that True Father has done, and to see that so many people, hundreds of thousands of people, believe in him and believe in his ideas, and like living for the sake of others, and the way he served other people is something that's so inspiring. And I think that's what I would like to live my life like, right? Just trying to have a huge impact where so many people believe in what I say and believe in what I do and how I live my life. And so that's something I want to kind of take from True Father, right? Just trying to be so positive and have a huge impact for the better of other people. So
Yeah, I just also want to add that when I was about 5 or 6, I had like the privilege to meet your father in London, not, you know, face to face, but like he came to London for like a big talk, and it's like the only time I got to see him in person, right? So quite a special moment. It was one of the last years he was alive, and I just remember like truly what really stood out to me was his heart. Right, his immense power from his heart. And I think, so I remember I was listening to the translation, right? But being a 5-year-old, you don't really even know what the English translator is saying. So I just took my headphones out like get rid of those. And I just wanted to hear like his Korean voice. And I'm sorry, I was expecting like some really rough voice, like I am true father kind of thing. But instead, I heard this like proper grandfatherly voice, like someone who truly cared about the people he was talking to, right? And I would say one thing that really stands out to me about True Father was, yes, he was incredibly strong and he had this amazing masculine kind of like drive, you know, he was like the man, but also he had the deepest, most profound heart, and he knew how to be in control of his emotions. And I feel like it's genuinely an issue with men these days, is that you're seen as weak if you're an emotional person. You're like, oh, aren't you like some really camp guy? Who are you questioning your gender maybe if you're so emotional all the time? What is this, you know? I think I think that True Father really understood the emotional depths of Heavenly Parents and was able to channel that emotion. There are times where he would cry so much that the tears would seep through the floorboards of his house, right? So True Father knew that being masculine meant also you could be in control of your emotions and have this emotional depth that was far more profound than anything we'd seen before. And I think this is really a very important point for all young men growing up, that it's okay to be emotional. If you're connecting to God's heart, it doesn't make you less of a man. In fact, I would say it makes you even more of a man if you're able to feel. Because many men, they numb themselves. They cover their shame and their trauma with addictions or shadows. And they just go, oh, I'm a man, so no one needs to know about my problems. It's my problems. I can deal with it. I'm a man, kind of thing. But that's really simple, because we need connection. It's unbelievable how stupid humanity has been up until this point, neglecting the fact that we need connection. And the men, the true men we see today, like True Father, the ones who truly have the most impact, are the ones who are in touch with their emotional side. You could argue who are in touch with their feminine side. They know how to be gentle towards the world. There's a great saying that a true man, is strong enough to be gentle. It's a great saying, and it's like this concept that you're so strong and so clear on who you are as a man that you're able to have the gentle touch that a woman might have, you know, and is maybe seen as not normal for a man. But if you're in nature and if you're looking after your children, you can't be like, hi child, kind of thing, you know. You have to be gentle, right? So yeah, I guess I just want to plant this idea in your heads, like how do you feel, how inspired do you feel by True Father's heart, his emotional heart?
Actually, a story came to my mind while you were saying this. The story of when True Father was, I don't know, he was fishing or something like that, and he caught a fish, and that fish died, and then he cried for a very long time because it died. And yeah, I think the having the ability to feel empathy towards, you know, others is a quality that just in general every human being should have, and that is something that can help us relate with people. Emotions, I definitely feel like as men we have a lot of energy, and definitely if we have emotions and we cannot control them, we will burst out and do hideous things, and we can really go to very bad lengths of what we can do. But yeah, I feel like I can agree with you there that we should be able to control our emotions and not let them slip out, but definitely we should be in tune, because you know, I think emotions are something that God has really blessed us with, because if you don't feel emotions, you're not feeling anything. You're just a robot that is, you know, walking around and feeling the love of God, feeling the love of your wife, feeling the love. I mean, I don't have one, but hopefully in the future, feeling the love of your feeling the love of your parents, of your brothers and sisters. That is, you know, truly a blessing that we get. And yeah, and it makes life way more interesting. So.
Yeah, that's really interesting input here as well. We're getting a fuller picture here, but so we're talking a lot about Father, and now let's ask ourselves: so what what was, if we had to categorize or kind of describe, so what was the stuff that True Father talked about the most? No surprise, True Father was talking the most about sexual integrity, about purity, about having a purity of heart, mind, soul, and body. So let's talk about this concept of sexual purity. So how do you navigate the challenges of maintaining sexual integrity in a world that often promotes the complete opposite?
Maybe I will speak a little bit actually about this one point, also a little bit connecting to True Father again. So like basically I really see it in a very simple way. You have to be really clear what you want to have and what kind of life you want to build. And True Father was extremely clear about his vision, about God's vision, especially for sexuality. And he knew very clearly what he wants to restore, what he wants to achieve, and all the other garbage he wants to put away from this world. So very big example for me is my brother actually, and my dad as well. Quite often it's difficult to relate to True Father because he has really high standards, but you can relate to some people who are quite close to you too. And I don't always speak and express so well, but I am quite a visual guy, and when I see this photo and this photo, I can only tell myself, oh, Jonas, this is something I want to have in the future as well. I want to have beautiful life, beautiful blessing, beautiful marriage. And that's why I need to be really clear about the destruction and about the clear things which I really want to have in my life. This is my approach. Being able to put your mission statement and put your goals very clearly makes the game a little bit easier. That's what I would say.
100%. Yeah, I can kind of go from there because that's exactly what I was going to say, Jonas. It makes it easier if you have a mission, because in this world full of distractions, there's so much stuff going on. There's so many distractions trying to veer you away in terms of sexual integrity. If you're trying to constantly stay away from it, it's so tough. You have to have something bigger that you're working towards, right? And so that's the best kind of strategy, right? I feel like all the boys here can kind of agree, right? If you have a mission, if you have a purpose, if you have something you're working towards, then you're not constantly thinking about what you're not doing. You're thinking about the mission, the goal. And so for me personally, whenever I'm at my most kind of, as far as sexual integrity, I'm on it. My thoughts are pure. Everything is pure. My purity is, where it should be. It's when I'm focused on my mission, focused on getting better and improving. And so that's kind of my mindset towards it. I feel like Eddie's, I don't know if Eddie, you want to speak on this, but you're a great example of this, right? Because we've spoken, me and Eddie have had conversations.
Yeah,
Eddie
sure.
hasn't really struggled much with sexual kind of integrity because I know you're so focused on your mission. So yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think if you schedule and have a full day of tasks and things that you're going to complete and you need to do before the day ends, you're not going to be thinking about silly thoughts and these thoughts that bring you down, that the devil is trying to get to you. And so, I mean, my goal is to become a professional footballer. And so my whole week in life is scheduled around my training and my going to the gym and physical stuff. And outside of that, so outside of my football schedule, I'm constantly doing other things to improve myself and be better. So reading, prayer, meditation, those kind of things. And then also fundraising as well, which is something maybe we can get into a bit as well. But if you just constantly focusing on what you want to become and who you want to be and have actionable steps to get to that person. And so aligning your actions with the highest version of yourself, I think that is where you become the highest dominant form of yourself, and you're not having these negative thoughts where you're falling off track and falling off this path that you want to be on. And so that's what I think. If you fill out your day and have a set schedule and tasks that you want to complete, and you actually complete them, and so you have to build that sort of self-discipline and mental mastery to be able to control how you act. I think that's the way you control how you think and these thoughts, and which lead to those negative actions. So that's what I would say. But
that's really good. That's what we talk about here. We call it integrity, just having integrity towards yourself, towards your goals, towards your vision, right? Yeah, Robert, would you like to add something? We have now a sports theme here going, so
Absolutely.
perfect.
Yes,
Perfect.
sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I think actually as me, myself, and Eddie, as I see, we're really into sports and even trying to become professionals at it. And that takes a lot of discipline, that takes a lot of hard work and willpower. And with sexual integrity, for a very long time, I tried to do it for my will and, just say no, say no, say no. But I think sometimes, porn and all those kind of things are not really the problem itself, but usually it shows something that is maybe lacking in you, and it's you're expressing it through porn or through masturbation. But what I actually found in my journey of sexual integrity is that sometimes we have holes in our hearts that we would really like to be filled. And for me, for example, that was my relationship with my dad. For a long time, I didn't really have a strong connection to my dad, and he, talking about men, he was a person that worked hard, but because he worked hard and he stayed long hours in his work, we didn't have a lot of time spent with him during our childhood. And when I understood that, I want to have a relationship with my dad, I feel that that's like a part of my heart that is still lacking and still wants to be developed. When I went to my father, and that was actually one of the scariest things, and one of the things that took the most courage out of me, out of all the things I've do, that took the most courage out of me, to sit my father down and start speaking to him honestly about what I wish to have with him, and that I want to be, his son, not just in words his son, but also really feel like I am his son. And I feel like also when you fill those holes in your heart, and you recognize that you have some parts that are lacking, either that can be with your dad, with your mom, with your siblings, with God. When you fill those areas, you don't ever even in your free time, you don't really have the want to go, watch porn or masturbate, because you feel already fulfilled in your heart. You don't really want to, because why we watch porn, why people masturbate, because they want to feel some happiness inside of them. They want to feel something that is empty inside of them. And I feel like, instead of just doing it all only through your will, we can also recognize that there maybe are some parts in our hearts that we can fill, and then we will not have the motivation to even think about, or go to those kind of places. So that was really, from my life, that was my experience, that sometimes we also need to look within ourselves. Maybe there's something we want to be filled in our hearts. So
All right, Jonas, got anything to say on this?
Well,
sure you
that's
do.
a big point overall, but thanks, Robert. Thanks, Eddie. You guys are really athletes. I see you guys in a few years. You'll be on the top. I know that.
Appreciate that, bro.
Appreciate that,
And
man.
you, Alex, bro, every time I see you, I want to run. I want to go to the gym. I want to be a better man. That's basically every single time I see you guys. Yeah, overall, I think this is pretty amazing that we have this brotherhood. We have this community of people who strive for something bigger. And in terms of sexual integrity and overall sexuality, it's such an important and really beautiful topic. Obviously, we see society trying to just push on you some different agendas, not always very nice ones, and that's why clarity is quite important. True Father had such a beautiful vision for the blessing and for creating radiant, beautiful couples. And when you see that, you start to realize how many things you have to understand to really embrace the idea. But in my case, I was quite young when I was exposed to PMO, and was very confusing actually at first, but later on I was exposed to some really good quality information as well, and good role models. And when you realize that actually to be a man, you need to understand women as well and be able to love them, respect them properly, it's a game changer as well. Probably you know that, but I have 4 sisters, 3 younger sisters, 1 older sister.
One of them is here and listening live.
The youngest one. But it shapes your heart and your mind very, very well. You really want to give them best. You want to be a good brother for them. And it's a really good motivation, because when you relate well with the other gender and you understand how to properly love them and respect them, that's really key to success. I remember actually, David, your dad said on the other workshop, 2016, I was 16-year-old kid at the time, but he said, don't be stupid, Adams. Don't play around with frogs and foxes while Lucifer is basically having a good time with Eve, right? We're really good guys who are taking ownership of the life we got, and the talents and the values we have, and really prepare well for the future. Be good kings for our queens. I think this is very important to have in mind. And then again, destruction, which is coming on the way, PMO, and the let's say tragic expressions of the sexual drive we have as a young man, is not serving us, is not loving us back. So being really clear about what we want to have. And again, I'm a photographer, so I always like to look on the pictures. This is us, Alex, the UK boys plus 1 Polish guy, having a basically really good group of people where you can strive for bigger goals and really learn how to go together well. It's very important. So that's my view on that.
Yeah. Right, and talking about talents, you just mentioned that word, talents, developing ourselves. I want to ask you guys in general, like relationships. So Robert touched upon like having a fulfilling relationship with his father, right? Jonas, you're talking about connection with people around you that live up to a similar standard as you, right? Who help you your own life, promote the lifestyle you want. Let's talk about accountability. This is another important concept here that we have. So what role does accountability play in your journey towards becoming a man of God, and how do you support and hold each other accountable within your community? And I know the UK boys might have some really interesting things to say here for us, but I want to hear from everyone. Yeah, so let's hear it.
I could go first. I think accountability is massive, because if you can't keep, because in the past most people haven't been keeping the promises they've been making them to themselves, and so they haven't got that self-trust where they believe in themselves and they know that their word is strong and it's good. And so I think we have to start off by having accountability partners and an environment where you keep the promises you make to them, so that you have that evidence that you have done what you said you're going to do. And so you've kept those promises to other people, which I think is easier to do at first than keeping the promises you make to yourself. And so you can build that self-discipline so that you can hold yourself accountable in the end, which is, I think, the level we want to get to, holding our own selves accountable. And I think the way you do that is to start off by keeping yourself or getting others to hold you accountable. So getting into an environment where you can do that and feel free and dare to tell each other what you're going to do, and keep each other to those promises.
Yeah, well, that's actually really good, right? Like accountability as a journey into building ultimately your own self-accountability, starting with other people, because that can actually be easier, right? Wow.
Yeah, but also like it really shows rather clearly the massive need for connection in our lives, right? Like man was not meant to be alone. I can't remember who said that, but it's one of those classic sentences that are really true, right? Like men need other men in their lives, because if you're just, if you're just alone by yourself, you only have your perspective. And often if times get, if times get rough, if times get hard, maybe your own willpower alone is not enough to actually get you to your goals. Sometimes you need a brother just to put their hand on your shoulder and say, I believe in you. You can do this, right? And that love you receive from your fellow brothers encourages you that there's more to life than just your own ambition, but it actually makes your ambitions even more supported. Like those brothers can support your ambition. And at the times where maybe you're questioning your own, journey, they'll go, hold on, mate. Like, I thought you had this dream. What are you doing now? You have to pursue it. And they really challenge you to grow even more. So, I wonder, like, what kind of scenarios have you guys been through where you had a dream, you had a vision, right? And then you needed an accountability partner to get you through that challenge?
Yeah, I would say, first of all, it's good to be accountable with yourself and being able to respect your own word and have the integrity. Although, being involved with facilitating and being involved with having many accountability partners, it's very special to express freely, be able to share openly, honestly about your struggles, and not always this pretty side. I'm not perfect by any means. I don't have even the standard I want to have as my vision, but I still want to be able to share openly about the things I'm working on and I'm trying to improve. But I want to listen a little bit more to Alex and Eddie, because you guys are part of a really special group as well, brothers in arms, and I know you guys stay accountable very well, and you call each other out very, very often as well. So if you can share a little bit on that.
You take this, Alex.
Absolutely, I'll take it away. So yeah, I think accountability, brotherhood, companionship, whatever you want to call it, it's just it's crucial, right? Because nowadays, like, you only get up to no good when you're like when you are shame, and shame and guilt are two of kind of the strongest feelings. The only way to get rid of those is to shed light on it, right? Once you shed light on anything that you're kind of guilty or shameful of, immediately the shame goes away, because that's the solution. And so what we're doing is we've created, Jonas touched on it, Brothers in Arms. It's kind of our own kind of community, kind of brotherhood, where essentially it's a space for young guys to just connect on a level of, just being themselves, right? To have that freedom to, share, to connect, to have fun together, to do those things that they want to do. But it's like what we found running retreats for boys in high school. We've had boys in the movement, boys outside the movement coming to these retreats. The thing that everyone values the most is the ability to have guys just on the same page, same age, same journey, right? It's going on the journey with other people. And so, like, I always say this, right? The thing that makes going on this journey, whether it's maintaining your purity or, working towards success in relationships or in career or in sports, whatever the case may be, the thing that makes the journey worthwhile isn't just that you're going towards it, it's the people you're with on the journey, right? And David, you touched on this. As brothers, as young guys, we need a tribe, right? It's something we've had for thousands of years. We've always had tribe, we've always had community. And I feel like there's a temptation nowadays with social media as a young guy to kind of like go on your own path, kind of be a lone wolf, go on that solo mission. But truly, it's probably one of the biggest mistakes you can make as a young guy, because it's number one, it's not going to be as fruitful. It's not going to be as enjoyable to go there with it by yourself, not with your brothers. And number two, you won't get as far because of the external accountability, right? There's a common saying, you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your standards, right? And so the standards that you have are kind of not only by yourself, but kind of your peer group, people that you associate with, right? And so that's kind of a big focus of my life for the past kind of year, is making sure that we can have that accountability, whether it's group chats, whatever the case is for young guys, and it's part of what we do at Brothers in Arms as well. So appreciate it, Jonas.
That's my boy.
Good stuff.
I think what Alex said kind of was interesting when he said you rise to the level of your standards. I think also you rise to the level or fall to the level of your environment. And so, it's that saying, you are the sum total of the 5 guys you surround yourself with. And so, that's something we try to hold and have at BIA, at Brothers in Arms. We try to get these guys in an environment where there are people better than them. And we have these high standards where we're trying to keep each other accountable and be the best versions of ourselves. And so I think if you're in an environment like that, like for me, I'm the youngest out of all our sort of tight group of friends. And so these guys are much older and wiser, and I would say better than me in multiple areas. And so I rise to that standard because I'm constantly surrounded by guys that are better than me. And so that's what another thing we have at BI is we're in this environment where we're all trying to be better. And so I think you just rise to that level. And so you don't fall off path because they're constantly surrounded by better people and have that standard. So yeah.
Yeah, it's like osmosis, right? You grow by osmosis. Like the people you surround yourself with, right? It's just natural. If you're in that environment, you're gonna grow. You're gonna get better. And so that's kind of the goal. If we can surround ourselves, if we can create that culture in our families, in our communities, I think that's ultimately the goal, right? To have that in your home, in your church community, where everyone's trying to get better and holding each other accountable to getting better. I think that's crucial, man. So that's the dream. That's the vision.
Yeah, and I think this is something we can agree on with, I guess, Andrang, you too, like being able, and David, like being able to see Hainan guys as well and see our groups and seeing all of the brothers or sisters as well, I bet, but focusing on the brothers, having the guys who are coming to the group, they really focus on growth and they really focus on becoming better. And that's a very crucial part of your sexual integrity as well, be able to have a tribe of people who really want to change themselves and grow. Yeah, that's something what made my life way better, being able to be part of the group, later on facilitate the group, and basically surround myself with the guys who really want to go forward. Don't take excuses, don't put it under the table, but really take ownership of their lives and their struggles as well, and based on that really form something amazing. By the way, there's Uncle Dave Wolfenberger, and he says, "You guys are amazing." Basically,
yes, Uncle Dave, love you so much,
guys. Yeah, represent. Yeah, but I was wondering if you, Andrang and Robert, do you stay accountable as brothers as well?
You're in family. Right, that's interesting. Robert, want to talk about that?
Oh, wow. Well, actually, no. I think we held ourselves accountable in a sense where I think I have my own high goals, and my brother, he has his own high goals. And just by seeing your brother getting successful at the things he's doing at, already kind of wants you to, push yourself too, because you don't want to be that guy who's, you have a brother that is really paving a way of how to become a successful man. And yeah, and also speaking about accountability, for me, that's that's a word that is very dear in my heart, because I basically made my faith and my goals known to everyone, and I am very public with what I believe in. I'm very public with what I want to achieve in life, and sometimes I think, man, why do I do this? Because that puts a lot of pressure to, now I have to perform. Now I have to show that I am what I say I am. But what I found is, when you share your goals, when you share your faith, when you take upon yourself this accountability, it really helps you grow in that sphere that that you are in. And faith-wise, and in athletics and sports, when I set high standards for myself, and when I talk about them publicly, really, I can't then just lay on my bed and not do anything, because I know if I'm not showing an example, then I'm a fraud. My word means nothing, and that is something that is at least important for me to know within myself that I'm a man of my word, and I do what I say I do. And also by being public and by taking this accountability, I also think I can maybe inspire others and show a way for other people. So in a sense, even though you put this pressure on yourself, I feel like you can also do a lot of good with that, if looking from the perspective of helping other people and not just looking within yourself.
So. Yeah. Was Robert honest there?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, really, our relationship works like that a lot nowadays. You see that bunk bed in the background, right? So that's our room now. Actually, I never before. I don't remember when was the last time I shared a room with my brothers. I was always kind of older and I had my own room and whatever. But since our middle brother moved out, yeah, we took one room together, and Robert has had a really big impact on me because we moved in and he's like doing conditions every evening. Like he's reading the DP, he's reading some Undake, and and I'm just kind of in that present, in that room, thinking, oh man, I should do better with myself. And then we go training together. Actually, we do sports, like we do athletics together. I'm really supportive of his goals and visions. I don't have the same aspirations to be a world champion, but I do have aspirations to have a very fit and capable body. So and to be healthy, right? So that's rubbing off on me a lot. Like just going together, just being there in that environment together, that's rubbing off a lot, and it's giving me a lot. So yeah, right. Let's now move on and let's make it a bit more personal. So can you share any personal experiences or challenges you faced in striving to keep high standards for yourself in all aspects of your life? So you can choose any aspect of your life, but try and really share a story or let people in on your lives where you think there's a valuable lesson to be learned.
Silence.
Robert,
I have one on the top of my head because, yeah, I mean, sports was actually a very, a thing that started very early from my life, and now I'm in track and field, but I actually started from basketball, and throughout my years, I don't want to go to make it too long of a story, but I'll try to go in short. And in my years of basketball, every year I would have some unfortunate thing happening to me. For example, my appendix needed to be cut out. Then he had bronchitis. I had to stay out of training for 2 months, 3 months, and so on. And then I had back injuries. Then I had other injuries. And I always felt like something is keeping me back. Something is, not letting me go to the other level, because I saw that I was the one that is working the most. I saw that I was the one that is giving the most, and I kind of like, I didn't understand why aren't my efforts, show fruits. And later, when I was around 18 years old, I started dipping my toes into track and field, because first I just wanted to, make my legs stronger, because I had very skinny legs. And as I started going there, I really fell in love with that sport, and I decided, okay, I'll switch. And after I switched, a couple of weeks went by, and I injured my hamstring. Then 1 month went by, I injured both of my hamstrings. And at that point, I remember I sat. It was in a competition. I sat there, and tears started flowing out of my eyes, because I felt like I'm giving everything I have. I'm doing everything I can, but for some reason it feels like I can't achieve anything, and I have these high goals, and it feels like, I'm a bit hopeless. But then on the way back from that competition, I was sitting there, and I was thinking that, at first I was trying to blame the world, trying to blame God, trying to blame, I don't know who, that, I'm this unlucky guy that is doing everything but has zero luck. But then I thought, I'm blaming God, and I thinking that God is causing this pain for me. But then I thought, let's speak in principle terms. Have I ever created a foundation for God to help me? What I mean by that is, do my actions in my daily life, speaking about sexual integrity and so on, all those things, do I live a way of life where Satan can come and say, man, I can't do anything to this guy. God, you can bless him with anything you want. And when I looked at my life, I saw that I have habits that are not in tune with what God, the standard that God has. And I decided that, instead of me blaming that, God is not blessing me, maybe it's me who is keeping God from blessing me. Maybe my actions that show that, I also kind of dip my toes into Satan's world a bit, that is preventing God from actually helping me. And when I switched that, I remember I had a prayer where I promised to God that, I will, from now on, I will do everything, and I will try to keep my life as straight as I can. And all I ask for you is that I can go to the highest possible level, that I can lift you higher than myself, that I can lift your parents higher than myself. And after I did that, I just, I started winning and getting very good results. And in 2 years, I progressed in a sport really very, high amounts. And I don't give this, that this was something I did. I don't feel like this was something I did. I was maybe, yes, I worked hard, but there's a lot of people that work hard. But I think when I allowed God in my life, when I started living a life that, God can come in and Satan cannot accuse me, I feel like blessings started to come. And I think that's kind of how my story is going, and it's still progressing. And I really hope that one day I can, lift God higher than myself, lift your parent higher than myself, and really make it known to the world that they exist. And through my story, I can show that, miracles can happen, but we have to, put ourselves and really check ourselves. So accountability also comes there too. So yeah, I'm not gonna go too long. Maybe have others share. So yeah, that's my story.
No, lovely stuff, man.
That's great.
Thank you, Robert. You're in top 50 fastest people in your category in your country right now.
Yeah, 47th.
No
Yeah,
way.
this
Wow.
guy, that's crazy in the history of his country. Yeah, man. That's insane. Thank you for sharing, Robert.
Yeah, all praise to God.
Aju. Yeah, maybe I will share very quickly as well. I mean, every single time I'm surrounded by, really high performing brothers, I get very humbled as well. I feel like there's lots of brokenness in my life, and I'm still healing, and I'm on a good way, but I definitely recognize my limits as well. But one thing I really want to share is, my journey towards understanding that I really want to get blessed and be really in the zone of true parents, and being able to create a beautiful, radiant couple was basically challenged many times. And one of the bigger challenges was after coming back from STF. Again, shout out to you, Andranik, my fellow STF European guy. I was really trying to search what I want to do in my life. And long story short, I started my filmmaking videography business. I started being a freelancer, and I was acting. I was doing pretty well. And also I was connected to quite many people from the social media, music industry as well. And when you see such a high contrast coming back from the program like STF and being surrounded by people who have quite different moral standards or no moral standards whatsoever, you really have a big fight in your head to decide what do you want to do in your life. Or if you don't decide it, you are just consumed by probably bigger influential group, which was at the time my work environment. And I was working for quite many travel agencies as well. And I was in that really nice resort, Golden Sands, in Bulgaria, recording some promotional videos for one travel agency, but also doing some music video with one rapper. And I just got extremely shocked how some people live. I wasn't really experiencing that level of craziness in terms of sexuality. People usually go to that place for only two reasons: to party and to have as much sex as they can. And I had three goals when I went there. Don't take drugs, don't drink alcohol, and don't have any sexual affairs. And all the people around me had 3 goals as well, but you can say what kind of goals they were. Anyways, at the time I was very connected to Hainan already, being part of the group. And there was one brother with whom I studied in the daily basis, in the daily communication, every single day, being able to express things I'm experiencing. And also he was encouraging me to really stay focused. And I decided to quit that job opportunities, being able to change my environment and really surround myself with good brothers, good role models, and really start shaping my view on sexuality in the good way. Over there, you see the core of the universe. Exposure to really good quality information is also a good point. Yes, sir. So, yeah, being very intentional about the goals. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing point, Jonas, and like having to change your environment, right, to really kind of become the man you want to be. And I think a good way to kind of wrap this up is to kind of mention how, you know, when we work on our goals and we work on our discipline and our brotherhood together, our accountability, we can then become the kings that we truly are meant to be, the people that can make fantastic blessings and then create wonderful families. So yeah, I totally recommend for all those brothers out there in the world listening to this, if you want a great community where you can truly become the king you want to be, just go to highnoon.org. There's many different programs there. The core program where you get to study more about that core of the universe book, great stuff. Really, the core program really helping with marriage preparation, ascend, overcoming your shadows, all these things. So we can truly become the kings of the future, right? This is really going to be our destiny if we make sure we practice these incredible virtues. So I also just want to thank all of you guys who are on this call today. You're all doing great jobs with trying to create this fantastic community of brothers, right, that can become the kings of the future.
Yeah, and we really need to wrap up, but maybe a short last message from each one. Just what do you want to say to the world, to the brothers out there? Maybe not only brothers, but yeah,
people of the world.
I think if you're a young guy, if you're a man, I think, just work hard, focus on your goals, try and center it on God, try and have integrity, and try all your ambition, all the things you want to do. If you center it on God, then I think you'll be on the right track. And so hard work centered on God is the formula.
Preach.
Right. From my one side, one point, clarity. Choose your heroes wisely and surround yourself with a good bros, good environment overall. To the moon bros, let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, man, maybe a bit of a different also aspect. I really want to encourage people to pray because, you know, just like practice, I have to run a lot. And as I do it, I get better. And with prayer, it's really the same thing. And I think part of becoming a man is also connecting to God. He knows so much, and he can really bless us with knowledge. So if you want to get good at anything, you need to do it a lot. And prayer is something also like that. So I'd really encourage people to pray, even though it feels like you're talking to a wall, pray.
Nice. I would say my message to the world is get uncomfortable. Do things that make you a bit nervous or anxious, and yes, make your heart race a little bit and make your palms go a bit sweaty, because I think that's where true growth comes from. And if you do things that get you outside of your comfort zone, you build that true inner confidence and belief in yourself. So that's what I would say. Get uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Sure. And if you're not gonna be a pro footballer, you'll be a pro public speaker. I'm telling you.
I appreciate that, man. It's something I've been definitely trying to work on. So I mean, that's the reason why I did this podcast, because I had a bit of mental friction of doing it and speaking in front of people. So yeah, that's something I want to improve on.
King in training, mate. King in training.
Let's go. Let's go, Kings.
Let's go, Kings.
Let's go, Kings.
Big virtual dap to each one of you. Take care, guys. Thank you for joining. Really,
Appreciate
this
it,
was
man.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us, fellas. Pleasure.
God bless.
Yeah. Wow. All right. That was wonderful, right? That was great. for the brothers
It's
here.
so encouraging to know that the brothers of our future, they really are taking their growth so seriously. You know, I think many people can take for granted that we genuinely want to grow. So yeah, you're doing a good job, brothers, and keep inspiring your other brothers too.
Now we're gonna transition into the complete opposite.
Yeah.
Sisters Hour.
Oh, yes.
For that, we want to invite Sandra back up on stage. We're gonna get out with David. So
Bye.
thank you so much for being here, and we invite you to enjoy the rest of this show.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me very well. And those who are joining the podcast now, welcome. This hour is going to be dedicated to women. It's going to be dedicated to something that we're all preparing for, which is motherhood. And my guest is going to be someone very special, someone I met in 2022, so just 2 years ago. But she's a daughter, firstly. She's a sister. Then she grew into a wife, later became a mother. To me, she's also an older sister, but she's also a leader and honestly a role model. So I'd like to welcome up someone very special called Nicole LaHogue. So
Hi, Sandra. Good to see you.
I hope you hear the sisters here cheering as well at the workshop.
I heard
but
a
we're-
little bit, yeah, but hi, sisters.
They're all saying hi to you.
Cute.
So I kind of gave a very brief introduction, but I would really like to hear from you as well. Who are you? What do you do? What is important to you?
Yeah, I guess I will just introduce myself like completely. So in case there's someone who doesn't know me. So yeah, my name is Nicole LaHogue, as Sandra already introduced me. I'm now 31 years old. I am blessed to Michael LaHogue. I don't know, Mickey. Usually people call him Mickey, since 2017. So it's like almost 7 years now. And yeah, we have 2 children. We live in Germany. And yeah, I am at the moment at home. I'm basically a full-time mom. Yeah. And what I'm doing, and so yeah, I'm a full-time mom, and I'm with my husband. So with Mickey together, we are also taking care of the central region, like as vice president. So this is what we are kind of, work and yeah, and being full-time mom basically at the moment. With 2 children, you have a lot to do.
Yeah, I bet. I don't have children my own yet, but I can imagine that with two little kids running around, there's probably a lot to do.
Yes.
But before talking about children, actually, how is it with Mickey? Was it all smooth, like the American dream, or not that smooth? How was it?
You mean before having children, or yeah?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I guess we had a lot of time for ourselves. There was a big difference than now with children. We were, going for dinner in quiet. We didn't need to worry about the children if they wanted to eat something, or if they ate enough, or we were actually getting quite along well. Yeah, we actually didn't have so many issues at the beginning with each other. I guess it's the romance phase and stuff. There was more issues with myself. I think that was like difficult for me. When you have self-esteem issues, I guess many young women, they go through that kind of struggle. But for me especially, it was not easy. And I during this time, actually, I realized it's so important that you love yourself first, you know, fully accept yourself before you can actually love someone else. I always knew that phrase, you know, but I never, how to say, like, consciously was really aware of that. And I experienced that myself, and so I was really yeah, I really felt that. There's an echo in the background. Do you hear this? I can hear myself, so it's a bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't hear echo actually.
Okay. All right, now it's gone. Okay, it was just confusing. Sorry. Yeah. So I guess no, it was not like the American dream, like as they show in Hollywood. I mean, the beginning, yeah, but then, you know, their life is life, and issues come up, and, you know, you go through experiences, and you realize things, you grow, and yeah, very shortly explained.
What were some of the ways that you developed this love towards yourself? With, like, what did you do, practically speaking? What did you practice there?
Loving myself, I guess I was trying to stay determined to be grateful to every day. Actually, really every day. I remember we were in Korea, and that was the most difficult time for me, where I was really struggling, loving myself. And every day I set a goal. For example, shine, you know, today just shine, or be grateful for whatever. And that really helped me to, first of all, just accepting myself, because it was very hard to even just accepting myself. And then when I was looking in the mirror, then just, you know, saying it's fine, it's okay, you know, like really trying to tell myself it's fine. But I knew that this struggle was deeper, so I actually went to Chongpyeong, and yeah, and that's where I, you know, I felt I could make a new start, and I could really get rid of a lot of negativity about myself. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so practicing a lot of patience as well, I guess, with
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, definitely, definitely, and staying determined that you wanna improve, you know, and love yourself. I mean, this is what I did, you know, what I learned on STF. I did STF for 3 to 4 years, and every day you were setting goals, you know, positive goals for life, and yeah, that really helped me to, you know, keep going. Basically, that was a great tool for me to apply. And then, of course, gratitude is really powerful if you really feel that. Yeah.
And then you got matched and blessed with Mickey, right?
Yeah.
And in the beginning, it was just the two of you. How many children did you want to have when you talked about it before having your first children?
So yeah, we were thinking, I mean, I always wanted to have 4. Because you know, I have 3 siblings, and yeah, so 4 I always thought is a nice number, but Mickey was sometimes joking. I don't know if he was really joking, but he said he had 12 children. Anyway, yeah, I know, it's just no, but 4 is a good number, I think. Like, before having children, I thought 4 to 8. But
Wow.
I guess now 4 is good, and then let's see if I'm healthy or how I'm doing. And
see.
yeah, I also wanted to be actually a really young mom. That was important to me. So yeah.
Why was it important to you?
Yeah, so I have energy, so I can take care of them, and, you know, just be there for them, not being tired all day long, or I mean, okay, old people are not always tired. I just mean, you know, also you know, I'm done basically, and then I can focus again also on my relationship with Mickey, and really have some, you know, also good times with him later on in older age, you know, not too old. And yeah, just in general, if I start young, then I can have more children, right? If I start with 35, then, you know, time is short, like, especially women. You know, we don't have so much time, so we should really use our youth to, you know, have children. I think it's really, this is what God wishes from us, I think. Especially second generation and third generation.
So how old were you when Elijah was born, your first child?
27, I think. Yeah, 27. That's not
Yeah.
young. So my goal was actually being 24. I wanted to be 24, having my first child, but that's where I met Mickey, you know. So it's important,
okay.
you know, you have to really meet the right person to have children, I think. So it's worth it to wait, you know, for the right person. Yeah.
I mean, 27, if I think about my colleagues or the society that we live in, 27 is pretty young, actually. Everything before 30 counts as young today. I just learned that in Hungary and, you know, in my country, the I think the average is already above 30.
Yeah,
So
I know.
for having the first child, so
yeah,
it's quite.
I agree. Yes, I know that's really true. Society is just, women especially, they just focus on career, right? This is at the moment the most important. I mean, it is in some ways, but again, our time is short, so I think that's also important.
And
I
so,
mean, yeah, sorry. Yes.
So you had around 2-3 years, right, before Elijah came. How did you prepare with Mickey? How was that period for you when you were consciously preparing together?
Yeah. It was, I think it was very, very special because, I mean, do you mean the 2 to 3 years, what we did during that time?
Yeah. I mean, you said that you know, you two met when you were 24, and Elijah came when you were 27. So that's around 2-3 years, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I first had to finish studying. I studied, media, and I finished it. And I mean, I didn't finish that. Actually, I was my last semester when I became pregnant, and then I wrote my bachelor when Elijah was already born. But yeah, I guess Mickey and I, we were just trying to, you know, get along and just figure out our life and just, I mean, if you mean specifically for Elijah, we actually didn't prepare so much, like consciously, because Elijah just happened. And that's what I really feel like, you know, God just gives you children, even though maybe you don't consciously, you know, sometimes you make the choice, you know, and then you say, okay, now, and then it's happening. But sometimes it also just happens like that, and that's great, and this is wonderful. And we were, of course, super happy. I wanted to go to Chongpyeong in order to, you know, prepare. That was always my dream, you know, when I get pregnant, go to Chongpyeong, do 40-day mission. But Corona broke out, so that was not possible. And there were different other things, going. So it was unfortunately not possible. Yeah.
You were actually writing about this a little bit in Core of the Universe, by the way, in this book, right, that we often mention. It's for anyone who knows the book, it's pages 19 and 20, if you want to read it. But yeah, you also wrote here about this wish that you wanted to go to Chongpyeong at that time, to South Korea. But because of the coronavirus, you couldn't do it. But at the same time, there was an upside, as you wrote here, that your husband, so Mickey, could stay at home.
Yeah.
And you were waiting for Elijah together, right? You were singing songs as you wrote?
Yes, exactly. Yes, that was, we were singing holy songs 3 every day to Elijah. And as a 40-day condition, actually. And yeah, and sometimes my brother, you know, he would play the guitar. He lived with us at the time, and we read Hundeke, and yeah, we were praying, and just in this way we were preparing, for birth. And also, you know, I heard that at the so maybe going back, telling you what I also did before, because I studied, and then before I studied, I did 4 years, almost 4 years of STF, like that, and then I did some internships with the Women's Federation as well. And so, for example, I was also in Geneva at the UN, which is like the Women's Federation. They also do that, and at the Human Rights Council. And then I also joined in New York one time at the Commission on the Status of Women. And at this event, they specifically talked about pregnancy. And I remembered that during my pregnancy. And they said that pregnancy is such a crucial time. I mean, I somehow knew it, and I think women, they know it somehow, but it is so crucial how the mother feels during this time, if she's stressed or not, how other people relate to her, because this is all going to the baby. I mean, you're 100% connected to the baby, so it's so crucial how, you prepare during pregnancy, and what kind of thoughts you have, if you're happy or if you're depressed, or if you fearful, or if you're insecure, or all these emotions matter at this time. And I mean, I don't want to say, okay, if you were only depressed constantly while you're pregnant, then oh my gosh, you will have a horrible baby. No, that's not what I mean. But it's just, it's such a crucial time just to be aware of it, and to connect with the baby. And it was such an interesting main event at the UN when I heard it, and I made myself this goal. Okay, when I'm pregnant, I really want to connect to the child, and really be aware of who I'm spending time with, and what I'm doing, and with Elijah maybe at home, because like especially in the end phase, because of Corona. And Mickey was a lot at home, which was nice. So that was good.
I see. How was your pregnancy, by the way? Was everything all right at that time, or was it? It was the first time. Yeah. Because it was the first time you got pregnant, right? Your belly was growing. Yeah. It was the first time your belly was growing in that way, right? And how was that? Yeah. So your body went through so many changes, I guess, no?
Yeah, a lot. I mean, it was just interesting. It was just really, I don't know, I just felt it was a miracle, like so like weird, really strange, to imagine, oh my gosh, something is moving inside me, some living being which will have its own life when it's coming out. And it was just so interesting and weird and so exciting. And I was really excited. And getting bigger was fine for me. I mean, I did actually a diet specifically for pregnancy, for the pregnancy, because I was at some, how is it called, lecture. Okay, let's call it a lecture from a doctor in Frankfurt. His name is Dr. Leuven, and he talked about a specific diet for women during pregnancy, which helps them to what's the word, so when you get into in the birth process, that it's getting faster, that you're that the, oh my gosh, sorry, the term, I don't have the English term. So so that you're that it's opening faster, okay? Because for some women it takes so much time until it's opening. And he said if you have the specific diet, you help your body to create specific enzymes which help you to, get this birthing process faster done, and you're more likely not to get induced. I think that's how they call it. Like, yeah. So that was really important for me.
Actually work.
I mean, yeah, somehow. I mean, I guess because I was 8 centimeters open after 4 hours, which was crazy. Some women, they need 30 hours, or I don't know.
Oh my God.
So I think it's really important also to look at nutrition and yeah, and just to be open-minded about these things. And actually, it was a kind of new, let's say, study he started, and yeah, and it worked for many women. They had good experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of them being you. But when it comes to the actual part of giving birth, you also write about it in the book, right? That it was, you're right, even though it was one of the most painful experiences I had so far, I refused to take any medications, right? So you describe it as something incredibly painful. How is that? How is your birthing experience with Elijah?
Yeah. Okay, sure, I can tell you about it. Was, as I wrote, painful, but I have to say, actually, I regret that I mentioned that it was super painful, because sorry, I hear the feedback again. Yeah, so yeah, I regret that I wrote that, actually, that was painful, because I realized afterwards that it just kind of creates fear, and that's really not what I wanted to spread. And yes, it is painful, and but what did I wanted to say? I mean, the thing is, okay, so the thing is that there are phrases like, wow, this was like a difficult birth. When you do a project and you execute the project, and people say, oh my gosh, that was like a difficult birth. I really don't like these kind of phrases, or how Hollywood, depicts like total wrong ideas about birth. Because it just spreads kind of, a wrong idea of, I mean, it makes sense, sorry. It makes sense because it hurts, yes. But I was really sure that this is not the ideal state of how women should give birth. And I always somehow felt, man, this is not how God intended us to feel that. And yeah, but that this, that it should be painful. And the interesting thing is, and I will come shortly then to my birth experience with Elijah, but before that, I found out recently, it's even written in the Bible, like after the fall happened, and I looked it up. It's what was it? Genesis 3:9-17. At this time, when after Adam and Eve fell, they were out in the Garden of Eden, and then God asked where they are, and they said we were hiding because we felt naked, and God asked them, how do you know that you're naked? And then he asked the man, and the man says, you know the story, right? Like, the woman you gave me, she tempted me, and then the woman says, the serpent, tempted me, and then after that, God basically told them what will happen to them. And it's interesting. So first he talks to the snake, and he talks to the snake like about what the snake will do, and it will be cursed and crawling on the ground, something like this. And then he talks to the woman, and he tells the woman, I will surely multiply your pain in childbearing, like I will feel pain when you give birth. And that was like oh my goodness, you know, even in the Bible, it's written, and it's after the fall, God didn't intend women to feel pain. But yes, it makes sense. That's how the world is right now, you know, like if you hear the stories from women, then it's just, you know, they say that. But you know,
that's the ideal state that you're talking about here.
No, that's not the ideal state that women are.
I mean,
you know,
yeah, but before the fall, that's the ideal state that you were talking about.
Yeah.
There was no
The
pain.
ideal state is not being in pain, I think. And you know, while I was pregnant with Elijah, I always had this, you know, really beautiful image of how I would love to give birth, because I was reading one time this story about a woman. She was going into the woods, you know, and she would be completely in peace just by herself, and you know, give birth to her children, and then come back, you know. And I was always imagining and visualizing and thinking, wow, man, this, I wish I could do it like that. But then, as I said in the core of the universe in the book, that it was very painful, right? And you know, it was, and I know it was because I felt very unsure and so, you know, uncertain, somehow afraid what will happen, you know. And also it was Corona times. I was all by myself. You know, it's crazy because I had to go by myself in pain, in contractions, to the hospital and fill out some paperwork. and they were letting me do this, and I was just, because Mickey was not allowed to enter the hospital, right, and do that for me, so I had to do it. And yeah, and so anyway, it was a natural birth. It was all fine, and yes, it was, you know, it was painful at this time, but yeah. But I think the problem is that afterwards I didn't feel at ease when I was thinking of this experience. Like I felt I wasn't the author of this experience. I felt a lot that people were telling me what I should do, or, you know, like you know, I wasn't really the one who was doing it by myself, you know, intuitively. And anyway, I still had this picture in my mind, in the woods. I wish, you know, I could be like the woman in the woods. And yeah, so that's with Elijah. And sisters, don't be afraid, okay? You hear the story here, but I have a very, you know, hope for you, because when I was pregnant again, and I don't know, Sandra, if you wanted to ask me something else, but
No, basically, it's just this is your first experience of giving birth, right? But
yeah.
How did you feel about having a second child after such a painful experience? Were you excited about it? I bet you just couldn't wait to experience the same kind of pain. Or
right. I couldn't wait. Yeah, actually, when I became again pregnant, I was praying really. I mean, I don't want to say desperately, but I was really talking to God and really asking him, God, I know you have a different idea of this. This can't be it. Let me find something else. And, you know, at this point, like when I was pregnant again, there was something adding onto it, because somehow Mickey and I, like our life was super upside down. Like Mickey just, you know, had to medically retire from the Air Force. So we quit our house. He had no job. We were traveling around. We started EMP. You know, I had a lot of worries about, you know, the new baby, where we should live and what to do. And somehow, you know, God helped us in this time. And I was actually just trying to stay grateful throughout this whole time. And again, as I said, you know, when I'm pregnant, I'm really conscious about, okay, I really need to be there for the baby. I really need to, you know, think of the baby. So I really wanted to stay grateful throughout this time. And yeah, and God really helped us, I felt, because we decided to stay at my parents' place, and yeah, and that's in Munich, and this is where my best friend actually lives. And she introduced me to this method, you know.
Sorry, Nicole. I'm getting messages here that the echo is actually like people hear the echo on the live stream as well. Is there maybe someone listening to the YouTube at the same time, or is there some kind of speaker on by any chance? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you still hear the echo?
No. Now it's better.
Okay.
No, I don't hear any echo. Okay, I guess. Problem
But can you put your speaker a bit more to, yeah. Can you turn the volume lower maybe?
Yeah,
Maybe
sure.
that's what's causing the echo actually. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so. Anyway, we'll see.
Okay. I don't know. Did you hear? Sorry. So yeah, I was just sharing now. I don't know if you heard it, Sandra, but
Sorry, once again, I'm
yeah.
getting some. So people still hear the echo actually.
Okay.
Do you have the live stream open by any chance somewhere? Mm-hmm.
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, what else could be the issue? Okay. Okay, let's try again. Can we try again? Can you say something?
Yeah. Is it better now? Is it okay? Can you hear me?
Now it's good. Perfect. Okay.
Echo?
Let's do it
Echoing
again.
now?
Yeah.
Everything good?
No, yeah, now it's good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Okay. All right.
Let's go with this part again, with your friend and how you were
Yeah.
introduced to this method.
Sure. Yeah, so maybe I restarted, our life was just upside down basically. I just listed up what was really causing a lot of trouble or what kind of was a bit difficult at this time when I was pregnant, and there were some other issues. But anyway, I really felt that God really helped during this time. And I just really tried to stay grateful. And then I was really looking also into hypnobirthing because I heard a few things about it. And really, I tell you, I was ready to pay any cost. Like, I don't know. I was just so desperate.
Can you just, shortly explain what is hypnobirthing, because not everyone knows maybe?
Okay. So hypnobirthing, I mean, I also don't know exactly because I never did that. But what it says, it has a lot to do with, also coming down, probably counting yourself down, or I mean, I don't want to say hypnotizing yourself, but I guess something in this way, like you are very much with yourself, like you're really trying to stay meditative and relaxed, something like that, I guess. And anyway, yes, so I was trying to look into that a little bit, and there were a few courses, but then a friend of mine who also lives in, my best friend, she lives also in Munich, where I decided to live, right? She told me about this amazing method, die friedliche Geburt. It's in German.
In English?
But they're working now. Yeah, they're working now on an English version. It's basically peaceful birthing. That's how it's called, the method. And it is not hypnobirthing. That's what she says clearly. It is rather a very, how I say, hyper relaxation. No, not hyper relaxation. A very focused and relaxation method, like super relaxation method, let's say like this. A deep relaxation method. Okay, that's maybe better. And in this, method, they even said it's possible to have a painless birth. And
Painless
but the
birth.
goal, painless, yes, painless, feeling no pain throughout your whole birthing experience. And the goal of this course is not having a painless birth, but the goal of this birth is to have a positive experience. And I want to, you know, reference back to my first experience, because when I think of the first birth experience, I still feel unease. Like I feel like when people asked me about it, I was tearing up a little bit, you know, and really trying to make sense of it somehow. But anyway, but this course had this, you know, goal of having a positive experience. And you know, I was so like, yeah, I was so ready to do it. And I was very familiar with meditating, because in this method, it was all about, you know, meditating, visualization, the right breathing method. So that's also another thing, you know, because in like in these courses, when you're pregnant, you do courses, you have to do a, you know, some preparation course for birth, and they give you a certain breathing, you know, tactics, but like they didn't, I mean, yeah, maybe for some it helps, but anyway, this breathing method was so different. And yeah, so I did this course for Colette's birth, or for preparation for Colette, and believe it or not, it was painless. And I mean, what I want to say with that is, you know, like, you know, Robert, he said he's a marathon runner, right? And, you know, when you run and you do
Prince.
sports, then you feel your body moving, right? You feel your muscles. It's exhausting. You know, you feel like a lot of, how to say, yeah, movement, you know, inside of you. And your blood is pumping and so on. But there's no pain, right? In sports, right? You don't feel constantly pain. And unless you broke your leg or something. and that's how it was for, you know, Colette's birth, basically. Like I felt a lot of, you know, movement. Like I felt so much movement and you know, energy, or I don't know how to say, like these muscle contractions. They were not painful, but I felt the, you know, like that they were coming together and relaxing and coming together. And that was so interesting. And I was very relaxed, you know, while I had the am I using even the right word? Contractions.
When you
Yes.
had your contractions? Yeah.
Yeah, so I was very, you know, relaxed, and because I was listening to to her voice. I can tell you a little bit about the method later on, but I was very
Yes,
relaxed,
please.
you know, and I was very peaceful and intuitive, and I really felt I was the owner of this process, because no one told me what to do. I was really just acting by myself. I was just acting like how I felt I needed to do it. So. And you know, Mickey even said, like, I looked like as if I was sleeping, and sleeping. Yeah, I was kind of just sleeping. I didn't
Almost
make any
unbelievable.
noise. I didn't make any noise. I was just doing like this, you know, on my knees, and and I gave birth in the waiting room. So it's funny. So so it is, you know, it is possible to have a painless birth. And that's what I wanted to say. Like, I really feel God didn't intend women to feel pain and to have a traumatic experience. You know, this is not the ideal. And the women out there, you know, like, people out there, they are more sensitive now. I feel the time is now really where people spiritually get, you know, enlightened, let's say, and they understand ways how to get closer to the ideals, like this woman, and like who did this method. And I really think that God wants us to get back to this ideal state of how to give birth. And so
Can you tell us a little bit about this method, actually?
Yeah, maybe the best is if I tell you how I applied it.
Yes.
Yeah. So about this method, so I said it's about visualization, about breathing. These are the 3 pillars. The breathing, the visualization, and the deep relaxation. This is the most important. And I did, her course, like, for overall understanding. And it was, I was listening to a lot of meditations, basically, where I had to count down myself, like 3, 2, 1. And then I was in my beautiful space, wherever it is, you just visualize it. And then you go even deeper down. And I always imagined like a little, like, cave where I was diving down to the baby, and then she, counts again 10, 9, 8, and so on until 1, and then I'm with the baby. And I had to do this, meditation all again and again and again. So to get in this mode of, just relaxing with music in the background, with her voice. I was really conditioned on her voice. When I hear her voice, then I feel so relaxed. And she has a beautiful voice, so that's awesome. Anyway, but yeah, I listened a lot to these meditations, and she also has meditations on affirmations. I heard everyday affirmations, that your body knows what she is doing during birth. Your brain, you just turn off, basically. You just go into sleep, basically, and you just let your body do the birthing, because your body knows how to give birth, like animals. She explains that we should actually give birth like cows, for example, or cats. They go in a corner where it's dark. They want to, just be by themselves, relaxed, and then give birth in peace and quiet. And I mean, animals, they don't feel pain unless they're, there's a lot going on around them, I assume. And this is how it is at the moment in the hospitals, right? The light is super bright, and everyone tells you what you should do, and like all your senses are awake, completely awake. And this is the total opposite. And what we should actually do is, to turn off our cortex brain, and then the other brain is taking over, basically the more relaxed ones. And we have these brain waves. We should not be in the I think it was alpha or beta, but we have to go further down. And it's basically where you between sleep and awake. This is the perfect state of you, like, to give birth. And yeah, I was really training myself to always get to this state. And it's funny because, like, in the course they also say your husband should try too, and Mickey,
Oh, how did that go?
when Mickey did it, he just fell asleep. And maybe because he's just overly tired every time, or he just got it right away. Anyway, yeah, so I heard a lot of affirmations, that your body knows what it's doing, and your baby is preparing too. Your baby knows how to do. Your baby will go in the right position, and so on and so on. And all this positivity helped me so much to, first of all, get rid of this fear, and to be super excited about birth, and to be really joyful about it, and super grateful that I have this miracle in me, and just grateful to God that I also found this method, and just so grateful that I'm able to create life. And then I can tell you about, just shortly, the birthing experience. So when okay, my contractions started, right, and I started to hear this meditation, and I was counting down myself, and I was kind of in a sleep mode, and I had my how you say, sleeping mask with me, and I had noise canceling headphones So I was basically going like this into the car, you know, like this and this, and then just sitting next to Mickey and just actually resting and just feeling super excited and, yeah, again, as I said, grateful and just so, yeah, just so much excitement, basically. I felt a lot of endorphins, okay, and oxytocin, let's say. And then, I can give you another really interesting point about endorphins and oxytocin, which are released when you feel, you know, excitement and gratitude and love. Endorphins are painkillers. They're your own painkillers you create in order to kill the pain. So because it's a endogene morphin, so it's really interesting. Like you create this painkiller yourself when you're super excited. You experience this, for example, when you do sports or when you dance or, you know, you sing, you're overjoyed, you know, you create endorphins and oxytocin. Anyway, and yeah, I felt this, I think, and these hormones, they were going, and, you know, and then I told Mickey he has to get a wheelchair, so I'm not moving. I am just, you know, just not moving at all. And then he brought a wheelchair. I was sitting in there with my things and this one. And when we entered the hospital, they wanted me to wear a mask, you know, like, so I looked like a mummy. So everything was blocked. That was so funny. I think Mickey should have taken a picture, but it was just in my head. I mean, I was focused on the thing, right? But in retrospect, I think it's just, yeah, just really funny picture. Anyway, and then I was going up, like he pushed me up and still listening to everything, and then it happened really quickly. Like my water broke when I was peeing, and sorry, brother. Yeah, and you know, I just felt intuitively going to the bathroom and then going out and telling Mickey, hey, I think it's now time the baby will come. And then we were going to the waiting room, and then she tried to, you know, listen to the heartbeat of the baby. And then she wanted to lay me down, you know, and I said no. I didn't like that. So I was just standing up, doing my own thing, kneeling down, you know, on my knees, going in my, you know, like this position, and then just doing my breathing, which was really important too. And yeah, and then I don't know, and then I felt like, oh, I have to go to the bathroom, you know, I have to push. And then I was going out, and then intuitively, like in my heart, I heard your baby is coming. And then I was, you know, like turning around immediately, like intuitively, and then just going back into the room. And then, yeah, Colette was there. Yeah.
Wow.
And
How long did it take actually for her to come?
I think we left at 2:30 and she was born at 4 something. I mean, second birth is usually faster anyway. But yeah, but it was very, I have to say, very beautiful experience. Like I like to remember back, and I like to laugh about it, and I like to tell the story because it was just so, I felt I was the owner, and I'm just really grateful to God, I have to say, really. And I really wish that women can experience this, because this is it gives women hope to, you know, not be afraid, and to have more children.
Yeah, I mean, there's this whole issue, I guess, around giving birth. There's a lot of fears connected to it. And since a lot of women are afraid of giving birth, then they're also afraid of getting into a relationship, because if they get into a relationship, they might get pregnant, right? So it comes to being afraid of being in a relationship with someone, building a relationship, being married, right? So it's not just the fear about giving birth, but it's going deeper and deeper. So
Right.
there was a lot about giving birth and your encouragement for sisters, but do you have a message to the brothers maybe? There's quite a few listening here as well. So
Message to the brothers. The first thing what I thought was, don't watch birth videos. Like, I just heard one time, yes, I heard one time in a workshop, like I wasn't part of the conversation, but I just heard one time a brother who suggested to a other brother whose wife was pregnant that he should watch birth videos so he can get ready for it. And I was just overhearing it, and I mean, I didn't want to jump in and, but don't do this. No, this is not wise to do. Then I guess just, throughout the pregnancy, your wife is really in a state of like exhaustion. Like I think I read somewhere, it's almost like, doing the Tour de France. I think there was this guy who was making these comparisons. Like, your body is in such a, the energy the energy you are investing is in order that, you can create life and your organs can still function. It's almost like doing a Tour de France. So please be patient with your wife, and please be more loving and kind and really supportive. And yeah, have a lot of grace for her, especially when she's emotional, because there are a lot of hormones going on, like sometimes you don't know why you're crying now. You're just crying because I don't know, you just cry. So just be patient and be loving, and yeah, and wait for the right. I mean, that's another thing maybe for the young sisters and brothers. Wait for the right person and prepare yourself, really being a person of integrity. I mean, I can really say Mickey is such an amazing husband. Like, he really, and I think he doesn't believe me because I sometimes complain, okay? And that's normal, I think. But I really have to give him a lot of credit. He's amazing, and he really tried so hard to help me and to, support me and to love me. And even though I am sometimes irrational, he stays rational and, still loves me. And so I hope that we all can grow to that kind of maturity, I think, of loving. And yeah. And
so basically become like Mickey.
No. Or yes.
No, okay, I was just joking. I was joking, but there's definitely a lot to learn from your husband as well, whom I also know personally. So I see. Any other encouragement maybe for the sisters that maybe came to your mind? Any last encouragement?
Yeah. I guess just, stay grateful. They already mentioned that in the previous, session, but gratitude is such a powerful thing, like really powerful. And I really think this is can help so much to find ways and to invite God in our life, and to really, be guided if we have fears, or if we're scared, or we don't know who our matching partner will be, or just stay grateful about your life. Really feel this deep gratitude to God for your life, and God will be there and really help you. That's really what I always experienced, like in meeting, how I met Mickey, how I ended up being here, or how I ended up, doing STF, or, all these different life-changing moments. It was all a lot about gratitude. And, True Parents also said, a life of faith centered on heaven is a life of gratitude and contentment. And I'm not always there. I'm sometimes very ungrateful and not content or don't feel contentment. But I try, and I think this is the way. And yeah.
I see. So can we expect a couple of more babies to come?
For sure.
How many?
At least 2 more.
At least 2 more. Okay, we'll keep you accountable. One of the high noon virtues is accountability.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I'm joking. I'm joking. All right, so to conclude, or from what I got from your messages, to trust the process, trust our bodies, because our body knows how to give birth, actually. What's important is relaxation, deep breathing, gratitude, excitement for the baby. And this ideal state, right, that you also talked about, this original state that God wished for all women to experience. Yeah, these are very beautiful things. I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful that you also came. I'm practicing gratitude here now. No, okay. But no, seriously, I'm very grateful that you came and that you shared so openly about this topic. It's more relevant than maybe some of us think. I would say more for the sisters, but I think men are also interested because they want to, I hope they want to support their wives when they're going through this process of giving birth. So yeah, once again, thank you very much. And
thanks for having me.
Maybe those around here can give you a round of applause.
Thanks. Thanks
I
for
hope you
asking.
hear it. But
Yeah, I
they're all
can.
smiling
Thank you,
and
sisters.
they're all happy. So thank you for being here. And for all those staying at the podcast, enjoy the rest of it. And my husband is going to take over with David. So let's welcome them.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. And no, we're just
Okay.
thanking everyone for tuning in, for listening. Now, our next host will be Andy Puck, continuing the European hours still. We just wanted to say goodbye, to also remind everyone of the free Core of the Universe course that everyone can get at the time of this 24-hour podcast. All you need to do is go on highnoon.org and sign up on a program. Yeah, so you see the instructions there on your screen, so please go and check it out. Also, share the stream on Facebook. It really helps us out. We want these messages to reach as many people as possible. Thank you, everyone, and let's welcome up Andy Andreas Puck on the stream.
Hey, thank you. Cool. So, hi everyone. Yeah, my name is not Andrew or Andranik, Andy Puck from Germany. There it is. That's the third on the crew. And joining from Germany, this will be the last session in the European quarter. Although this is already kind of going back to the Americas. Our topic for today is, could porn just be seen as the symptom? Why is it just a symptom? And what are the underlying roots, discussing the roots of unwanted behaviors, like sexual behaviors, like porn. And so why this topic came up for me in preparation for this session is because I was in High Noon for a couple of years. And at one point, I decided to go a little bit deeper and seek a little bit more help. And so I started a therapist. Now a friend of mine is somebody who I still regard as my mentor. And his name is Philip Schenker, and he's been helping lots of people in healing from their past experiences and their current situation, preparing for whatever goal they have in mind, whether that's long-term marriage, the blessing, long-term relationships. And so I would like to welcome up the guest for this session, who I still call Uncle Philip.
Hello, Andy. How are you?
Good. Long time no see.
Yeah. Of course, we've been talking, but now we see each other and everybody else. I'm really glad to be here.
Yeah, it's really great to see you again. So this is some sort of reunion after a couple of years.
Yeah. Well, I've been super inspired to learn of just the step-by-step progress of your life, your relationships, your blessing, your just so many good things happening, and just having a chance to spend the few months that we did kind of learning about you and your story and your experience, and watching you invest so much in personal growth, in healing and resolving any challenges that were in front of you, and learning from your experience. I'm excited for you. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, I had a really good guide and mentor in you, and so I'm excited to get into this because I still refer people back to you. You might have been busy with people who I recommend.
I am currently aware of a couple people that you sent my way. Yeah, I'm working with a couple people you sent my way. That's true.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess there's none better than you to explain what it is that you do, and
Sure.
yeah, how would you describe your work?
Well, it's interesting. I do want to make a point, because the majority of people that are listening may not know that I, was a missionary and pastor, and worked on the national level and with the Blessed Family Ministry for more than 40 years, right? And developed more and more of an awareness that spiritual frameworks and inspiration and guidance and activity and service and all of these things are powerful and core. But sometimes when we run into barriers, or we're facing situations that we can't overcome emotionally, it's affecting our relationships or motivation, or then it kind of helps to look deeper. And I learned that in working with families and couples and young people. So for the last 10 years, I took that kingdom building effort on the global level, right? I began focusing on the kingdom within each person, the kingdom that Jesus said is within. And so I work as a therapist, a counselor, and a coach. And as a therapist, it means I'm helping people learn about and connect with the emotional roots and reasons that may be behind or driving the things that are blocking them from going forward in life. And most people, think, therapy's for, weak or broken or difficult people. But usually if somebody can't move their life forward, if they can't go where they want to go, or can't live up to the things that they want to, and there's some emotional barriers or blocks, it's courageous to take a look at that and work with that. As a counselor, I'm also providing research-based psychological tools and techniques, and science-based neurobiology and information and frameworks that people can use to work on themselves. And as a coach, helping to support replacing unhealthy compulsive behaviors with authentic connection, clear idea of where I'm going, and just to be able to pull up some weeds and plant some new seeds. That's basically what I do.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, it is true. It maybe not everybody is aware, but for the people listening, there's a really strong common base that you have, especially with people in the unificationist community. And I found that to be very, very helpful, right? Because there was a lot of understanding for my background, because I was very active, am very active still in our community. And so that was very helpful to feel understood in many details, many aspects. So yeah. I guess the next question to go a little deeper is, because there are so many different approaches, I think, to this kind of work. Some people just go to street trackers or join an online community to get off whatever unwanted habit they have, or different sorts of therapy. So how would you explain is your approach to this kind of work?
Okay. Well, I do want to mention that maybe 75–80% of my clients are not from the unification community, and I'm not focusing on a religious framework per se. I found that I work with all kinds of spiritual frameworks, and but combining that with an emotional approach. Usually the things that people come to me to talk about. This was the two most common are compulsive behaviors of all kinds, usually sexually compulsive behavior. Now, sex is not an evil. Sex is a God-given, beautiful experience that realizes a lot of things. But when anything becomes compulsive, which means I can't not do it, it's occupying my time, it's pulling me from important things. And the number one thing that human beings do all over the world compulsively is our relationship with food. Maybe that's because it's so accessible, right? But we eat emotionally. There's all kinds of issues with food compulsively. And so what I do is to try and understand the, emotional roots and reasons that drive that behavior. The number two thing that people get compulsive with usually is sex, because it's portable and available to us at any moment, right? We're walking around with all the equipment we need, right? And then comes substances, whether that's alcohol or drugs or any other kind. But now in this internet era, many things become compulsive. Social media can become something that is a replacement for an authentic emotional need, but it's kind of imitating that need through something that's artificial and not necessarily real. And it's more about pleasure than it is about connection. And that's usually what compulsive behaviors are about. We're trying to fulfill our need for bonding, belonging, self-worth and identity, feeling seen, feeling connected, which brings a deeper sense of contentment and happiness. And we're trying to fulfill that need with pleasure, which is temporary. It's exciting, feels great for a moment, but it doesn't last. And the more we try to use pleasure in order to meet the needs of happiness, and connection and fulfillment, the more difficult it becomes to authentically connect with people, right? So, so social media can be that way. Computer games can be that way. You've heard of a workaholic. That's somebody who deals with their emotional trouble by wrapping themselves up in work. Or a rageaholic. Even the hormones of anger and stress can become addictive, can become something your body and brain expect to give back and forth to each other, right? So within the spiritual frameworks, I work with particularly the understanding of attachment theory and understanding how our attachment experiences in childhood, let me digress for a minute, okay? It's not really digressing. It's going to your question.
Deeper.
Attachment theory and developmental theories, right? And among all the different developmental theories that there are in psychology, moral development, emotional, relational, one of my favorites, one of the most beautiful, is the 4 great realms of heart in unification teaching. And each realm is for a specific learning about how to bond and connect. And that first realm of the heart, children's love, I remember teaching it's about being, learning to be loyal and obedient and faithful. That's true, but it isn't just about disciplining and guiding and teaching and rearing. That is the time. We call it the formative years, where our brain is being formed, our emotions are being cultivated. We're learning to associate connection with pleasure. If we don't have connection, we learn to find other ways of pleasure. You know, we have a pleasure and reward system, which is what all addictions are about. All addictions are about manipulating the pleasure and reward system, and giving ourselves rewards without the accompanying life experiences that normally bring that pleasure, like feeling connected, feeling seen, feeling safe, feeling loved and inspired, right? Did you know that the brain scan of somebody on methamphetamines, I think I'm trying to remember the name of the specific methamphetamine. I'm not that well versed, but the brain scan of somebody on methamphetamines looks just like the brain scan of somebody in love. We have a whole pharmacy inside. And I'm not saying our brain determines our behavior. No, our physical body reflects our spirit and our heart and our character and deeper things. But these things manifest, you know, this way. So that first realm of the heart is the most important thing, is that a young person ideally is meant to grow in an environment of unconditional love, right? That's the ideal. No parents are perfect. Nobody can, even in the most faithful, loving, supportive, connected families, we all experience challenges, and there are times when our world isn't always safe and it isn't always loving, right? But that period of unconditional love, that period of childhood, we call it formative also because we're forming our self-worth, our self-identity, our confidence, our sense that we're safe and loved, our ability to be creative, to be courageous, to be resilient. All of that is rooted in that first realm of the heart. So there's that, and then the other side is attachment theory. You know, attachment is everything, right? Even if you look from an evolutionary point of view, right? Up until birds, up until reptiles, right? Attachment had no meaning, right? A turtle lays 200 eggs, you know, predators take 193 of them and 7 survive, and that's how the species continues, right? But once you get into mammals and then ultimately humans, attachment is the way we survive. And human beings, being, you know, conscious, creative, image of God, we are born the most fragile and vulnerable, the most dependent, and we have the longest period of needing that attachment with our caregivers in order to develop on so many levels. So attachment theory, it's really interesting. It began from observing children. There was one, you know, famous experiment, strange experience where a child would be placed in a room with its mother. This was back in the 1950s. A child would be placed in the room with its mother, and then they would experiment. If a stranger would come in, how the child reacts. If the parent would go out and the stranger's in, how the child would react. And they began to observe that maybe half or less of children are secure enough to deal with those situations without being scared, or to be curious, to be open. But they began to see different types, and they could connect it to the child's experience, how close or not close, if they had both caregivers at home or not. And later, amazing experiment. And this is a really important one, and I'll finish here, although I want to say more about attachment and its importance for us. This experiment, probably many of our listeners have seen it, called the still face experiment. And it was just a mother would be present with her 1 to 2-year-old infant, responding, smiling, cooing back and forth, and the child's getting excited. And then the parent was told to just turn away, come back, and stop responding. Stop responding. And within 2 minutes, you can watch the baby try every strategy in the world to be a pleaser, right? Ooh, try to be funny, try to be cute, or to get angry, to disconnect, to turn away. And, you know, so what happens when we grow up in a household where my parents are faithful, loyal, sincere, doing their best, making money, but, you know, dad's always away at work, or mom is always doing, you know, is a missionary, or as I was overseas in Africa and in Southeast Asia, and you know, I wasn't at all my daughter's basketball games and wasn't always there for my kids, and so these things have a bigger impact than we might realize. Everybody can recognize if parents abandon their child at the fire station, right? That's going to be a trauma, and that's going to affect the child's way of relating to the world. But what about a parent that isn't physically present? What about a parent who dies? What about somebody who's learned to deal with their life by being emotionally withdrawn? And so their child is looking for connection. There's all kinds of subtle ways, and it's not about blaming parents. Nobody will heal or resolve by looking at themselves as a victim of somebody else did this to me. In fact, a lot of people are stuck there, right? You know, a lot of kids who grew up in our faith community also struggle with their upbringing and can't resolve. And so working through these difficult things, you can't change the past. You can't change people that may have acted in a way that hurt or limited you, but you can change the way you learned to manage or cope with your life. I hope there's some clarity somewhere in there.
Yeah, thanks. There's a lot there. I mean, it probably, this is a culmination of years of study, right? That you summarized in these 10
and you
minutes.
you probably didn't want it all in 10 minutes, right? So,
yeah. But I mean, I remember myself seeing this video of the experiment that you were talking about, the still face. Yeah, the still face in my introduction to psychology, something class, and it has huge like meaning, right, for how important attachment and connection is for a human being from birth, basically, and it really determines who we become or who we turn out to be in our adult years, right? Yeah, and I remember that you mentioned one point that me personally, that was a important point when I mean, to the people listening, and so I was in mentorship under you, like I think we were for 10 months. And at one point, I remember one thing that came up was going into my childhood experiences, right, with my parents and what came up there. And I do have to say, I want to make the point that I have wonderful parents, right, to everybody listening. They're great parents. And as you said, just not all the things that happen work out perfectly. And so at one point I made not really mistake, but it was more like a phase of, and I think many people go through this phase of blaming their parents. Oh, it's my parents' fault that I am like this now, or I have to deal with this addiction or habit or behavior, whatever it is. And I remember that you made it a very clear point in one of our sessions that actually it's not, in a sense, for my life, it's not about my parents. It's about who I became in order to cope with whatever experience I had that upset me and stressed me out, or made me angry or sad. So yeah, this is like really addressing the topic of this session, right? That like unwanted sexual habits, porn, but so many other that you mentioned are in a way all belong to this pool of symptoms originating from our childhood experiences. And
one of the most important lessons I've learned in these last 10 years of focusing on, working with individuals and couples, and I also work with families. A lot of people come to me wanting to build a healthier, better relationship with their parents or their children, or there's a conflict because the young person's life goals are going against what their parents want for them, and there's you know, you don't work that out by imposing your will or blaming the other, or you know, how to work through that. But one of the most important things I've learned is that every one of the areas of challenge that we face in life has been affected by our attachment experiences growing up. And like you said, it doesn't mean that my parents were bad or violent or horrible, or but the fact is, no parents are perfect. Nobody gave a manual to parents, right? You know, there is a manual in the unification tradition, like live for the sake of others. Okay, great. When you're in a fight and you want to do one thing and your spouse wants to do something else, how do you live for the? How do you make that work? You know, so figuring those things out, and you know, our parents entered into marriage, blessing, parenting, with their own wounds, their own unmet needs, and that creates a certain way of coping. Many times, I've seen that the say a dad who grew up in a family that was hurtful and difficult, then he joins the movement, he changes his life and says, well, my past is not important. I've been born anew. I've got true parents. I've got all this stuff going on. I don't even worry about the past. And yet he may have learned, he may have adapted to that painful environment. A difficult, aggressive, or critical or angry parent may have learned to withdraw and be emotionally closed. And then he's not able to be emotionally available for his children. It doesn't mean he doesn't work hard and do his best, and nobody's trying to blame. This is not about blame, as you said. But being able to revisit and to recognize and to learn to deconstruct those, you know, because what happens is we're growing up in a situation that isn't ideal, so we adapt, right? We don't think, oh, my parents are bad. We don't think, oh, we think, well, if I'm not getting that much attention, maybe I don't deserve it. Maybe I'm not worth it. Children tend to self-blame. And then we adjust, we adapt in order to try to be safe or loved. And if we don't feel loved, we want attention, or we want sympathy, or we want to please, or we want to perform at school, or we want to do something that will, you know, and even growing up in a religious community with high standards and expectations can also lead to trying to find my value by performing according to those standards. It doesn't mean the standards are wrong, doesn't mean the community's bad, but this is quite a common experience growing up in those things. So it always helps. You know, people don't usually do this work unless they're stuck, right? Can't move forward with my life. My struggles make it, you know, like for many people with High Noon, you know, I don't want to go into a committed, blessed relationship while I am not able to authentically connect with a real, loving, intimate relationship, and I'm wrapped up in all these other things, right? And so they want to resolve those things before they move forward.
Yeah, those are really, really good points. I mean, I remember that was exactly why I went into these sessions with you, because I knew, okay, I want to get into communication with a potential future spouse, and generally looking back, I could see that there were many patterns in my life with women, right? Again and again and again, because of certain experiences from my childhood that I was able to unravel step by step by having these experiences come up again and letting them flow and allowing myself to feel the emotion. And so
I want to say a couple things about. First is what is in common about all addictions and compulsions, where they come from, why doing some deeper digging can be useful. You know, you as I did first. Let me tell you what. Before puberty, my go-to, you know, in my complicated a dysfunctional family experience growing up, right? Prior to puberty, prior to becoming a sexual person, food was my best emotional friend, right? And I ate my feelings. I remember coming home from school and polishing off, lots of food. And after puberty, masturbation was my go-to, right? And I'll be very frank, and it was extremely compulsive. And some people out there know how many times in a particular day. I'm sorry, I don't mean to gross anybody out, but it was very compulsive. Then at 18, I hear the principle. I change my life. I get focused, and just being in a public situation and my mind going toward God and going toward serving and going toward a situation outside myself, I'm making a 4-position foundation. I'm going toward the higher purpose, and then my body's following me. So guess what? I had no such problem for months and months and months. But then you get into a different situation. You're alone. You're pioneering. You're by yourself. You're sick. You stay home a day. You're at night. You're idle. Now your mind's not going that way. And so your body kind of says, "Psst, you're not busy? Come here, I want to show you something. I got something interesting. You want to come find out?" And now all of a sudden you're being pulled in the other direction. So I did, back in those days, the guidance of my elders, the accountability, have somebody to report to. I'm marking off calendars. How many days am I not? I'm using cold showers. I'm using mind-body principles. But when I understood, and I don't have time to go into the story, but when I understood that what I was doing was temporary and was always going to end up disappointing me, always going to end up being fake, being incomplete and not real, and that I realized I had to turn inward. And so it became that kind of thing. Now, all compulsive behaviors have certain things in common, right? Certain things in common. It's the use of pleasure or comfort, or the system that was also God-given, the pleasure and reward system. Dopamine, dopamine's not just about pleasure. If we didn't have that reward system, our ancestors wouldn't have crossed mountains or endured slavery or gone through all the trials of life with motivation and hope. And so it's a very powerful system. But pleasure is important, but also happiness and contentment and fulfillment is not the same thing. People think you can be happy with pleasure, but they're two important but different things. Pleasure is temporary, happiness is lasting. Pleasure is based in the body and brain, and happiness is ethereal. It's internal. It's something you feel on the inside. Pleasure is a self-centered experience, even if you're doing it with other people. And happiness is always about connecting and being understood and feeling and bonding and expressing. And now, again, we need both. We need both. There's nothing bad there, but all addictions have the quality of I'm pushing my pleasure and reward button over and over and over to try and make myself feel better, and it's not lasting, right? And if you actually look, and some of the stuff that we learned was how, when we were working together, is how, your attachment experiences in childhood affect what you need. The legitimate needs that aren't met, and so we try to meet them. And we can easily sexualize them and fantasize about them. And we not only sexualize our unmet needs. For example, all of my fantasies and my there's a great word in the divine principle. What is it called? Not predispositions. It'll come to me. My brain's getting old. My 70-year-old brain doesn't work well. Proclivities. It's in the chapter 2 of the principle. The things that I'm attracted to are a reflection of the legitimate needs for love and bonding that weren't met fully, and I'm now trying to meet them, or wounds that haven't been healed. I mean, you can actually look at all the natures of our fantasies, all the classes of porn, all of the types of fetishes, and they're all a roadmap to our emotional experiences of childhood. And this is not just for people who are struggling. Our attachment experiences affect who we're attracted to. Why do we keep being attracted to the same people? Why do people think my marriage isn't working? I'm not connecting with this person. It must be I've married the wrong person. Who chose this person for me? They must have done a bad job, you know? And then and so we either end the relationship with divorce, or we try to seek pleasure outside with infidelity. That doesn't solve the problem. You divorce from that person, you're going to find the same patterns repeating that are a reflection of my attachment style and my coping style. You know, it's very profound. You know, for example, why would someone, and I'm going to get a little graphic, you know, stop me if this is horrible, but why would somebody, there's a class of pornography and fantasies and fetishes called sadism. Why would someone be aroused by being urinated on or being pooped on? And if anybody out there feels this, I'm not criticizing you, but let's explore that. You'll always find in not sadism, masochism I'm talking about, where if somebody wants to experience pain or these kinds of things, you'll always find some background experience of a lack of self-worth. It's amazing how we sexualize even. There's a whole class of porn where men get aroused watching their wives, and I apologize to this lovely, faithful, beautiful audience, but where men get aroused watching their partners be satisfied by another man, and feeling like they can't do it. But that's connected to an emotional experience that we're reliving, or a wound that we're trying to heal. And sex is so accessible, and it's often, you know, and you know, you can pretty much go through the different, and even if you look at your own fantasies, right? Oftentimes we fantasize what we don't have hope of realizing in our life. We fantasize that we're loved. We fantasize that someone's giving me attention. And if that person is of the opposite gender or the same gender, it's not because it's genetic or inborn or given by heaven. It's a compulsion arising from unmet needs and unhealed wounds. And it's not an issue of this or that gender orientation. It's a human experience. We all go through this stuff.
Yeah, and understanding this is really can be such a game changer for people, right? Which is the point of this this session, that the problem itself is not just that I am acting out my bad habit, or that I just need to stop the behavior right now. Of course, that is part of it, but I think myself included, when I started getting into, I want to recover my sexual integrity and abstinence, sobriety, and just get away from it, and try all the methods and trackers and cold charts, conditions, that it's not, and feeling extra weird, right? If maybe I'm weird, maybe I'm a freak, or something's just was wrong with me from the beginning, right? If we find ourselves fantasizing or seeking something that is out of the norm, whatever we define that to be, right? Or society defines that to be. That actually has roots in our experiences and how attachment formed when we were young, right? And what, I guess, happened to be around us and fulfill that need when we needed it, and it wasn't fulfilled.
Right.
And
I thank you for bringing that up, Andy, because I wouldn't want anybody to think that I'm speaking out of judgment or criticism or shame or shaming. Shame is always a big part of compulsive activity, particularly compulsive sexuality, right? And shame, the feeling of being unworthy or being less, is a useless emotion. I mean, there is some roots in our authentic self-protective. There are reasons why human beings have the capacity to feel, I can't do this, I'm not enough, I need help, I need my caregivers. Those are natural, original feelings. But when we experience that I'm less as a man, less as a son or daughter, less as a human being, insecure, not worthy, and less, that is almost always a part of the cycle of acting out. And I went from years ago teaching that, you know, masturbation is a sin and you're going to hell, right? And there's a meaning in understanding healthy and unhealthy behavior and the results of, but learning that that is not useful in resolving the problem, especially when someone feels unworthy and blaming themselves. And also we have the illusion that everybody else's life is going amazing and they're all doing great things and I'm the one who can't, you know, we're comparing our behind the curtain rehearsal self to everybody else who's on stage. And I don't mean they're being fake, but I mean we don't see that they're going through their list of challenges and difficulties just like I am. And shame is not useful in that sense.
Yeah, exactly. And that's such a big part of so many cultures, right? That there's a black and white thinking. But yeah, when I realized that, and I have my history with unwanted habits, that it could have been a different habit actually, if it just happened to be different circumstances. Instead of porn, it could have been alcohol or gaming or a combination of all of those.
Right.
And that I can work on those individually, right? So in a separated way. But that addressing the root is definitely something very necessary to win the game, right? Overall. And sometimes I guess, it's about losing a fight here and there, perhaps, but winning the overall war by addressing whatever has been unmet in me. Those were, for example, experiences that, for me personally, taught me that I can't be angry or sad in public. And so that is something I had to seek out somewhere else, a need, right? An emotional need that turned out to come up in.
That's a very, very good point, how that became expressed in your fantasy life, et cetera, right? That's really interesting. And, you know, groups like High Noon, and there's also Husband Material and a bunch of other really good groups. But you know, a group like High Noon can successfully help somebody resolve these things because they're providing not just education and information, but support, social connect, a lot of the elements that we need in order to resolve these things are there. But simply speaking, if you are stuck and the habit is still dominating you, it's good to dig a little deeper, right? And I was starting to say before, you mentioned about, you know, how you had to stifle or suppress your angry feelings, and it had to come out somewhere. Probably the most powerful, among the most powerful lessons that I've learned is it's not only in compulsive behaviors with pleasure-based substances that we can be compulsive. Mental health issues are also a compulsive way of dealing with how we experience detachment. For example, somebody that grows up, and I've had this over and over again with clients, right? Someone that had a reason to suppress or depress their emotions, right? Maybe, hey, a good Catholic would never be angry. You shouldn't be angry. A good blessed child should behave like this. Why are you being upset? Or if there's a strong reaction, or if I get angry, my caregivers get more angry and I become afraid of that. If I've had a reason to depress, suppress, and push down my emotions, it can be one root of depression, right? Because with emotions, there's only a master volume. You can't turn down the negative ones and keep the positive ones. It affects my emotional world. Anxiety, right? Anxiety, when feeling unsafe, feeling, threat, feeling insecure, there's a bodily reaction that's part of anxiety. And also another thing that our childhood experiences teach us, it's not just the emotional impact, but they teach us to believe things about ourselves and about others and about the world. Am I worth anybody's time? Does anybody truly love me? Can I trust? Can I respect or love authority, respond to authority? All of these things And so unhealthy beliefs and a sense of threat or fear, the fight, flight, freeze response, are usually what anxiety is about. So I'm not a psychiatrist, and I don't prescribe medication, but some common forms of mental health struggles, fears, barriers, anxiety, lack of confidence, the obsessive thinking, things like this. I also often end up helping clients through those kinds of things as well.
Yeah, that is really helpful to know, I think. So I think maybe a question and we have maybe 5, 6, 7 more minutes, that I think would be worthwhile getting into is what would be some helpful tools for people, I guess, in a brief summary, to get into this healing process from whatever happened in childhood and healing from that and growing in the adult years and adult life?
Well, a lot of times, if it depends on the type of situation, but some of the, a lot of times you'll have somebody who's a therapist, or, well, first of all, you'll have, say, a psychiatrist who many in the medical community assume that when somebody's dealing with anxiety or attention deficit disorder, or these kinds of things, that it's brain-based, based on brain chemistry, and it's an inherited situation. But actually, you can find roots in the attachment experience. For example, kids who grow up who are orphaned or homeless or living or single parent families, which is not to accuse or blame single parents who do an amazing job, but anyone who's growing up in a more unstable, dysregulating environment, 5 times more tendency to ADHD, 5 times more diagnosis, right? Because if the situation, I'm constantly in stress or in anger or struggle or frustration, I have to protect myself from it somehow, and it becomes a go-to mechanism. So some of the kinds of tools, a lot of times therapists will approach with cognitive therapy, dialectical behavioral. I kind of use eclectic tools to address unhealthy beliefs or self-defeating, or shame is a really tough one, right? But unhealthy beliefs about myself, there are cognitive techniques to learn to recognize, expose the lie, affirm the truth, and change my thinking, right? And so teaching people how to do that is one important thing. On the other hand, if somebody, for example, is filled with shame or is feeling insecure and inadequate and, struggling, who would ever want to marry me? Or, why am I always with the nerdy group, or whatever they might have experienced? There's 3 powerful sources of love and value, right, in the universe, right, and of unconditional love. And the first and most important is the only truly unchanging unconditional love in the universe, which is God. And so a spiritual life will be helpful, but then also it doesn't mean I have to go back and resolve everything with my parents if it's difficult, but having parental mentors is something that changed my life in the midst of my spiritual life. It changed my life, having people that I looked up to, trusted, that could guide, inspire, and fill my cup and motivate and inspire me. And a third very important source is my own inner capacity to love. It's the most love myself, right? I don't mean self-love like spa days and taking care of me instead of everybody else. I mean the kind of affirmation that comes when I know I'm safe and loved by my caregivers. One of the founders of psychotherapy said, successful therapy is when you learn to give yourself what your parents weren't able to, right? It's not about changing them or going back to the past or holding on to resentment or any of those things. But sometimes we need to go and allow ourselves to experience a developmental need, an emotional developmental need or other that was missed. And there are ways of doing that. Memory healing, inner child work, all of these things. These are not just like fancy schmancy new age things. The inner child is just a framework of being able to get in touch with how I experienced my vulnerable pre-adolescent years, and how can I learn, heal, acknowledge, and give myself the support, safety, compassion, and love. And so there are cognitive techniques, mindfulness techniques. There are neurobiological techniques. Do you know that the right kind of breathing is more powerful than anti-anxiety medication? And I use it myself, and I taught you some of these things too. So that's a little bit of those are a few things.
Yeah. Of course, in the time, it's impossible to get into everything that's there and how it works exactly, but those are the things I remember we did as well, kind of going through approaching inner child healing and some cognitive behavioral exercises, with which both were very powerful in their own way and complementary. And then I think a bunch of other exercises.
Well, if I can also, I think my experience with unification principle was super important, because the principle understands that we have an original, authentic, divine, original self, right? Which means, and even if you listen to Father's theories on education, if you look at his guidance on education, it's all inside you, right? It doesn't have to be put in from the outside. It needs to be cultivated from inside. So from that standpoint, we have all the capacity and power within us, and learning how to cultivate and affirm and express those things. On the other side, we have a fallen or false or wounded or unhealthy self. And so some, therapeutic understanding, tools to heal, to resolve, to break through barriers, to learn different behaviors, to overcome fears. And so we use lots of different techniques applicable to the situation, even how to make healthy boundaries, communicate effectively, communication skills, assertiveness skills, depending on each person's story, and even just the self-understanding that someone can gain from looking compassionately and with wisdom at their own journey and story. They can learn, realize, and let go of so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. There's so much, I think, that people can learn from this, or I hope that people can learn from this. And as you said, people can learn from their own story. There are many quotes. Looking at your own behavior or your own addiction tells you so much about what it is that you actually are looking for and desiring in life right now.
Right.
And
I think Jay Stringer, who wrote the incredible book Unwanted, I take credit for recommending that to High Noon a couple of years ago, but might not be me. But Stringer said your adult compulsive sexual behaviors are a roadmap to your wounds, a roadmap to your childhood experience, your unmet needs or your unhealed wounds.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, it's amazing that humanity now is at a point where we are much more aware, at least in our Western society, of all these roots and things, and we can go much deeper than just the surface. Yeah, I think we are at the end of the session already. There would be many more hours, right, worth of covering stuff, but thank you so much for coming back on the show.
Yeah, I apologize if I dove in too deep in this or that area, but I hope the general sense of what your questions, because the theme being that the compulsive activity is a symptom. What's it a symptom of? What are some of the roots? I hope that we've been able to touch on that a little bit. And I so appreciate you and inviting me here, and wish the best to everybody listening.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Have a great rest of the day.
I promise.
Okay. There we go. I hope that there was a lot there for people listening to this session. Because it was this kind of session actually that inspired me 4 years ago, listening to different coaches, therapists talking about deeper issues, deeper roots, that inspired me to dig deeper and put more effort into my healing and recovery. So I hope that there was some kind of inspiration in this session to the people listening. What can be there? What lessons can be learned about yourself, right, through whatever you're going through. So we're about to wrap up. This was 4 hours from the European section. And as I said, I mean, I'm here in Europe, but Uncle Philip is in, I don't know where he is right now, but usually he's in Mexico. So we're going back to the Americas. And in the next whole bunch of hours of this podcast, 24-hour podcast, we'll have Latin America chapter of High Noon come up with many different exciting topics. So a few announcements that I have to make is, if you're watching this live on Facebook, please refresh your page. Yeah, hit F5 or the arrow, refresh, top of your browser, so you can keep watching in the next section after this session. And if you're watching on YouTube live, please click the link in the description that will lead you to the next section, and I believe to the next couple of hours until somebody will make another announcement. So thank you everyone for being here, watching, and see you soon.